Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Leader. The bald researcher approached Giovanni. This is Blaine, the lead researcher of the Mu Gene project. His abilities are on par with any other Pokémon professor. He is the general commander of this research, said Giovanni with a smile, introducing him to Cain. Then he turned to Blaine. This is Cain, one of the new elite-level officers. Don't underestimate him. Cain and Blaine exchanged a glance, after which both smiled politely. Dr. Blaine, Cain extended his hand. Blaine also shook it gently. I've heard about you for a while, Officer Cain. Ranking first in the exams, becoming the person in charge of the Hoenn region. How could I underestimate you? They both smiled on the outside, but their true thoughts remained within. After a brief chat, Blaine looked at Giovanni again. Leader, is Officer Cain here for that matter? Giovanni nodded. Exactly. That's mainly why. Cain didn't know what they were referring to, but didn't ask either. First, take a look, Giovanni told him. Then, guided by Blaine, they began a short tour of the lab. Although they only visited a portion, it was more than enough to leave Cain stunned. The amount of resources Team Rocket had invested in researching the Mu gene could only be described as enormous. Currently, the research had moved beyond simply cloning Mu to integrating the Mu gene with the genes of other Pokémon. Since they didn't know which species or genetic combination would work best with the Mu gene, the lab contained the genetic data of nearly every Pokémon species. Even legendary Pokémon were included, like the 3 legendary birds or the 3 legendary Regis. With nearly 1,000 species, the possible combinations were virtually infinite. And it wasn't just about combining with 1 or 2 species, there could be dozens of genes compatible with Mu. Even some combinations that don't work individually might work well when merged with multiple genes. That requires researchers to deeply understand the traits of each gene and find the most suitable combinations. No wonder this research requires so many resources and so much time, Cain thought to himself. And this was only the beginning of integrating Mu's genes with others. So, Officer Cain, what do you think after seeing all this? Blaine asked with a smile. Cain replied with an expression of amazement, as expected of our Team Rocket and of Dr. Blaine. This level of vision and capability is truly impressive. A compliment for both. It never hurts to flatter. And, as expected, Blaine smiled even more pleased. Without going into further details, the 3 of them moved toward a more secluded corner of the lab. Cain noticed that what was being researched there was somewhat different from the previous area. Blaine, explained to Cain, ordered Giovanni. Yes, sir. Blaine nodded and began explaining. Cain, you participated in the exploration of Mythical Island, right? It was in Mu's ruins that we found some of its hairs. From those, we managed to extract its gene. Our initial plan was to clone Mu to create a fully obedient copy. But things didn't go as expected. We discovered that, for some unknown reason, when trying to recombine multiple fragments of Mu's gene, they instantly collapsed upon contact. After spending much time and resources, we concluded that Mu cannot be cloned. Blaine paused to gather his thoughts. Because of this, the research team split into different approaches. Various schools of thought emerged, and we decided to move forward with several parallel projects. What you saw earlier, the combination of the Mu gene with other Pokémon genes, is currently our main focus. But recently, another line of research yielded unexpected results, he said in a more serious tone. Cain nodded. That other line of study was surely what was being researched in this part of the lab. Blaine patted one of the machines and continued. The focus here is, since Mu's gene collapses when recombined, we assume there might be some Pokémon or person that is controlling or interfering with these genes. Our final hypothesis is that Mu itself, either consciously or not, maintains a direct link with its gene, which prevents it from being freely manipulated. So we explored this theory, and eventually, we discovered something surprising. Blaine showed an expression of excitement. He was completely absorbed in the research. Any progress thrilled him deeply. Cain was astonished. Trying to find a connection between the Mew gene and Mew itself? Was that the idea? What an unexpected stroke of genius. No wonder Giovanni used to say that without Blaine, Mutwa wouldn't exist. Through those invisible links, we accidentally discovered a passage to an unknown space. At that moment, Cain understood his mission. They had found a route to an unknown world, possibly related to Mew. And they needed someone to explore it. Due to the distance and the cost, we've only been able to create a one-time use transport device, capable of sending a single person back and forth. Moreover, ideally, that person should have psychic powers, even better if they have some spatial sensitivity, Blaine explained. That's why, when Giovanni mentioned Cain as a candidate, Blaine didn't object, knowing that Cain was a psychic. Upon hearing this, Cain felt a slight chill. A psychic? And spatial sensitivity? That meant there was real danger in the transfer. Then, wouldn't Miss Sabrina be the most suitable person for this? Cain asked with curiosity. After all, Sabrina's psychic powers and spatial sensitivity were legendary in the Pokémon world. And furthermore, how did Giovanni know he had spatial sensitivity? How did he even know Cain had powers related to space? Sabrina can't go, replied Blaine, shaking his head. Miss Sabrina's psychic ability is too strong. As soon as she enters the teleportation channel, it collapses immediately, explained Dr. Blaine. I asked Sabrina for her opinion, and in the end, she was the one who recommended you. She said your current psychic ability is sufficient to carry out this mission, and that within your powers there's also a faint trace of spatial capability. She said you have considerable spatial talent. Giovanni finally explained how he knew Cain was sensitive to space. That was also the reason they had called him from so far away. So it was all Sabrina's idea. Could it be that she was still upset because the last time Cain passed through Saffron City, he didn't visit her? Cain felt a bit frustrated. That woman is not right in the head. However, Cain didn't get too upset. Even though this mission might involve some risk, it also represented a great opportunity. An unknown, unexplored space. Just thinking about all the benefits he had gained from Shalebi's space was enough. Besides, there probably wouldn't be anyone else in that place. Just him and the wild Pokémon. That's the kind of environment he liked most. In nature, humans are often much more dangerous and troublesome than Pokémon. Also, Dr. Blaine said that the teleportation device allowed for a round trip. As long as Cain wished, he could return at any time. Completing the mission was another matter. But in the end, if no one else was watching, who was going to dispute what he claimed to have found? If there was no sign of Mew, then Team Rocket didn't need to keep wasting resources on this research. If Mew really was there, then they could prepare for a large-scale offensive. Cain nodded. Seeing him agree, a look of joy appeared on Blaine's face. Wait a moment. I'll go prepare everything. You'll be able to start the teleportation shortly, said Blaine, already ready to leave. Wait a bit. Rest for 2 days first. We'll do the teleportation later, interrupted Giovanni, who noticed the doctor's excessive enthusiasm. Right. First, we must prepare properly. We don't know how long you'll be staying over there. Blaine slapped his forehead. Cain didn't object either. Start preparing everything. If you need anything, just ask. You should also get your personal affairs in order first, Giovanni instructed him. Hearing this, Cain lowered his head and thought for a moment. I need to confirm something first. Does that space really exist? I don't want to be teleported and end up wandering aimlessly through some strange dimension. And about this round-trip device, is it really safe? It's not that I don't trust you, Dr. Blaine, but after all this is related to. Cain stopped, but everyone understood what he meant. You can rest assured. We've already confirmed the specific size of that space. We even mapped its basic geography. Before you go, we'll give you a map of the place. As for the device, its round-trip capability is a conservative estimate. According to our calculations, it could even allow 2 full trips. However, each transport requires time to recharge. That means once you arrive, you'll need to wait between 3 and 7 days to accumulate enough energy to return. Blaine wasn't bothered by Cain's questions. After all, This mission not only involved his life, but also the future of Team Rocket's pursuit of Mew. No one would dare deceive Giovanni. His wrath wasn't something anyone could endure. Besides, we already ran some tests. The cost is so high that not even Team Rocket can fund more than one attempt. That's why we're sending one person first. If Mew really is there, before you leave we'll give you a device that will allow us to establish a more efficient connection with that space. We'll teach you how to use it, Blaine added. Giovanni also nodded and said confidently, looking at Cain, no problem. Seeing Giovanni's approval, Cain was fully reassured. Giovanni's words carried great weight. Then, I want to use the lab's computers to look up some data. Also, since I don't know how long I'll be there, I want to bring a large quantity of resources. I want to stay in that space as long as possible to explore it thoroughly, Cain stated his conditions. In reality, this was nothing more than a fair exchange. Giovanni thought briefly before nodding. All right. He then left the lab, and his voice echoed from the hallway. Blaine, handle Cain's requests. Understood, replied Blaine. Come on, Cain, I'll take you to our computer room. What kind of information do you want to look up? Our lab contains everything Team Rocket has gathered since its founding. It doesn't fit on just one or two common computers. This is a computer cluster. If you can tell me exactly what kind of information you're looking for, it'll be much easier to find. Cain nodded, hesitated a bit, and then said, I want to look up information about Pokémon training, as well as data on moves and Pokémon potential. In reality, Blaine's intention was for Cain to consult only part of the data. He was already being granted exceptional permission. If not for Giovanni, no one there, not even Blaine, had access to all the data. Very soon, they arrived at a somewhat cold room filled with blinking red and green lights. There were massive computer mainframes everywhere. It really looked like a computing cluster. Here's the data you want to consult. Cain, even though you're authorized by the leader, I must warn you, each person can only use this system for 30 minutes. If you exceed that, you'll need to request access again, Blaine reminded him one last time. Cain nodded to show he understood. Then, Blaine left, leaving Cain alone. If he didn't come out in half an hour, Blaine would return for him. Cain sat directly in front of the only available monitor. With his right hand, he operated the system, while with his left hand he carefully avoided the security cameras and gently placed a finger on the mainframe. At that moment, a subtle electric current connected Cain's finger directly to the computer. System, download the data, ordered Cain. Immediately, the current in his finger intensified, causing a slight tingling. His eyes calmly followed the screen's content. In front of him, there was another invisible screen, a progress bar showing the data download by the system. Only, the bar was moving extremely slowly. At the same time, Blaine entered the monitoring room, carefully watching Cain to make sure he wasn't doing anything improper. System, selective download. Keywords, potential, moves, training, Pokémon, Cain ordered when he saw how slow the process was. Given the short time, he had no choice but to download only the most relevant data. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Blaine arrived at the computer room and pulled Cain out of there. How was it? Did you find the information you wanted? He asked with a smile. Cain, with a thoughtful gesture, nodded. More or less. Seeing that Cain was still lost in thought, Blaine shook his head and said no more, leading him directly out of the lab. Before leaving, Blaine patted Cain on the shoulder and said, prepare well. The success of this research depends on you. Cain remained distracted, slowly heading toward the area assigned to temporary visitors. As a high-ranking member of Team Rocket, no matter which base he was at, he had to receive the best treatment. With a mix of fear and respect from the staff, Cain entered his room. His absent state wasn't an act, he was genuinely thinking about many things. Even with the enhanced system's download speed, he hadn't managed to download all the data from the base in just 30 minutes. Even after inputting keywords, he barely completed the download right as time ran out. Even so, the system stored a colossal amount of data. There was useful and useless information alike, and it would take considerable time to analyze it all. He had only skimmed through some interesting fragments, stopping to observe and compare them with his own Pokémon training methods. After Cain completed the exchange, the staff immediately reported it to their superior. Then, the superior, quite alarmed, relayed the information to Giovanni. Giovanni, who was sitting in his office reviewing documents, was momentarily stunned upon receiving the report. He had already anticipated that Cain would redeem all his points. After all, not just anyone gets a 30% discount. He was also prepared for Cain to earn a little extra. But what he didn't expect was that brat had so much money saved up. He took out several $100 million Poke dollars, converted it all into points, and completely wiped out the resource exchange center. Cough, cough. It's fine. Let the kid earn a good profit, Giovanni said, sipping some tea to calm himself. Yes, sir, the person on the other end of the phone replied. Though a bit stunned, he decided not to say anything more. However, at that moment, he understood something very clearly. If Cain couldn't become an ally, he must never become an enemy. His backing was far too strong. In a moment, it's my training time. Bring me the sacred earth I asked you to gather earlier, said Giovanni. Known as Giovanni the Earth Lord, the materials that benefited him most were, of course, ground-type ones. Boss, there's none left, replied the subordinate, almost on the verge of tears. That sacred earth had been recently gathered at Giovanni's request. It had just been stored a few days ago. But they forgot to mark it as non-redeemable, assuming its price was too high for anyone to bother. And who would have guessed that a thief would come today? Giovanni frowned deeply upon hearing that over the communicator. Forget it, then send me the earth dust. Giovanni tried to at least get an alternative. Boss, that's also gone. The staff replied, now almost crying. Several black veins popped on Giovanni's forehead. How many things had that guy exchanged? No longer paying attention to the trembling subordinate, Giovanni directly hung up. He was furious. He really needed to take it out on someone. He looked at his communicator on the desk. On the other side, Cain had just returned to his room, loaded with materials. That 30% discount had been a blessing. Though he spent a lot of money this time, it was worth every point. He had never felt so satisfied shopping. He had completely emptied the Team Rocket's resource reserves. At that moment, Cain held a small glass box in his hand. Inside was a yellowish material that looked like dirt. I didn't expect to get this lucky. I managed to get a unit of sacred earth, Cain thought, smiling inwardly. Sacred earth was a rather rare material. It enhanced a Pokémon's perception and control over ground-type energy. Though it was single-use, its effect was extraordinary. During training, using it while developing ground-type moves would amplify the effect significantly, making training more effective and efficient. In terms of training, it had an effect almost equivalent to the Earth Plate. Though being single-use and only applicable during training greatly reduced its value. Still, it was highly prized. And if combined with other materials, the resulting item's effects would be even better. Even though Tyranitar is Rock/Dark type, he could still use it. Plus, Swampert was a ground-type Pokémon too. So when Cain saw that material, he bought it without hesitation. With a 30% discount, it was a steal. Besides that, he'd acquired many other materials. By his estimate, with what he bought, even if he let all his Pokémon consume resources at the highest rate, he could maintain an intensive half-year training period in that unknown space. Sprawled out on the sofa, he felt completely relaxed. But it hadn't been long when his communicator rang. Seeing the caller, Cain made a strange face. It was Giovanni. Again. Did he already find out everything I exchanged? He started getting nervous. Although, knowing Giovanni's magnanimity, he shouldn't be upset over a few resources. Did you need me, boss? Cain asked as he answered the call. Do you have everything ready? Did you review all the information? Giovanni asked in a calm voice. Yes, all set, Cain replied sincerely. Then go to the Colosseum on the lowest level of the complex. I'll be there shortly, said Giovanni, and hung up. Cain froze. What did that mean? Was Giovanni going to battle him? He felt a chill. Wouldn't that be a guaranteed beating? He couldn't even beat Giovanni's signature Pokémon. Though, thinking it through, Giovanni probably wouldn't use a Pokémon of that caliber. That calmed him down a little. Either way, there was no escaping it. So he decided to go down obediently to see what was going on. Following the signs, Cain reached the lowest level of the complex, the Team Rocket Battle Coliseum, a place usually used to resolve personal disputes. But obviously, the battlefields for regular members and those for higher ranks weren't the same. He went straight into a private battle room, whose structure was far more reinforced than the common ones. Upon arrival, there was no one else. He strolled around a bit and quickly noticed the differences from a regular battlefield. The floor material and the overall construction were much more advanced. In an organization like Team Rocket, where winning by any means was valued, having league-level facilities was surprising. "How is it?" "Not bad, huh?" said a firm voice from the entrance. A man in a black suit, with a large red R embroidered on his chest, dark red undershirt, firm face, short hair, and a confident expression on his lips walked in. No doubt about it, it was Giovanni, the boss of Team Rocket. He entered without any bodyguards. He came alone. He unbuttoned his collar, took off the black coat, and tossed it on the ground, revealing the dark red shirt beneath. At a glance, his build was clearly strong and robust. Pure vitality. He rolled up his sleeves, loosening any button that might restrict movement. Giovanni was at his prime, his peak physical and mental condition. At that time, his ambition was the entire Pokémon World. If he truly managed to control Mutwo completely, Cain believed that Team Rocket could genuinely replace the League. Because he was Giovanni. Seeing Giovanni approach, Cain couldn't help but feel a slight sense of helplessness. Judging by the way he looked, Giovanni really intended to battle him. Seriously? Coming to intimidate a kid like him? That didn't seem like Giovanni's style. He couldn't quite understand what was going through his head. "This field is really nice," Cain replied, nodding. "I'm glad to hear that. Even though in Team Rocket we believe in defeating our opponent by any means, it's still important to understand the basics. Knowing the fundamentals of battle is essential," said Giovanni, walking to the position opposite Cain. Once he stopped, a small platform rose from the ground, on top of which were several Pokeballs. "Let's have a little battle. Until now, I've only heard about your strength from others. Today, I want to see it for myself," said Giovanni with a smile, as he casually picked one of the Pokeballs from the platform and threw it into the field. The Pokeball opened, releasing a purple-colored Pokémon with an extremely robust appearance. Nidoking. Upon seeing the Pokémon that appeared, Cain couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye slightly. Is this for real? He sends out his favorite ground-type Pokémon right from the start? Though judging by its appearance, it didn't seem to be one of Giovanni's main ones. Still, a Nidoking paired with Giovanni wasn't something anyone could take lightly. Cain activated his system to scan Nidoking's data. Pokémon, Nidoking, purple. Gender, male. Level, 68. Types, poison plus ground. Ability, sheer force. Held item, life orb. Egg moves, counter, takedown, head smash, iron tail. Basic moves, leer, peck, focus energy, double kick, poison sting, fury attack, horn attack, helping hand, toxic spikes, flatter, poison jab, chip away, thrash, earth power, mega horn. Learned moves, focus punch, water pulse, thunder punch, super power, stomping tantrum, outrage, dragon pulse, ice punch, throat chop, icy wind, fire punch. TM moves, protect, toxic, venoshock, ice beam, blizzard, thunderbolt, earthquake, shadow ball, flamethrower, sludge bomb, shadow claw, stone edge, surf. Upon seeing that information, Cain was even more baffled. This is too much. Really too much. Too exaggerated. How was he supposed to go up against a Nidoking like that? Just with that level 68 and purple quality, Cain already felt like he was at a disadvantage. And that's not even counting sheer force combined with life orb. A walking damage machine? And that endless move list? This Nidoking wasn't just any regular one. It was literally a mobile turret. With that offensive power, how could any Pokémon of the same level handle it? If Cain's Tyranitar or Aggron were higher level, maybe they'd stand a chance. But now, Cain sighed in resignation, pulled out a Pokeball, and threw it. Against Giovanni, there was no point in hiding anything. He directly summoned his trump card, Slowking. If he could use Mega Evolution, maybe Gengar could fight with a shot at victory. But right now Mega Evolution wasn't allowed, especially not in a sparring match like this. I've always heard your Slowking is something special, and that its strength is considerable. Today I'll finally see for myself, Giovanni said, a glint of interest in his eyes. I hope it's not disappointing. Otherwise, this could get boring. Nidoking, say hello with Thunderbolt. Giovanni ordered with a smile. Cain activated psychic communication with Slowking. No hiding of abilities this time. In front of Giovanni, there was no point in holding back. If he did, he'd simply get crushed. Even though he said he didn't want to fight, deep down Cain was somewhat excited about battling Giovanni. Not to beat him, but to see how far he still had to go to reach him. Slowking, Trick Room. For a one-on-one battle, the move Trick Room was the best option for Slowking. As he received the order, Nidoking charged up electricity, which quickly focused on the horn on its head and was then launched at Slowking like a lightning bolt. Slowking had just activated Trick Room. What speed? Cain was internally surprised. This Nidoking used Thunderbolt with astonishing speed. Even though it wasn't an electric type, its execution speed surpassed even many electric Pokémon. Thanks to Trick Room, Slowking barely managed to dodge it. But the Thunderbolt hit the ground, leaving a crater. And that's with this being a special battlefield, harder than a regular one. Cain swallowed hard before giving further instructions to Slowking. The effect of Trick Room enveloped both Pokémon. The battle started intensely. It was the first time that Cain, using psychic communication to direct a battle, didn't have an advantage over a trainer giving verbal commands. In fact, if it weren't for that mental link, Cain sometimes wouldn't even have been able to react to Giovanni's well-coordinated and chained attacks. Slowking had a type advantage over Nidoking. But little by little, that advantage was worn down by the combination of raw power and strategy. In the end, Slowking fell to another Thunderbolt from Nidoking. The explosive power of sheer force was simply terrifying. Luckily, Slowking had done enough damage and worn Nidoking down considerably. That gave Cain's next Pokémon the upper hand. Without hesitation, he summoned Gengar from the shadows. The battle continued against Giovanni's Nidoking. Both were poison types, but Gengar used all his strange and crafty moves to finally defeat a clearly worn-out Nidoking. Afterward, Giovanni hesitated for a moment before releasing his second Pokémon, a Swampert, one of the starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region. With Giovanni's status, it wasn't strange for him to have one. This Pokémon was no weaker than the Nidoking before it. Gengar suffered tremendously. It seemed like Swampert could predict his movements, and Cain couldn't get an edge with his commands. And without Mega Evolution, Gengar eventually fell. However, before going down, he managed to drag Swampert with him using Destiny Bond. If it lands, it's devastating. Cain, using two Pokémon, managed to take down two of Giovanni's. Giovanni, somewhat unsatisfied, finally sent out his third Pokémon, a level 70 Garchomp. Cain had no choice but to send out Florges, a fairy-type Pokémon, using Misty Terrain, which caused Garchomp a lot of trouble. But the power gap was immense. Moreover, this Garchomp didn't even focus on Dragon-type moves, its strength lay in Ground-type attacks. The result was clear, Florges fell under its offense. Cain's three strongest Pokémon had been defeated. At that point, continuing the battle no longer made sense. The battle was over. Although the winner was Giovanni. And it had been an overwhelming victory, without a doubt. Even so, Giovanni began to take Cain a little more seriously. That he won was completely logical. Even though the Pokémon he used this time weren't from his first or even second battle lineup, they were still his, and that said a lot. Despite starting at a disadvantage, Cain had managed to defeat two of his Pokémon. That his own Pokémon had type disadvantages was inevitable. In battle, anyone can face an opponent with a type advantage. But that's never an excuse to lose. Giovanni withdrew his last Pokémon, his Garchomp, returning it to its Pokeball. He already had a fairly clear assessment of Cain's level. Not bad. With your current strength, you should be able to face Umbra without embarrassing yourself, said Giovanni, no longer in the mood to keep fighting. At first, he only wanted to take out some of his anger on Cain. But after that round of battles, he discovered even more qualities in him. Someone who had left Trial Island just over a year ago and was already at this level. It was truly impressive. Thank you for your recognition, sir, Cain replied respectfully. He looked at Giovanni, calm and composed, and then at himself, drenched in sweat from the intense concentration the battle had demanded of him. The difference between the two was clear. A distance wider than the deepest canyon in the Pokémon world. Whether in control of his Pokémon, brute strength, or the way he had trained them, Cain had been completely outmatched. Not even with his mental communication advantage could he match Giovanni's strategic level. After releasing the tension, Giovanni straightened his shirt and then put on the black jacket lying on the ground. Without saying another word, he left the place. Cain, for his part, was completely exhausted. Maintaining telepathic communication for so long had pushed him to his limit. After resting for a while, he returned to his room. He treated his Pokémon's wounds and collapsed onto the bed, falling sound asleep. In reality, Cain's growth rate was already incredible. The fact that he could stand against Giovanni and not be utterly crushed was already enough to surprise him. 2 days later, Cain got fully dressed, packed everything he needed, and returned to the base laboratory. Blaine was already waiting there, surrounded by several researchers in white lab coats. Cain, dressed entirely in black, stood out among them. They were gathered in a completely white room, impeccably clean. In his hands, Cain held a device shaped like a watch, clearly designed that way on purpose. "Officer Cain, are you ready? Do you have everything you need?" asked Blaine. Cain nodded. This device is shaped like a watch because it needs to constantly absorb the floating spatial energy in the environment. If you stored it in a dimensional storage system, the entire space could collapse. That's why it was designed this way, to make it easier to carry. "And take this too," he added, handing him a bracelet. This is a special space device. Inside it is a complete interdimensional communication system. If you find traces of Mew, all you need to do is activate it. The device will automatically deploy and send us signals so we can detect the location. Blaine continued with the final preparations. If the transport device fails, open that bracelet and we'll be able to bring you back. Don't worry. Also, the watch contains a basic map of that alternate space. If the system works properly, you'll also be able to locate yourself inside and move around more freely. Cain had just received 2 extraordinary objects. Both represented the greatest scientific achievements of the Pokémon world in space research. However, since they were electronic devices, the moment they fell into Cain's hands, the system activated to take full control. As he placed it on his right hand, the system had already begun infiltrating. Even though Blaine sounded very confident, Cain preferred to verify everything himself. Feigning calm in front of him, Cain waited less than a minute while the system scanned everything. The analysis confirmed that the devices did what Blaine had said. But it also detected something else. That watch included a hidden surveillance and listening system. Installed so discreetly that, without the system scan, Cain wouldn't have found it even by disassembling the device. A cold shiver ran through him. I knew it. It couldn't be that simple, Cain thought. Maybe they still didn't fully trust him operating alone. But once inside, that would no longer be under Blaine's control. Having confirmed there was no danger, Cain followed Blaine to a small room made of special glass. In front of everyone, he activated the watch. In a blink, he vanished completely. Monitor his status. Even though it's a transport device, traveling that distance isn't something done in a few minutes, ordered Blaine. Yes, responded one of the technicians, running to a special device to check Cain's status. Mr. Blaine, there's no image from the device, no sound is being registered. We can't even track the location, he reported loudly. Blaine narrowed his eyes. Despite all the precautions, we underestimated Cain. Now we can only wait. What an unpleasant feeling, Blaine muttered. Not for a second did he believe the device had failed. In that, he had complete confidence. And since Cain had just vanished, and the destination wasn't that far, they should have already received data. So there was only one possibility. Cain had deliberately blocked the transmission functions. Maybe using psychic powers? A very useful ability. I wonder if an ordinary human could ever obtain it someday. Blaine reflected. Back to work. We can't rely on luck. Genetic fusion is still our priority, Blaine concluded. With that, Blaine left with his team. The moment the device activated, Cain felt like he was entering a strange tunnel. Very similar to the effects of Sloking's teleport move. But it wasn't the same. Teleport was faster and came with Sloking's psychic protection, so he had never felt anything. This type of spatial transfer was different. Much slower. It felt like something was dragging him through an unknown channel. He could only use his psychic power to wrap himself and protect himself. While traveling, his psychic energy began to be imbued with a subtle fluctuation of spatial energy. No wonder it requires not just a psychic, but one with high spatial sensitivity. Cain thought as he moved forward. At this moment, while still traveling through space, Cain had completely lost track of time. The 6 characters glowing on his right wrist were also detecting the environment around him. As Pokémon practically born for space, spatial energy was as easy for the unknown to handle as drinking water. But little by little, Cain noticed that his psychic power was beginning to deplete and regenerate with decreasing efficiency. However, for some reason, he felt that within his body there was an inexhaustible flow of psychic power. Closing his eyes and focusing on it, he discovered that the small sphere of highly concentrated psychic power that Lugia had left in his mind was constantly releasing energy into his body. That sphere had already been providing energy continuously, although at a limited pace due to the body's capacity to withstand it. With the unknown's constant help, Cain had been strengthening his psychic abilities rapidly, but now, for some unknown reason, the sphere had fully activated. The release rate of energy increased tenfold, and yet, his body showed no signs of collapsing. So Cain closed his eyes and focused on absorbing it at full speed. In a short time, the amount of psychic power he had began to increase at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, the 6 unknown, apparently sensing something as well, began channeling the spatial energy from the tunnel into Cain's fragile body while he absorbed the psychic power. 2 types of energy flowing through his body at the same time made Cain feel completely split, the upper part of his body soaked in psychic power, the lower half in spatial energy. At the point where both energies met, small collisions occurred that felt extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, a human body is not designed to contain spatial energy. This uncontrolled energy ran wildly inside him. Thanks to the unknown, he didn't suffer serious damage, but the discomfort was significant. At the same time, the reddish-blue sphere of energy granted by Lugia also began releasing its blue portion, which had previously been kept sealed. This blue energy did not merge with the body or cause chaos. Instead, it moved directly to the point where the psychic power and spatial energy met. Like a catalyst, under the coordination of the blue energy, the 2 incompatible energies began, miraculously, to fuse. Cain, astonished, observed the changes inside his body. Beyond controlling a portion of his psychic power, he no longer had command over his body. This made him feel powerless. His body was being molded by external energies, and he didn't know if that was good or bad. He had no choice but to endure it. After an undetermined amount of time, the reddish-blue sphere in his mind began to shrink rapidly, from the size of a thumb, to a bean, then to a grain of rice, until it disappeared completely. Without that constant supply of psychic power, spatial energy took precedence and eventually filled his entire body. However, mysteriously, it no longer caused harm. Rather, it seemed to move in an orderly manner inside him. The unknown also stopped sending him energy. Cain slowly regained control over his body. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but upon regaining control, he felt his body had become stronger. Both his physical strength and muscle mass seemed to have improved. When the spatial energy began to dissipate, a sensation of pain emerged clearly. Before he could analyze it, a white crack appeared in front of him. The transfer had ended. It was like getting kicked. He was flung out of the spatial channel. He couldn't stay on his feet and fell face first to the ground. Until that moment, he hadn't realized what was happening, but as he exited space, a searing bodily pain pierced his brain. An unbearable pain, as if he were being torn apart from the inside. Lying on the ground, he couldn't even sit up. He lay on his back, twitching and clenching his teeth. The veins on his forehead bulged while sweat poured out uncontrollably. Strangely, this sweat had a foul smell and a blackish hue, as if it were mixed with ink. With his eyes closed, Cain felt his mind clouding. With his last spark of consciousness and bodily control, he barely managed to press a button on a Pokeball on his belt to release a Pokémon. He didn't have time to see which one it was. Once confirmed that the Pokémon had come out, he instantly fainted. The Pokémon that appeared was none other than Tyranitar. It was a random press, but turned out to be a strong Pokémon. Upon appearing and seeing Cain lying on the ground, Tyranitar was alarmed, thinking they had been attacked. But looking around, he saw they were in a vast meadow. Although there were some Pokémon nearby, none seemed aggressive. Worried, he looked at Cain, unsure of what to do. Since he had been summoned, he understood that he had to protect his trainer. After thinking for a bit, he decided not to act rashly and instead sat beside Cain, silently watching over him. After a while, he noticed Cain's posture on the ground didn't seem very comfortable. So, using his ability to control ground-type energy, he summoned small grains of sand from the ground. He created a sand bed that rose from below and carefully lifted Cain's body. He even adjusted his posture so he could sleep more comfortably. But what was the most comfortable sleeping position? According to Tyranitar, it was definitely with the head and feet resting on the ground, hips raised, and body in a squatting position. After all, ever since he was a Larvitar, he had always slept like that. That was without a doubt the most comfortable position. Convinced that he had done the best for his trainer, Tyranitar smiled widely and clapped proudly. However, as he made the sand bed, some unexpected visitors were approaching them. Just as Tyranitar had finished settling down, 3 Pokémon slowly began approaching, as if they had smelled something. Tyranitar noticed them immediately. 3 purple-colored Pokémon, Skuntank. At first, Tyranitar was fairly calm, but his expression instantly turned serious. Tyran. Tyranitar roared at the 3 Skuntank. He warned them not to come closer, or else he would attack. Upon hearing Tyranitar's roar, the 3 Skuntank shuddered. They immediately sensed the powerful, dangerous aura emanating from Tyranitar. This was a truly terrifying Pokémon. That was the thought that appeared in their minds. However, when they saw the unconscious being on the ground, Cain, a creature unknown to them, they felt it was a delicious morsel. The Skuntank didn't want to let such a treat go. They had been born and raised together, and their combat coordination had been key to getting them this far. In the entire area, no Pokémon was unaware that these 3 brothers were practically the rulers of the place. Thanks to their cooperation, even stronger Pokémon avoided messing with them. And as Skuntank, their smell was especially foul. Many strong Pokémon lost the will to fight just by smelling them. After a brief exchange of growls, they made a decision. They weren't backing down. They had used this strategy many times, attack from 3 different directions, confusing the enemy. While one distracted, the other 2 attacked. They thought Tyranitar would be just as easy to handle. Once decided, the 3 Skuntanks scattered into different positions. Tyranitar, standing next to Cain, watched the 3 stinky enemies preparing to attack. Unintentionally, he formed a disdainful smile. When one of the Skuntank gave the order, the 3 charged straight toward Cain. From the beginning, their target was Cain. Facing Tyranitar head-on wasn't a smart idea. But they overlooked something crucial. The opponents they had faced before didn't have the intelligence or strength of Tyranitar. Tyran. Tyranitar shouted with excitement. He clashed his fists against his chest, feeling the overflowing power within him. Tyran. His tail rose and, wrapped in a wave of energy, slammed hard against the ground. Boom! The terrain shook, lifting small stones that spread in waves like ripples. Earthquake! The three skuntanks stumbled, unable to move because of the shockwave. Tyranitar strode in large steps toward one of them. The staggering skuntank saw him coming and shrieked in terror, ordering his companions to attack quickly. The other two were barely able to stand. Wasting no time, they ran toward Cain. Tyranitar paid them no attention. He grabbed the first skuntank by the tail. The difference in strength was overwhelming. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape Tyranitar's grasp. And just like a ball, Tyranitar hurled him straight at the other two skuntank. Shoo! The sound of the throw made it clear how much force he had used. The other two skuntank, as they approached Cain, saw their companion flying toward them at an impossible speed. Boom! Direct hit. All three were sent flying and rolled several meters across the ground before crashing into a massive stone pillar. The skuntank that had been thrown fell unconscious immediately. The other two tried to flee, but noticed everything around them seemed to be pulling backward. They were being dragged back. The sand controlled by Tyranitar had trapped their legs and was dragging them. Their front claws dug into the ground, leaving useless marks. Without mercy, they were dragged until they ended up right in front of Tyranitar. It was then they realized they had crashed into an unbreakable wall. The difference in strength, energy control, and physical ability was simply overwhelming. Tyranitar, looking down from above, struck the ground again with his tail. Tyran. Where his tail hit, a deep mark was left. The two remaining skuntank were paralyzed, trembling on the ground. That expression of terror was one they had only shown as children when facing the true lords of the forest. Tyranitar nodded, satisfied. He had just been getting bored. And now these three fools came looking for trouble. Yes, they smelled bad, but at least it was better than boredom. 3 hours later, Cain, lying face down on the sand, slowly opened his eyes. His whole body ached, even a small movement felt like he was being torn apart. While unconscious, he hadn't felt a thing, but now the wave of pain hit him all at once. He nearly fainted again. He caught his breath the best he could. At last, he could feel fresh air. He opened his eyes to take in the scene in front of him. And then he saw the enormous Tyranitar, sitting in front of 3 skuntank, each with minor injuries. With each roar from Tyranitar, the 3 Pokémon changed position, sitting, lying down, standing upright, belly up. Cain had never seen those skuntank before. But that Tyranitar, he recognized instantly. It was his Tyranitar. So he was the one Cain had released before fainting. Seeing this, Cain relaxed a little. He was safe. Then he noticed something strange. Why is my posture so weird? Only then did he realize he was lying face down on soft sand, which was comfortable. But why was his face against the ground and his butt in the air? 3 seconds of disconnection. Cain finally realized that the position he was in had been arranged by his Tyranitar. Because when he was a little larvitar, he liked to sleep in that posture. Probably because it was more comfortable for him to sleep that way. A few black lines appeared on Cain's forehead. And seeing his Tyranitar still entertained playing with the 3 skuntank not far away, Cain didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Luckily, Tyranitar was quite sensitive to changes in the sand bed he had created. Instinctively, he turned his head and noticed that Cain had opened his eyes. He got excited instantly and stood up abruptly. The 3 skuntank flattened themselves against the ground, not daring to move. Tyranitar took 3 long strides and arrived next to Cain. "Lift me, please," said Cain with difficulty. Even moving his lips slightly caused intense pain. He didn't use telepathy because he noticed his psychic power seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. He couldn't use it at the moment. With no other option, he had to resort to the most basic form of communication. Tyranitar had to get very close to hear that barely audible voice. He showed a doubtful expression. Wasn't that position comfortable? Seeing his expression, Cain felt his face turning black. If he didn't already have one cheek against the ground, his whole face would have been black as coal. Fortunately, Tyranitar obeyed. But when Tyranitar moved Cain's body, Cain felt a tearing pain once again. When Tyranitar transformed his sand bed into a majestic chair and placed Cain in a sitting position, Cain's face was completely pale, with not a trace of color in his lips. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. Although the black sweat he had expelled earlier had already dried, his appearance was still quite disastrous. He also gave off an unpleasant odor. Luckily, he was already used to it. And even if he wanted to clean himself, his body was in no condition. Once seated, he could at least breathe a bit more normally. He asked the system to scan the condition of his body. The result: gravely injured. Many tissues, muscles, and blood vessels had suffered varying degrees of damage. The only good thing was that his vital organs weren't too affected, so his life wasn't in danger. With that result, Cain was able to breathe a sigh of relief. He trusted that, with time, his body could recover on its own. However, staying in that place wasn't safe. He didn't know the environment either. Where did Tyranitar stand in comparison to the wild Pokémon in the area? But the important thing was that he had woken up. That already made everything easier. After a short rest, Cain regained the ability to speak. Although his facial muscles still hurt, at least it no longer felt like tearing with each word. He asked Tyranitar to hand him the Pokeballs hanging from his waist. And he summoned his Pokémon. Normally, Cain only carried 6 Pokémon with him. The rest were stored in a special device. The ones that appeared were Slowking, Florges, Blaziken, Aggron, Swampert, and the first one he had summoned, Tyranitar. Slowking and Florges ensured basic safety. Slowking was one of his strongest Pokémon, and the move Teleport allowed him to decide whether to fight or flee. Florges also offered battle security, but her healing power served as vital support. Meanwhile, Blaziken, Tyranitar, Aggron, and Swampert were the Pokémon Cain most wanted to train in this space. If the opportunity arose, he'd see what could be done. According to the system scan, although he couldn't use his psychic powers and his body was heavily injured, both his psychic abilities and physical constitution would improve significantly after recovery. In short, he had gained quite a bit. Only, the recovery process was slow. Cain tried to have Florges heal him, but it had little effect. The conclusion was clear: the injuries were caused by spatial energy, and normal healing methods didn't work. Only his body could heal itself. But once recovered, his sensitivity to space could increase drastically. Physical recovery would also be a process of understanding spatial energy. The only worrying thing was that his psychic powers were completely sealed. He couldn't activate them, nor even feel them. Luckily, with all his Pokémon by his side, basic safety was covered. When the Pokémon appeared, they were concerned about his condition. 3 more hours passed. It was already getting dark and Cain could speak almost normally. The 3 Skuntank that Tyranitar had subdued had now become his subordinates, or rather, his toys. Seeing that Cain had so many strong Pokémon, they understood that they hadn't stumbled upon a rock, but a steel wall. Cain sat on the sand chair made by Tyranitar, and was then lifted with the help of Slowking's psychic powers. The 3 Skuntank now served as draft beasts. Florges used plant whips to tie them to the sand chair. Thus, they pulled Cain and his Pokémon, slowly venturing into the forest. Being the local bosses, they knew the area well, so Cain decided not to harm them. They could be useful. At least for transportation, they were fine. Under Tyranitar's authority, the Skuntank didn't dare rebel. They obeyed without resistance, guiding the group toward a more habitable area. At the very least, they needed a water source. Once they thoroughly investigated the surroundings, they could start exploring the space. As for his recovery, it would take time, but there was no rush. The area seemed relatively safe for now. With 2 elite-level Pokémon and 4 quasi-elite-level ones, Cain had a team that, in any wild environment, would be considered top-tier. The cautious approach was only to avoid unnecessary risks. Very soon, they arrived at a small pond. It was really small, about 15 square meters, with signs of wild Pokémon life around. According to the Skuntank, there weren't particularly strong Pokémon in that area. They had been the dominant ones until Cain's arrival. Tyranitar could easily handle all of them. So they settled there. Cain couldn't use his psychic powers, so he couldn't communicate with the unknown. Therefore, he also couldn't open an alternate space. Fortunately, he had stored specialized camping equipment in his storage team, precisely in case he couldn't create an alternate space. Although he originally thought it was due to the influence of the spatial environment, he now realized it was because of his own body. Another problem was that, since he couldn't move well, his Pokémon could only eat pre-prepared food. No fresh food for now. Cain, on his part, could barely ingest liquid foods with Florge's help. His body's recovery was going very slowly, and he didn't know how long it would take to fully heal. At one free moment, he scanned the 3 Skuntank. It was no surprise that these 3 Skuntank dominated this area. The fact that they were a trio already gave them an edge, but on top of that, their level was quite high. Each of them was at level 53, which placed them at the quasi-elite level. Such a group was already quite rare among wild Pokémon, though it wasn't clear how many such Pokémon existed in this space. Thanks to the device given to him by Dr. Blaine, he was able to confirm that he was in a rather peripheral area of this space. And by adding the path he had already traveled, he could roughly estimate the total size of the space. It was huge, at least comparable in size to the space where Celebi resided. But the terrain here was much more complex than Celebi's. While that one consisted almost entirely of ancient forests, here there were all kinds of terrains. The point from which he had been transported was a meadow, but now he was in a forest. During the day, Cain observed the immediate surroundings and compared them with the map. In the center of the space, there was a great mountain. They could even see it from where they were. It was an active volcano, although it wasn't known where the lava came from. The mountain seemed very tall, as its lower part was completely covered in snow. Cain estimated that the mountain was about as tall as Mt. Chimney in the Hoenn region. With his location confirmed and having a sense of the wild Pokémon levels in the area, Cain could relax a little. With the help of Slowking and Florges, he cleaned off the black sweat that still remained on his body. Even when rinsed with water, those black residues continued to emit a horrible smell. Apparently, his Pokémon were already used to everything. Not even the smell fazed them. After changing into clean clothes, the pain almost made Cain pass out again. Once everything was in order, he was finally able to rest properly. Luckily, he had the sand chair created by Tyranitar, since anywhere else, his body wouldn't have been able to bear the pain. Night fell. Exhausted, Cain fell asleep immediately. His Pokémon snuggled close to him, while the 3 Skuntank proudly took on the role of guards. Sometimes, you shouldn't underestimate wild Pokémon. Ever since Tyranitar dominated them, those 3 Skuntank became incredibly useful. And they were very responsible during the night. That's how noble wild Pokémon can be. The night passed quickly. Day came. Cain woke up and noticed that, except for his mouth, he could now move the muscles in his face. He moved his face cautiously and, except for some pain, had no major issues. Still, he couldn't eat anything that required chewing or swallowing. Only liquid food. "Let's go, we can investigate the area a bit today," said Cain. Now he could speak normally, though that was his limit for the moment. Today's goal was simple: explore a 20-kilometer radius from the small pond, identifying the distribution and level of Pokémon in that area. The 3 Skuntank pulled the sand cart, while the rest of his Pokémon accompanied him. But think about it. How many wild Pokémon would dare approach when seeing a 3.2-meter Tyranitar and a 3-meter Aggron? Of course, there are always a few brave ones. After all, to wild Pokémon, Cain looked like a walking treat. And if they walked carelessly, it was possible they would step into someone else's territory, provoking the local Pokémon. Even the gentlest Pokémon defends itself when cornered. They first headed toward the central volcano. According to the logic of this space, the closer to the volcano, the stronger the wild Pokémon would be. And the farther away, the weaker they'd be. Though it wasn't known where the volcano's lava came from, it was certain that the area around it had a high concentration of fire-type energy. And if an area is rich in one type of energy, it's usually rich in other aspects as well, so long as the environment isn't extremely hostile. During the first 5 kilometers, they didn't encounter especially strong Pokémon or large groups. But after passing 5 kilometers, the frequency of encounters increased, as did the level and size of the groups. Probably due to the high concentration of energy in this space, the Pokémon levels were generally quite high. At the 10-kilometer mark, individual quasi-elite level Pokémon began appearing in the groups and attacked Cain's team. But none were able to overcome Aggron and Tyranitar's defense. Upon reaching the 20 kilometers, Pokémon started appearing that caught the attention of these two giants. When they were about to reach the 20-kilometer mark, they entered a Slakoth forest. The enormous, old tree branches were full of hanging Slakoth, all looking sleepy and disinterested. Cain's group didn't attract much attention. They thought they'd soon pass through the forest and could explore in another direction. But they forgot something. Slakoth evolve into a very energetic type of Pokémon, Vigoroth. And the Vigoroth weren't going to ignore the intrusion of Cain and his Pokémon. What surprised Cain was that the leader of this Slakoth tribe wasn't a Slaking, but a Vigoroth. And not just any Vigoroth, one at a very high level. Probably, this Vigoroth was smart enough to know that evolving into Slaking would greatly increase its strength, but its ability would limit it too much. So it preferred not to evolve, sacrificing the extra power of Slaking in exchange for retaining full combat freedom. Appearing before Cain was a group of Vigoroth accompanied by a group of Slaking. Leading them at the front was that Vigoroth. Even at a glance, it was clear that his physical condition was outstanding. Perhaps it was due to his nearly infinite energy, combined with a clear purpose in how he channeled it, that had allowed him to train his body to an incredible degree. Beneath the white fur covering him, it was impossible to hide his well-defined and toned muscles. That Vigoroth was incredibly strong. The moment Tyranitar and the others saw him, their demeanor changed. They looked excited, as if they recognized a worthy opponent. Pokémon, Vigoroth Blue. Gender, male. Level, 61. Type, normal. Ability, Vital Spirit. Held item, none. Egg moves, Crush Claw, Hammer Arm, Night Slash, Tickle. Basic moves, Reversal, Scratch, Focus Energy, Encore, Uproar, Fury Swipes, Endure, Slash, Chip Away, Counter, Focus Punch. Learned moves, Low Kick, After You, Thunder Punch, Gunk Shot, Ice Punch, Water Pulse, Icy Wind, Fire Punch, Shockwave, Snore. TM moves, none. This Vigoroth had intentionally suppressed its evolution and had reached level 61. That level of self-control and perseverance was, according to Cain, the most extreme he had ever seen in a Pokémon. It's worth noting that this Vigoroth wasn't carrying an Everstone. That meant that every time he leveled up, he had to consciously and consistently fight the evolutionary impulse. Not all Pokémon could do something like that. Rejecting evolution was like forcibly holding back a climax, an intense need that had to be brutally restrained. Once or twice, it might be doable, like Ash's Bulbasaur once did. But this Vigoroth was at level 61, which meant he had suppressed that impulse dozens of times. That required monumental willpower. Training his body while restraining evolution, this Pokémon was an absolute rarity among the wild. It was no wonder he had become the leader of the Slakoth group. So much training and repression had molded his body to the point of looking even more robust than the Slaking surrounding him. With the Vital Spirit ability and his constitution, he was practically a perpetual motion machine. Cain had considered raising a Slakoth before, since its final evolution, Slaking, had a base stat total of 670. To put that in context, Tyranitar, considered a pseudo-legendary, has 600 base stats. All pseudo-legendaries capped there. But Slaking even surpassed that, with 70 more points, matching or even exceeding some legendaries in that regard. Of course, legendaries aren't judged by stats alone, but this showed just how special Slaking was. The problem was its ability, Truant, which prevents it from attacking continuously, forcing it to rest after every move, as if it were on paid leave. If that ability could be neutralized, Slaking would be even more fearsome than a pseudo-legendary. Maybe that's why this Vigoroth had chosen not to evolve. He preferred to remain in his current form, with all his combat potential available, to protect his pack at all times. Thanks to that, the Slakoth could live in peace in that forest. Cain looked at the serious-faced Vigoroth and felt a deep interest. Tyranitar, do you want to face him? He asked with a smile. Although he couldn't do much more than speak, Cain could still give battle orders. Of course, this Vigoroth was level 61, an elite level, while Tyranitar was level 58. Only a 3-level difference, but it represented a huge threshold. Even so, Tyranitar didn't show a trace of fear. Upon hearing his name, he stepped forward. Tyron, he roared with determination at the Vigoroth. Agron, seeing this, felt disappointed. Such a strong rival, he wanted to fight too. Cain, noticing his expression, smiled. And it wasn't just Agron, Blaziken, and Swampert also looked restless. Don't worry, he told them. We'll be here for a while. Everyone will get their turn. But don't chicken out when the time comes, okay? The 3 Pokémon immediately perked up. If there was a battle, there was no fear. Never. Tyranitar's roar was clearly a provocation to Vigoroth. A Slaking wanted to intervene and step forward, but Vigoroth stopped him with one hand. His years of experience told him that the big guy in front of them was dangerous. The rest of the group was strong too. For a Vigoroth to stop a Slaking was extremely rare, but that was his authority. That Slaking, level 59, was at the peak of the quasi-elite level, but even so, obeyed without complaint. Cain's interest deepened. This group was fascinating. In that case, Tyranitar, let's strike first, Cain ordered. Tyron, his partner, nodded. Rock Polish. Upon receiving the command, Tyranitar seemed to shine. His green armor emitted a faint glow, as if it had sharpened and hardened even more. The move Rock Polish increased speed. Now show him your power. Stone Edge. With preparations complete, the battle had begun. Stone Edge. Tyranitar's tail instinctively lashed against the ground. Fist-sized rock fragments burst out in all directions, floating in the air. Under the control of rock-type energy, these stones immediately became razor-sharp. Each rock followed a distinct trajectory and curvature, shooting at full speed toward Vigoroth. Yuck! Vigoroth roared. The members of his species around him took a few steps back. His muscles, already overly developed, swelled even more. With an explosive push from his legs, he didn't stand still to defend against the attack. Instead, he launched himself straight into the oncoming stones. With clenched fists, 2 flares ignited over his knuckles, and without hesitation, he punched the rocks. Boom! His fist struck one of the stones, instantly pulverizing it. But the move Stone Edge doesn't consist of just one stone. By leaping into the air, Vigoroth lost any support for movement. He became an easy target. However, he gave Tyranitar a lesson in what technique means in battle. Certainly, he couldn't dodge in midair, but he didn't need to. Every joint and part of his body became both weapon and shield. Fists, feet, knees, elbows. Every part was used. The stones from Stone Edge struck those points, or rather, Vigoroth made sure they clashed exactly there. Boom! Boom! Blow after blow landed. But not a single rock managed to hit his body directly. Blaziken, watching Vigoroth's movements, let an unexplainable spark flash in his eyes. Yes! This is the combat style he longed for. Training every part of the body as a weapon. The best defense is offense. Seeing those movements, Cain couldn't help but show an expression of awe. Once again, Vigoroth amazed him. Tyranitar, keep going. Cain shouted. Cain wanted to see how far Vigoroth could go. Even if Cain hadn't said anything, Tyranitar already had the same idea. Cain's order simply resonated with what he already wanted to do. That's what's called the bond between trainer and Pokémon. Both could predict the other's next move. Bang! Tyranitar stomped hard on the ground, causing more rock fragments to appear around him. The number of stones increased drastically, shooting non-stop toward Vigoroth, who was still in the air. Vigoroth had been in the air so long not because he had great floating ability, but because Tyranitar's attacks gave him no chance to land. Otherwise, the unpredictable angles of the Stone Edge move would have hit him. But Vigoroth had his own method. Using the moving rocks, he propelled himself from one to another, staying in the air without losing balance. Each rock traced a different arc in the air, all controlled by Tyranitar. From the outside, it looked like there was an invisible enemy in the sky, and Tyranitar's stones were like surface-to-air missiles launched in fury. But they failed to break his defense. Vigoroth looked like he was dancing. As Tyranitar added more stones, he moved faster. Boom, 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 boom. The strikes didn't stop. This Vigoroth didn't just have a powerful body, he knew every part of himself to perfection. He used every last muscle in combat. Cain watched, silently deep in thought. Blaziken, standing behind Cain, had his eyes locked on Vigoroth. His body began moving on its own. He was imitating some of Vigoroth's moves and techniques. But Vigoroth couldn't stay on the defensive forever. After adapting to Tyranitar's attack rhythm, he seized a small opening. His body twisted into an incredibly strange posture and shot through several rocks, heading straight for Tyranitar. His arm coiled. Despite the prolonged stone-edge bombardment, his fist only showed a bit of torn skin. That was an iron fist. His arm and fist began to be enveloped in energy. With the strength gained from momentum, he hurled it without hesitation toward Tyranitar. Hammer arm. Vigoroth had figured out Tyranitar's type after enduring so many attacks. A flash gleamed in Cain's eyes. This Vigoroth was too clever. Tyranitar, use Brick Break, Cain ordered. Tyranitar looked at the oncoming Vigoroth without the slightest hint of fear. He raised his arm, enveloped in the same energy as his opponent's. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. It was a direct clash of fist against fist, with no barriers in between. Tyranitar withstood Vigoroth's hammer arm, but the ground beneath his feet collapsed completely. The downward force of Vigoroth's strike was so strong it shattered the terrain around Tyranitar. However, after the clash with Brick Break, Vigoroth was sent flying. He retreated faster than he had advanced. His balance remained excellent. He flipped in the air before landing, though he couldn't stabilize completely. He staggered back several more steps before finally standing firm. His face showed deep astonishment. It was the first time he encountered a Pokémon that completely surpassed him in strength. Even though the big guy in front of him already looked strong, this was too much. And to think he had trained his strength so hard. Among his entire tribe, not even the fully evolved Slaking were stronger than him. And yet, in that direct clash with Tyranitar, he realized his strength wasn't enough. Although the hammer arm had struck and even shattered the ground, the clash was more about raw power than damage, and Tyranitar didn't suffer much. Instead, after taking that attack, Tyranitar used Brick Break to counter and launch him into the air. He was thrown a great distance, and upon landing, he couldn't even stand firm. After this fight, Vigoroth realized, although Tyranitar was extremely powerful, his level clearly hadn't yet reached the same as his. That was what surprised him the most. Of course, he wasn't the only one surprised. Tyranitar too. Tyranitar, still standing in the crater, furrowed his brow and kept shaking his right hand. It had gone numb. He had more strength than Blaziken, Tyranitar thought. Vigoroth's arm also trembled slightly. Both Pokémon had overwhelming strength. This first clash ended in a draw. Cain was well aware of his Tyranitar's strength. Although its current level was only around 58, when taking into account all its advantages and conditions, even an elite-level Pokémon wouldn't necessarily be its match. Undoubtedly, there's a barrier between quasi-elite level and elite level. But the accumulated advantages of his Tyranitar were such that this barrier was not impossible to overcome. Of course, this was considering only its base strength, without taking Mega Evolution into account. Even so, this Vigoroth was able to fight his Tyranitar on equal footing. In fact, his Tyranitar was slightly at a disadvantage. The surprising part was precisely that it was a Vigoroth, and not a Slaking. Had it been an elite-level Slaking, Cain wouldn't have been surprised. That would have been perfectly normal. Facing this Vigoroth, Cain admitted he was tempted. Even though he had already reached the elite level, and this Vigoroth only had a blue aptitude, Cain still found himself interested. As he had said before, when capturing a Pokémon, the first thing most people look at is its aptitude, since that determines how many resources, time, and effort will be needed to bring it to a certain level of power. But aptitude isn't everything. There is a situation where this ceases to be a determining factor, when the Pokémon in question has special traits. For example, a rare and unique ability, a special combination of moves, or exceptional tenacity. Each trainer has their own priorities. According to Cain's current standards, he normally wouldn't consider capturing a Pokémon that had already reached a certain level or had an aptitude below Dark Blue. But this Vigoroth had managed to catch his attention. It still held some developmental potential. It could still evolve once more. And most importantly, it possessed extraordinary willpower. Cain was deeply curious to know what kind of slaking this Vigoroth would become after evolving. Do you know why Norman, the Petalburg City gym leader, caught the attention of figures like Juan and other league leaders, to the point where Juan even asked him if he wanted to become one of Hoenn's Elite Four? Undoubtedly, Norman was very strong. But his greatest feat, and what made him famous, was owning a slaking that wasn't affected by the truant ability for a considerable amount of time. Without resorting to moves like Skill Swap to neutralize the effect of truant, it was a slaking with the truant ability, but one that had managed to overcome the disadvantages it came with on its own. A slaking that wasn't lazy. A Pokémon as rare and powerful as a pseudo-legendary, perhaps even rarer. That was Norman's trump card, and only a few within the league knew about it. That's why they had such high expectations for Norman. Juan even considered, at one point, naming him as his successor for the position of champion. Although he still had a long way to go, in the future it wasn't impossible. But Norman valued strength over power, so he declined Juan's offer. That shows that as long as you have enough strength, you'll be respected in this world no matter where you are. How Norman managed to raise that slaking, Cain didn't know. But seeing the Vigoroth in front of him at that moment, ideas were already forming. Just like Norman's slaking, maybe it couldn't become a staple in battles, but it could certainly be a trump card for bursts of power. An unexpected ace. A real bomb others would fear. The question was whether Cain's plan would work. If it didn't, it would be a waste of a Vigoroth with such tenacity. But since it wasn't a Pokémon he had raised himself, Cain thought it was worth trying. Besides, even if he didn't use it for that purpose, Vigoroth's technical mastery was such that it could serve as a teacher to his other Pokémon, sharing its knowledge on strength control, body usage, and physical perception. Hadn't it been clear how the Blaziken behind Cain, after the previous battle, had a thoughtful look in its eyes? Both Blaziken and Tyranitar, Aggron, and even Swampert still hadn't fully mastered their own bodies. Perhaps Blaziken made the best use of his body, but compared to this Vigoroth, he still had a long way to go. So even if the attempt failed, having this Vigoroth teach the others his techniques would already be a huge gain. The improvement in strength and control would be no small feat. And Cain also had Bagon and Riolu, who would heavily depend on their physicality in the future. Undoubtedly, the benefits outweighed the risks. However, it still wasn't the right time to capture it. A Pokémon with such a strong will wouldn't be easy to catch. Forcing it through battle was impossible. A good plan would be necessary. But this fight had to end today. At the very least, he needed to show his opponent his true strength. Tyranitar, stop holding back your ability. Let the sandstorm break loose, Cain ordered. Upon hearing this, Tyranitar smiled broadly. Since it evolved, this was the first time it could fully unleash its advantage in battle. When Tyranitar released its control, large amounts of sand began to rise out of nowhere in the field, as if the wind were dragging them along. The sand's density increased rapidly, and in an instant, it became a sandstorm. Under its control, the area where Cain stood became a vacuum zone, while the rest of the forest was engulfed by the storm. The Vigoroth and its clan on the other side were also within that circle. Dragon Dance, Cain ordered again. With the weather completely under control, the sky turned yellow with sand. Visibility dropped instantly. Only Tyranitar at the center could clearly perceive the situation within the storm. Its body swayed in place, its tail sweeping left and right like a broom, and as the storm intensified, its body slowly lifted off the ground. Not by much, but it was suspended. It was performing a dance with a peculiar rhythm. Tyranitar's attack power increased even more. The Vigoroth, already partially adapted to the storm, didn't hesitate. It charged toward the center, heading straight for Tyranitar. With the current state of the storm, if Tyranitar were allowed to continue, Their entire territory would soon be buried in sand. Other Vigoroth and Slaking had already escorted the Slacketh and other tribe members out of the storm's reach. They could withstand the assault, but the Slacketh couldn't. In just a few seconds, nearly half of the Slacketh had lost the ability to fight. Even some lower-level Vigoroth had fallen as well. And this was with Tyranitar no longer controlling the storm. Just its initial activation made the storm terrifying for lower-level Pokémon. Even more so considering that Tyranitar had accelerated the formation of the storm at the beginning. The ability Sandstream was, without a doubt, a lethal weapon in the hands of someone who knew how to use it. A Pokémon without sufficient level wouldn't just fail to resist, it wouldn't even be able to stay on its feet within the storm. Vigoroth was growing anxious. If it didn't stop Tyranitar soon, its territory really would be in danger. The storm was already altering the environment. Tyranitar let out a deafening roar, its face brimming with excitement as it lunged at the Vigoroth. Here, in the sandstorm weather, this was its domain. The title Tyrant of the Sandstorm wasn't something Cain used lightly. Tyranitar released control over the sand. The yellow sand mercilessly pelted both itself and Vigoroth. With the help of the sand, it could even boost its power. But Vigoroth was really struggling, having to endure the feeling of being lashed by sand harder than stone. The approaching Vigoroth came with fists wrapped in intense flames. With no intention of dodging, it had locked onto Tyranitar as its target. Tyranitar's fists also ignited, flames bursting with a boom from both hands. Boom! Boom! All four fists collided head-on. This time, Tyranitar gained a slight advantage. After all, the change in terrain favored it, and the momentum from Dragon Dance was tremendous. When Vigoroth was thrown back, Tyranitar didn't wait for a counterattack. It strode forward in large steps. "Brick break," Cain ordered. Tyranitar delivered a one-handed strike just as Vigoroth landed, still unable to react. It had no choice but to cross its arms in front and directly withstand the brick break attack. Boom! The attack came down hard, like a hand smashing a watermelon. But Vigoroth endured it, though its legs were completely buckled and its face flushed red. At the moment it held back the attack, its claws began to glow, two hands, for sharp claws, spinning and slashing directly at Tyranitar's chest. SSSHH. For fine slash marks appeared on Tyranitar's chest. Seeing the minimal damage his full-strength attack had caused, Vigoroth was dumbfounded. Such strong defense. What Vigoroth didn't know is that if someone asked which part of Tyranitar's body was the most resistant, Cain would answer without hesitation, that gray area on its chest and abdomen. That was Tyranitar's highest defense point. The 4 wounds caused some pain, but didn't affect its combat capability. With its left fist clenched, Tyranitar delivered another blow. Boom! Vigoroth, still in shock, was launched straight into the air. "Now, Tyranitar, use Rock Slide and Precipice Blades," Cain shouted at the exact moment. Upon hearing the command, Tyranitar instantly understood. Tyran. With a roar, several massive rocks suddenly appeared in the air, anticipating Vigoroth's flight path. This time there was nothing he could rely on. He had become a target in the air. Vigoroth, with a serious face, looked at the descending rocks. He couldn't dodge, so he could only endure. With all his strength, he struck the rocks with his fists, smashing them one by one. But this only increased his falling speed. The rock slide move was just a distraction. The real attack came afterward. Ban. Tyranitar's gray abdomen suddenly glowed with red and yellow light. A clearly visible Omega symbol appeared on its body. Even its presence showed a significant change. Immediately after, from the ground where Vigoroth was falling, a sharp-pointed stone pillar shot upward. And it wasn't just sharp, it glowed with a deep red hue and emitted considerable heat. Boom! Without giving him a chance to react, Vigoroth, falling from above, was struck simultaneously by the descending rocks and the rising precipice blades from the ground, two converging forces enhancing each other. This combo not only boosted Rockslide's power, but also allowed precipice blades to strike from above and below, maximizing offensive output. After taking this brutal combo head-on, Vigoroth crashed to the ground and convulsed for quite a while, unable to get up. Tyron. Seeing Vigoroth's condition, Tyranitar spread its arms and roared at the sky. Picture it like Godzilla. This battle had truly been a clash between opponents of equal strength and capability. But in the end, Vigoroth was still Vigoroth and had certain innate flaws. If he had evolved into Slaking, perhaps the one defeated today would have been Tyranitar. But today, the one defeated was Vigoroth. Cain had invested many resources into Tyranitar, from the fragment of Groudon's armor to a piece of Groudon's soul, energy stones gifted by its species, the assistance of many Tyranitar, and the continuous supply of diamonds. Having this level of power was expected. That amount of investment couldn't even be measured in money. There are things money simply can't buy. With a quasi-black aptitude, facing a Vigoroth of blue aptitude, even if elite level, it was only logical for Tyranitar to win. Only, this Vigoroth was special, and from the beginning was able to match Tyranitar. After a while of convulsing, Vigoroth barely managed to stand up. During that time, Tyranitar did not attack again. In fact, at Cain's signal, the sandstorm ceased. The ground had accumulated a thick layer of yellow sand. Under Tyranitar's control, the sand gradually merged into the earth, disappearing completely. Vigoroth watched the scene without launching another attack. Cain gave him one last glance and turned around with his Pokémon to leave. The goal today was to explore the area, not fight. Also, if he wanted to capture this Vigoroth, he'd have to play the long game. Forcing it wouldn't work. Vigoroth didn't move, simply watching Cain's back as he walked away. Something unknown was shining in his eyes. Cain smiled slightly to the side. This Vigoroth, he had already decided. And the three Skuntank gently dragging Cain forward now didn't even dare to breathe. Turned out the giant they had provoked had such overwhelming power. And he didn't even seem like the strongest Pokémon beside that mysterious being. That pink Pokémon with the strange hat, who radiated a noble aura without even trying. And that one who looked like a pure white flower, equally elegant and dignified. Those two Pokémon looked even more terrifying. The big green one, in the presence of those two, behaved like a younger sibling before elder siblings, full of respect. Though slightly surprised by his power, they looked at him more with approval. That was the kind of expression only seniors gave. The three Skuntank were now very nervous. But they had lived long enough to read the atmosphere. The being seated in the middle, in a chair, appearing fragile and with limited mobility. That was clearly the core of these Pokémon. All of them, whether consciously or not, protected him. And those Pokémon that seemed so incredibly powerful, they all obeyed this being. So, if they could please him, they'd be safe. This was like how those who survive on the margins of society know they must appease the powerful to continue living. After finishing the battle against Vigoroth, Cain noticed that Tyranitar's level had increased by 1, reaching level 59. It was just one step away from the elite level. Since its evolution, Tyranitar had been leveling up at a blazing pace. Cain also planned for it to break that barrier and reach the elite level before returning. After that, he continued exploring some directions he hadn't investigated yet. The appearance of that Vigoroth had confirmed one thing for him. In the larger wild Pokémon groups in this area, there had to be some at elite level. Before nightfall, Cain returned with his Pokémon to the small pond where they had settled. He had almost finished investigating the surroundings. Aside from a few groups too weak to be worth his attention, there were 3 tribes that required a bit more attention from Cain. Without exception, all of these tribes housed at least one elite-level Pokémon. The one located farthest north, near the volcano, was the Slaking tribe, which Cain found particularly interesting. To the southwest, about 15 kilometers from the pond, there was a group of Executor. The leader of that tribe had reached level 61, already a sort of sovereign in the surrounding forests. The forest where the Executor lived was infused with a very dense grass-type energy. In such an environment, it was possible for leaf stones to form, especially since the area was relatively safe to live in. That's why the number of Executor in that tribe was also quite considerable. During that expedition, the one in charge of fighting was Blaziken. Facing grass-type Pokémon, it demonstrated impressive combat power. Furthermore, being level 55, Blaziken found no opponent capable of stopping it, except for the Executor Chief. Even against that leader, Blaziken managed to hold his ground thanks to his speed, without needing to confront it directly. He felt no fear in front of it. With his current level and strength, if he could Mega Evolve, he'd be capable of facing it head-on. But due to Cain's current physical limitations, he couldn't assist with Mega Evolution. Therefore, Blaziken decided to leave that Executor Chief for another time, when he had enough strength to return and face it. Just as Tyranitar had managed to defeat the elite-level Vigoroth, Blaziken also wanted to defeat an Executor of that level. He believed it would give him more confidence when the time came to break through his own limit. After defeating so many Executor, Blaziken also leveled up, reaching level 57. The last tribe Cain considered relevant was southeast of the pond, a group of Combi. Cain wasn't sure whether this group had an elite-level leader, because, seeing that it was Combi territory, he didn't even bother to approach with his Pokémon. There was no point. The group was large. Even though the Combi on the outskirts weren't very strong, if he ventured into their territory, the number of nuisances would be considerable. Not approaching didn't mean he was afraid of them. In fact, Cain had other plans and uses in mind for that group of Combi. Once he had completed the full exploration of the area, Cain had a fairly solid understanding of the zone. He had a clear picture in his mind. Upon returning to the camp, he couldn't do anything but sit still in his sand chair. He was completely unable to move. But with a clear grasp of the environment, he released all of his Pokémon, including Riolu, who had only recently hatched. Upon coming out, Riolu tried to leap onto Cain, but thankfully he was stopped by Slowking. Slowking took it upon himself to inform the other Pokémon of Cain's current condition, asking them to act carefully when interacting with him. Upon learning the situation, each one showed different expressions, but worry and affection prevailed. Some even wanted to show anger, but since Cain's injury hadn't been caused by another Pokémon or a human, there was no one to direct their rage toward. Finally, after Cain's reassuring words, they all accepted his current state. Fortunately, after just one day, the muscles and organs in his head were almost fully recovered. He could speak without any issues. He could even chew soft foods and eat easily digestible things without difficulty. During dinner, all the Pokémon behaved especially well. Originally, Florges was the one responsible for feeding him, but this time it was Curlia who took charge. As she put it, "Daddy is hurt. His daughter should be the one to take care of him." And so, there she was, floating beside Cain, a bowl in her hands, using her psychic powers to control a spoon and feed him bite by bite. Cain couldn't help but sigh with a smile. That extra daughter that had popped into his life seemed to have grown up. Like a proud father, he felt satisfied. Riolu, small and thin, curled up on the armrest of the sand chair, sticking out his little tongue to gently lick the back of Cain's hand, as if that would help him recover faster. Riolu had just been born and shouldn't be kept in the Pokeball for long. Since the environment was under control, Cain decided to let him stay out, thinking his presence might bring some good luck. Carbink, who had once been just a piece of mineral, had now completely transformed into a small pink Carbink. Although it had no actual gender, it now seemed like a little girl. It remained silent, digesting the rock-type energy it had absorbed from the Tyranitar territory, accelerating its mutation process. Now, in some mysterious way, Carbink had a vague feeling that once the mutation was complete, something extraordinary would happen. Bagon, after briefly comforting Cain, went off to train alone. The fact that a Pokémon so obsessed with training took time to console him showed how much Cain meant to him. But Cain noticed his impatience, so he let him go train on his own. At the pond, Horsia, Politoed, and Swampert were now the uncontested rulers. The wild water-type Pokémon didn't even dare approach. They could only hide in the corners, completely intimidated by these three thugs. Honchkrow, Weevil, and Drapion, after confirming Cain's condition, headed into the forest to train. Their training usually made quite a bit of noise, which could interfere with Cain's recovery. Besides, they were the only ones from the first elite group who had not yet reached the intermediate elite level, and that weighed on them. Being away also allowed them to face strong wild Pokémon, which was part of their training. Cain trusted them completely. Even if they ventured into the territories of the three great tribes, they knew how to take care of themselves. As long as that spark of motivation and desire to improve burned in them, Cain had no reason to hold them back. Cain's body had not yet recovered. He didn't even have the basic ability to move. So venturing into other unknown areas would be dangerous. Since he had already investigated nearly everything within a 20-kilometer radius, and there was no rush, it was better to take things slowly and advance little by little. After all, even within the Pokémon world, this moment was meant for Cain and his Pokémon to deepen and assimilate their progress. And in this unknown space, things could be organized in the same way. In that sense, the group of Combi that Cain had identified from the beginning would be of great use. After all, the ones who needed to settle down were Tyranitar and Gengar, but that group of little ones didn't have to do the same. Bagon, Horsia, and Kirlia had gone quite a while without participating in battle. Especially Bagon, who was the type that loved fighting. He had been holding back his desire to fight for some time now. Moreover, all three Pokémon were at a key point in terms of their levels. Bagon was at level 29. With just one more level, he could evolve into Shelgon. Horsia was at level 30, just 2 levels away from becoming a Seadra. Kirlia, on the other hand, was at level 26 and needed to gain 4 more levels to evolve into Gardevoir, her final evolution. Gardevoir's evolution was relatively quick. So if the conditions allowed, Cain planned to keep holding back her level for a while. But with Bagon and Horsia, the situation was different. To begin with, Cain had already been suppressing their levels since the last time they fought. He had been regulating that growth until now. At this point, he had already developed the physical potential of both to the maximum, and continuing to hold them back wouldn't bring any additional benefits. That's why Cain wanted to focus on training these two Pokémon and aim for them to evolve during this period. Of course, nothing could be forced. As for Bagon's training, Cain already had a pretty complete plan in mind. It was something he had learned from Drake. After all, Drake was one of the greatest experts in the Pokémon world when it came to Bagon. With the guidance and experience passed down by Drake, both Cain and Bagon could avoid many unnecessary detours. When Bagon was young, both his body and mind had suffered severe damage. Although the physical wounds had healed and his lost talent had been recovered, even slightly improved thanks to Drake's guidance, some psychological scars remained. Now, his potential had improved. Even if he was still dark blue in color, faint traces of light purple could already be seen in his energy. Clearly, he was beginning to approach the upper level. This was also the result of the subtle effect of the Pokeblocks Cain had been giving him. But Bagon's psychological trauma remained an unresolved issue. The original idea was to spend some time on Drake's ship after the trip to Shellebby's space to help him heal that emotional damage. But for now, that would have to wait. Fortunately, upon evolving into Shelgon, Bagon would enter a power accumulation phase, like Pupitar, so there would be time before his final evolution. As for Horsia, to evolve into Kingdra, she would need a dragon scale. Cain had had that dragon scale for quite some time. Once Horsia became a Seadra and fully developed her body, he would let her evolve. The reason Cain hadn't done it yet was because of the ability Swift Swim. When Horsia evolved into Seadra, her ability would change. Only upon reaching Kingdra would she regain Swift Swim. But right now, Cain was no longer in a hurry to form his rain team. He could take his time building it. In contrast, his Sandstorm team was progressing faster thanks to Tyranitar's presence as the core and was starting to take the lead. So, at dawn the next day, Cain left the camp with Slowking and Mismagius as escorts, bringing along the 3 little ones, Bagon, Horsia, and Kirlia. Thanks to Slowking's teleport move, they arrived directly at the edge of the Combi forest. They were also accompanied by the 3 Skuntank. After witnessing the strength of Cain's Pokémon firsthand, they behaved with complete docility. They only pulled the cart and didn't get involved in anything else. For this outing, the most excited one was Bagon, knowing he was finally going to fight. He had been waiting a long time for this moment. Horsia, on the other hand, had a much more passive attitude. If Cain asked her to battle, she would do so without issue. If she had to train or rest, she was equally calm. Riolu was also with them, never leaving Cain's side. Maybe it was because Riolu stayed curled up next to Cain's hand and licked the back of it from time to time. After the muscles in his head started to heal, the first part of Cain's body he was able to move again were precisely the fingers of his right hand, the ones Riolu constantly licked. Now he could move them a little and sometimes stroke Riolu's soft fur. With Slowking and Mismagius by his side, he didn't have to worry about his safety. And if any of the Pokémon faced an opponent that was too strong during battle, Slowking could teleport them away instantly to save them. That was Cain's safety net to dare enter the Combi Forest. That day, Kirlia wouldn't fight. The main characters would be Horsia and Bagon. Pokémon: Bagon, Dark Blue. Gender: Male. Level: 29. Type: Dragon. Ability: Rock Head. Held item: Dragon Scale. Egg moves: Hydro Pump, Dragon Dance, Fire Fang, Dragon Rush. Basic moves: Rage, Ember, Leer, Bite, Dragon Breath, Headbutt, Focus Energy, Crunch, Dragon Claw. Learned moves: Dragon Pulse, Snore. TM moves: None. These were Bagon's current stats. As long as Horsia didn't need the Dragon Scale, it made the most sense for Bagon to carry it. According to Drake, since Bagon was a pure Dragon-type Pokémon, the best way to help him develop his potential and understanding of the Dragon-type was to carry items that contained Dragon-type energy. And the Dragon Scale was the best option. Cain had obtained that scale at an auction. According to the auctioneer, it came from an elite-level Dragonite from the Kanto region. It was a shed reverse scale. Quality aside, if it was part of a dragon's reverse scale, it counted as a dragon scale. So this particular one contained extremely dense Dragon-type energy. Had it appeared in the wild, it would have attracted a horde of Dragon-type Pokémon fighting over it. Its energy was like a beacon in the night to Dragon-types, easy to detect and highly desirable. But once a Pokémon, especially a Dragon-type, equipped it, its energy would become partially concealed. Only very powerful Pokémon could still sense it. And those strong enough no longer cared about items like that. Under Cain's instructions, Bagon and Horsia went to provoke the group of Combi. Cain gave them clear instructions: any Combi or Vespiquen below level 35, no matter how many showed up, they had to face them alone. Only if the enemy exceeded that level could they ask for help. Thus, the pressure was on for the two Pokémon. Bagon: Dragon Dance. Horsia: Focus Energy. Cain gave instructions to the two small Pokémon. Bagon's Dragon Dance had already been trained to a fairly smooth level. Cain's team still included Altaria, a veteran Dragon-type Pokémon. Although she could no longer be considered the strongest of the group, she remained the most skilled in mastering Dragon-type moves. Bagon and Horsia completed their stat boosts. They looked at each other and headed together into the Combi Forest. As soon as the Combi detected Pokémon invading their territory, an entire swarm launched at them. "Greet them with Dragon Pulse," said Cain as he stood still under the protection of Slowking and Mismagius. Upon hearing him, Bagon and Horsia simultaneously spat out a beam of light purple energy that struck the group of Combi head-on. Combi are a typical example of a matriarchal species. Only the females can evolve into Vespiquen. The males, for the most part, can't aspire to anything beyond being workers or Vespiquen's escorts. Only Vespiquen can continuously produce new Combi. Cain preferred Combi over Beedrill. Additionally, Combi are experts in honey production, something Beedrill can't match. If possible, Cain was quite interested in capturing some good Vespiquen and taking them to his island. A Combi colony with Vespiquen could not only produce large quantities of high-quality honey for making poke blocks, but would also be profitable simply by selling the honey. And even more, if trained uniformly and with planning, a large number of decently strong Combi could become a true defensive force for his island. Just imagine, Combi everywhere, no wild Pokémon would dare cause trouble there, and no Pokémon could casually enter. Even if someone tried to invade the island by force, the Combi present in every corner could instantly neutralize them. And compared to Beedrill, Combi were easier to control and coexist with. The first wave of Combi wasn't very strong and was soon defeated by Bagon and Horsia. It was no effort for them. But it wasn't long before, alerted by the sounds of battle, a newer and larger wave arrived. This time, a Vespiquen came among them. She was surrounded by a swarm that escorted her with an imposing air. Under Cain's orders, Bagon and Horsia didn't hesitate in the slightest. They charged directly at them. Both radiated a spirit that clearly declared they wouldn't stop until the entire Combi swarm was eradicated. Time flies in the midst of battle. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Bagon and Horsia already showed some injuries, but the number of defeated Combi and Vespiquen at their feet was considerable. At that moment, both Pokémon emanated an intense and sharp aura. Of course, after so long fighting, the Combi that continued to appear were much more powerful. They weren't opponents that could be taken down quickly. Even so, neither of them showed fear, which greatly pleased Cain. His Pokémon got along well with each other, probably influenced by more aggressive companions like Tyranitar, Aggron, and Blaziken. That combative attitude seemed to have spread to the rest. Bagon, by nature, was a very competitive Pokémon. The fact that Larvitar, who used to be his equal, had turned into a massive beast was an infinite motivation for him. In his mind, perhaps he too could become as powerful as Tyranitar someday. Horsia, on the other hand, was more like the former Polyag, without major personal desires, fought when it was time to fight, trained when it was time to train. Her life was methodical and well-planned. That was fine with Cain. He never forced her. So far, she didn't show any signs of lagging behind. Boom, boom, boom. While Cain was deep in thought, a sound of heavy footsteps began to rumble through the forest. Upon hearing it, the remaining Combi and Vespiquen, who just a second ago had been charging in, suddenly froze, as if deeply frightened, and scattered in all directions. Seeing this reaction, Cain immediately frowned. Such heavy footsteps indicated that a large Pokémon was approaching. And since it was coming from within the forest, it was clear the Combi already knew exactly what it was. The sound came closer and closer. And with it, metallic noises also began to be heard. As if metal plates, or some extremely hard material, were rubbing against each other. It was a sound similar to the scaled armor of ancient generals clashing as they moved. It also resembled the jingling of a massive bell. Slowking, detect its presence, ordered Cain. From the sound, it shouldn't be far. And the direction of the footsteps made it clear it was coming straight toward them. Boom, 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 boom. Clang, 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 clang. Slowking extended his psychic perception and soon located the source of the sound. Unfortunately, Cain couldn't use his own telepathy to see what Slowking was sensing. But after detecting the Pokémon, Slowking's expression changed drastically. He turned completely pale. Cain didn't need anything else to know they were in trouble. Slowking had been detected while using his psychic ability, and judging by his expression, it was clear the approaching Pokémon was truly strong. Slowking, be ready to use teleport at any moment, said Cain. Slowking nodded gravely. His psychic energy enveloped everyone present, ready to act. However, Bagon seemed to have sensed something. He stood frozen, staring intently in one direction, without moving closer to Cain. Bagon, Cain managed to say, but trailed off. Rays of bright light began to reflect from inside the forest, as if someone were playing with multiple mirrors among the foliage. Zing, zing. The sound of scales rubbing together was now intense. That meant it was very close. Cain looked up and finally saw it. A figure moving forward with its chest high and an imposing stride, the scales on its body clashing as it walked, reflecting flashes of light throughout the forest. A huge tail covered in thick scales hung behind it like a massive hammer, swaying back and forth like a bell. Kamoo. Upon seeing the Pokémon emerging from the forest, Cain's pupils contracted violently. Kamoo. That figure, entirely covered in scales, walking with such an imposing presence that the mere sound of its footsteps was enough to make other Pokémon flee, was none other than a Kamoo. And if it weren't for the fact that the one in front of it was Cain, most people in the Pokémon world wouldn't even recognize it at a glance. Because Kamou is a pseudo-legendary Pokémon originating from the Alola region. A dragon and fighting-type Pokémon. That's right, a pseudo-legendary, just like Cain's Tyranitar, Steven's Metagross, or Drake's Salamence. They're all Pokémon of the same tier. Kamou advanced step by step toward Cain and his team, with its tail swaying from side to side in a relaxed manner. No wonder the Vespiquen had flown off in all directions. Before a Kamou like this, they clearly didn't stand a chance. Although something caught Cain's attention, upon seeing that Kamou, he noticed its mental state didn't seem quite right. It wasn't showing any clear signs of abnormality, rather. Had it not fully woken up yet? Or was it completely unmotivated for some reason? Its entire body exuded absolute laziness. Even so, even in that state, its strength was felt as something overwhelming. With slow movements, it stopped a short distance from Cain and his group. Its tail continued swaying incessantly. Kamou usually shakes its tail to warn other creatures of its presence in the area, or to give a warning to those who approach with hostile intentions. Clack, clack, clack. The large scales on its tail clashed and rubbed against each other as it moved. But upon realizing it was a Kamou that had appeared, Cain didn't immediately order Slowking to use teleport to escape. Because Kamou are very proud Pokémon. They don't like to stoop to fighting weaker Pokémon. They don't like taking advantage of the small ones. Of course, if a weak Pokémon provokes them, they won't hold back at all either. What's a Kamou doing here? Thought Cain, watching the Pokémon whose scales shimmered faintly. This type of Pokémon, Kamou, evolves from Jangmo-o, who first becomes Hakamo-o, and then, after a period of training and maturation, finally evolves into its current form. In the wild, they follow a rather peculiar life pattern. Newborn Jangmo-o are protected by their clan, who care for them until they grow. Once they evolve into Hakamo-o, they stop being solely dragon type and also gain the fighting type. And from that moment on, they begin their first great training journey, the longest of their lives. They leave their clan and territory to train and only return once they've reached their final evolution as Kamou. Upon their return, they stay near the new Jangmo-o, keeping a respectful distance but protecting them silently. That is the true way of life for wild Kamou. But now, this Kamou didn't seem to be fulfilling that protective role. Could it be a solitary Kamou? That was the only thing Cain could assume. The system scanned the Kamou and quickly displayed its information. Pokémon, Kamou, light purple. Gender, male. Level, 84. Type, dragon plus fighting. Ability, overcoat. Held item, dragon scale. Egg moves, counter, reversal, dragon breath. Basic moves, clanging scales, sky uppercut, belly drum, autotomize, tackle, leer, bide, protect, dragon tail, scary face, headbutt, workup, screech, iron defense, dragon claw, noble roar, dragon dance, outrage. Learned moves, Draco Meteor, hyper voice, stealth rock, iron tail, aqua tail, ice punch, endeavor, iron head, water pulse, stomping tantrum, superpower, snore, shock wave, focus punch, drain punch, fire punch, low kick, double kick, uproar, dragon pulse, thunder punch. TM moves, none. Cain silently examined Kamou's data, not knowing what to say. It was powerful. Too powerful. He had never seen a wild Pokémon with more learned moves than basic moves. One could only say its reputation as a Pokémon that accumulates power through combat was entirely deserved. Wasn't it dangerous for Hakamo to wander around alone training? Yes, but that's how their species develops. They roam the world looking for strong opponents, learning the best moves. Their goal is to become the most powerful. And any Kamou that manages to evolve naturally in the wild automatically represents a level of strength that most trainers can't even imagine. This is a Pokémon that has reached its current state purely through battle. Its very existence is geared toward combat. Just look at its body, covered in scales as hard as armor. Its light purple rarity placed it among the most exceptional of all wild ones. And it's level 84. Say no more. It even surpassed Drake's strongest Salamence. Without a doubt, this was a champion-level Pokémon. Against a Kameo like this, not even if Cain used all of his Pokémon at once would he stand a chance. Fortunately, this Kameo stopped once it reached a certain distance from them. Suddenly, it raised a hand, causing both Slowking and Mismagius to assume defensive stances. But it only brought its hand to its mouth and let out a huge yawn. Tears even welled up in its eyes, as if it hadn't slept well. A few black lines formed on Cain's forehead. Was this Kameo really just sleep-deprived? Is its life that relaxed? Well, in this space, with its level, it's definitely one of the strongest beings. Living a relaxed life makes sense. With no predators and being a pseudo-legendary, its place at the top is unquestioned. While yawning, Kameo looked at Slowking and Mismagius, who were still in a defensive posture, with some amusement. That mocking glint in its eyes didn't go unnoticed by Cain. Is it bored? The system also estimated its age, over 100 years. But for a dragon-type pseudo-legendary Pokémon, 100 years is just the beginning of its true glory stage. Maybe it hadn't reached its peak as quickly as a Kameo raised by a trainer, but its power forged slowly in the wild had nothing to envy. After yawning, Kameo didn't lower its hand. Instead, it raised it in front of Bagon and made a gesture with its finger, calling him. Bagon froze. Even before Kameo approached, Bagon had already felt something inside him. And now it seemed that, indeed, that powerful dragon had come for him. Bagon turned to look at Cain, waiting to see what decision he would make. Kumam. Seeing that Bagon was looking to Cain for his opinion, even before Cain could say anything, the Kameo, who had seemed apathetic until then, suddenly let out a furious roar. That listless appearance vanished completely. He roared, both at Cain and at Bagon. Kameo's roar left Bagon completely bewildered, unsure of what to do. Slowking and Mismagius immediately appeared in front of Cain, with serious expressions, closely watching Kameo, ready to react to any sudden attack. Slowking's psychic power had already spread out completely, encompassing Cain and all his Pokémon within the range of the move teleport. Although he was no match for Kameo in terms of strength, Slowking showed no fear. He trusted he could use teleport before the opponent could lay a hand on the group. That was all an elite-level Pokémon could do when faced with a champion-level opponent. Kameo's roar made Cain furrow his brow. What did it mean? Did he disapprove of Bagon obeying a human? Even though telepathy couldn't be used at that moment, Cain clearly understood Kameo's intention just by the blatant look in his eyes. Despite his age, he was still a proud and stubborn one. Had he perhaps taken an interest in Bagon, a pure-blooded dragon Pokémon? Did he feel empty after the loss of Jangmo-o, without a clear purpose? Had he sensed the dragon-type energy in Bagon, or had he been drawn by the dragon scale item? Could it be that, upon seeing Bagon, he confused him with Jangmo-o? Did he see him as a form of emotional solace? And at the same time, did it anger him that Bagon followed a weak human? A series of ideas and assumptions immediately formed in Cain's mind. Judging by Kameo's actions, it seemed to be just that. Cain wasn't far from the truth. Kameo, in fact, wanted to express exactly that. The only one who truly understood what Kameo meant with his roar was Bagon, which is why he seemed so uncomfortable. Bagon didn't feel ashamed by what Kameo had said. What he perceived was his strength, and he knew that Cain, being injured, didn't want to provoke such powerful opponents. Slowking, use telepathy. I want to know exactly what he means, said Cain calmly, facing Kameo's pressure without fear. Upon hearing this, Slowking's eyes shone with a blue light as he established the mental connection. Kumam. Kameo, sensing the intention of the psychic power in his mind, hesitated for a moment, but allowed Slowking to connect with him. That little one is about to evolve. You, weak being, are not worthy of having him, transmitted Kameo through the mental link established by Slowking. The first phrase Cain heard wasn't exactly friendly. With a smile on his face, he responded, Bagon is my Pokémon. My companion. His evolution is under my control. Kameo perfectly understood what Cain meant. Kumam. However, upon hearing those words, Kameo reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail. He roared again fiercely, almost as if he was about to leap at Cain. His energy kept rising, and even the surroundings began to stir. Leaves around them rose despite the lack of wind, and sand and small stones on the ground started to fly. Cain looked at Slowking. He hesitated for a moment, but cooperated immediately. He used his psychic power to help Cain stand up little by little. Before, not knowing what kind of Pokémon he was facing, Cain had some reservations. But upon confirming it was a Kameo, he felt reassured. Kameo himself had called Cain a weak being. A proud Kameo wouldn't attack a weakling, that would dishonor his lineage. Although Cain's face showed no change, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Even with the help of Slowking's psychic power, it was extremely hard for him to stay on his feet. But even so, he managed to rise from the seat of sand. He didn't move toward Bagon, fearing he might not even make it before collapsing from the pain. His sharp eyes locked onto Kameo's without showing the slightest hint of retreat. He spoke again. Bagon is my Pokémon. My companion. It is my responsibility to help him grow stronger. That's why his evolution is part of my plans. Standing, with greater force in his voice, his presence became even more imposing. What did it matter to be weak? If he was capable of earning the trust of so many Pokémon, that was also a kind of strength. Kameo, seeing him, showed a look of surprise in his eyes. What a sharp gaze. Kumam. Then I want to see how you intend to handle him. Are you capable of fully developing his talent? Don't go wasting it out of arrogance, said Kameo. His tone, however, was no longer as hostile. The pressure he was emitting and the energy flowing around him began to subside. He sensed Cain's physical condition, and even so, saw him rise, enduring the pain, without backing down in the slightest before his presence. The sweat dripping down his forehead, the involuntary trembling at the corners of his eyes. Kameo acknowledged Cain. Although to him Cain was still extremely weak, his spirit deserved respect. The corner of Cain's lips curled slightly. For Pokémon with different personalities, different approaches were needed. If instead of Kameo, it had been a champion-level Tyranitar, the wisest move would have been to escape immediately using Slowking's teleport without a second thought. But when facing Kameo, the stronger and more determined one appeared, the more recognition one could earn. Taking advantage of that trait, Cain asked Slowking to help him stand using his powers. By showing enough resolve, he earned the other's recognition. Even though deep down, Cain was crying blood. It hurt so much. Damn it, it hurt like hell. And he had no idea how long those dimensional wounds would take to heal. Inside, Cain was furious and helpless, but outwardly he kept a calm expression, enough to impress Kameo. Bagon, aware of Cain's condition, quickly ran to his side and tugged on his pants to signal him to sit down. Seeing Bagon so attentive and considerate, Cain let out a long sigh, signaling to Slowking to help him sit down gently. Then he cast a look full of affection at Bagon. That affection was genuine, with not the slightest trace of falsehood. Since his past life, he owed Bagon far too much. Even if Bagon didn't know it, he remembered it with absolute clarity, and those emotional ties had extended into this life. This time, he would take him all the way to the top. Maybe it was the character Cain showed when he stood up that made Kameo see him in a new light. Or maybe it was the genuine tenderness Cain displayed at the end, which touched something deep within Kameo. The pressure emanating from his body gradually decreased, until he returned to his earlier lazy demeanor. With Slowking's help, Cain sat back down in the chair. Just standing up had nearly exhausted him, and his back was completely soaked in sweat. Bagon, seeing that Cain was sitting again, let out a sigh of relief. However, when he looked at Kameo, his expression was a bit strange, almost hostile. The small Riolu next to Cain, on the other hand, stared at Kameo with wide eyes, full of curiosity, not a hint of fear. His adorable expression made him look more like a pet. Your tenacity has earned my recognition, unknown being, Kameo said again. Upon hearing this, Cain was slightly stunned. That easy to convince? Ahem. He quickly returned to a calm and serene expression. Go, Bagon. Go see what he wants from you, Cain said, without continuing to speak to Kameo. Upon hearing this, Bagon hesitated again. Kameo's earlier behavior hadn't left a good impression. but Cain had asked him to go. After a bit of hesitation, Bagon slowly approached Kamuo, distrustful eyes locked on him. Seeing Bagon's expression, Kamuo's fury ignited instantly. Ever since he evolved, when had anyone ever looked at him like that? He was a mighty dragon-type Pokémon. Almost as if to demonstrate his power, Kamuo let out a low roar toward Bagon. "Pay attention, little one," he transmitted through Sloking's telepathy, which allowed Cain to understand his intention. Saws. Saws. Kamuo's tail lifted high into the air, and at its scale-covered tip, a massive amount of dragon-type energy gathered. Foam. At its highest point, the tail slammed down hard into the ground. Cain couldn't even follow the movement with his eyes. Boom. Crack. Dragon tail. Accompanied by a deafening crash, the sound of the earth splitting echoed. Chunks of rock flew in all directions. From the spot where Kamuo's tail had landed, the ground had cracked straight open. Bagon looked behind him in shock. Where there had once been a dense and seemingly endless jungle, there was now a massive fissure. The forest had completely vanished in that area. The broken and sunken ground formed a clear path. The rift stretched for dozens of meters. And all of it had come from a single casual swing of his tail. Seen from above, the Combi jungle would look like a cake, and that tail swing from Kamuo like someone had dragged a finger through the frosting, a visible and powerful mark. Gulp. Bagon swallowed hard in silence. What strength! After showing his power, Kamuo was clearly satisfied with the expression Bagon wore. As it should be. They were in Combi territory. Hearing the destruction, several powerful Vespiquen, leading swarms of Combi, flew in furiously. But upon seeing who caused the damage, the leader lost all aggression. In fact, she fled at full speed, even faster than when she had arrived. Kamuo didn't pay them the slightest attention. Even if he lay down and let them attack freely, they wouldn't be able to leave a single scratch on his scales. Kamuo raised his eyebrows at Bagon, as if to say, "Well, now you see what I'm capable of." Bagon snapped out of it and turned again to look at Cain. "Are you sure I won't die if that guy sneezes?" Or something like, "Couldn't that monster kill me with just a sneeze?" That was more or less the message Cain picked up from Bagon's gaze. Although he also felt it wasn't entirely certain, Cain nodded and gave him a look. "Don't worry. He already moved earlier. It's unlikely he'll sneeze now. You'll be fine. Go ahead." Receiving that confirmation, Bagon slowly approached Kamuo. Only up close could one truly feel the vast difference between them. Could this guy really kill me with a sneeze? While Bagon was still wondering whether or not the other could control himself, Kamuo raised one of his large hands and gave him a gentle tap on the head. Luckily, the bloody scene Bagon had imagined didn't happen. Kamuo perfectly controlled his strength. Having come this far in his development, Kamuo's control over his power was absolutely precise. Bagon only felt a slight weight on his head, an enormous hand resting on it. He gently rubbed his head. Kamuo wore a slightly nostalgic expression, while Bagon was left stunned. To Bagon, that feeling was completely new. Since birth, he had always been alone, struggling every day to survive. It wasn't until he met Cain that his life began to improve. And that hand, though covered in small scales, carried warmth and an energy they shared as dragon types. Although Bagon deeply respected Cain and had vowed in his heart to repay him in this life, what he was feeling now from Kamuo was something akin to paternal love. It was a feeling hard to get from Cain. After all, when Bagon was captured, he already had a formed consciousness. It wasn't like Tyranitar, who saw Cain as a father figure. For Kamuo, on the other hand, without a Jangmo of his own, he had always felt an emptiness. Since leaving his homeland, he hadn't met another of his kind. Now, seeing Bagon, he took him as if he were Jangmo, a way to fill that emotional void. Bagon and Kamuo, in that moment, were like an orphan suddenly finding an adult longing for a child, and because they were so similar, they became mutual comfort. Also, both were pseudo-legendary dragon-type Pokémon. Cain understood this situation perfectly. They had only just met, but their bond had already grown significantly. As it should be. Kumam. Kamao withdrew his hand from Bagon's head and let out a soft roar. "It's time now, little one, evolve." Upon hearing this, Bagon looked once more at Cain. Cain nodded with a smile. Indeed, the time had come. Bagon had pushed his current body to its limit. Greer. Bagon's roar, still with a childlike tone, sounded like that of a small dragon. But that very hint of innocence made Kamao's eyes soften even more. A white glow enveloped Bagon's body. "He's evolving." Bagon's body began to glow with the white light of evolution. For a long time, Bagon had been suppressing itself, obeying Cain's instructions. And now that it finally stopped holding back, the evolution began immediately. "Kamao, bring Bagon to me. I have something that can enhance his body," Cain shouted toward Kamao. Upon hearing Cain's words, Kamao was momentarily stunned. Did this unknown being know his species? Did he know what kind of Pokémon he was? He was about to rush over to ask, but seeing that Bagon was about to be enveloped in the light of evolution, he decided that the evolution was more important. With both hands, he held the evolving Bagon and quickly ran toward Cain. Then Cain, with much effort, took out from the storage space one of the quality-enhancing potions he had already prepared. Slowking helped Bagon ingest it. For Cain's Pokémon, the quality-enhancing potions were well known. They were the result of knowledge Cain had gathered from the Pokémon World, plus the system's analysis and calculation power, which allowed him to create these types of substances. After numerous previous trials, the effects had been notably successful. Seeing that Bagon had ingested the potion all at once, Cain felt a little more at ease. Throughout the process, Kamao watched from the side. He didn't know exactly what Cain had given Bagon, but he understood it must be something beneficial. Only after taking the potion was Bagon fully enveloped by the light of evolution. Cain and his Pokémon could only wait patiently for the process to end. But Kamao, on the other hand, stood up. Cain looked at him in confusion. Without caring about the others' gazes, Kamao began to dance around Bagon in a particular rhythm. He seemed to be celebrating Bagon's evolution. Or perhaps performing a war dance, a dance to encourage and give courage, like the ones ancient warriors did before going into battle, around a bonfire. Saws, saws, saws. With each step, his scales clashed against each other, producing a rough and rhythmic sound. After listening for a while, Cain noticed that the sound generated by the friction of the scales had a particular cadence, in perfect harmony with the war dance he was performing. Then he understood, Kamao had truly accepted Bagon as his Jangmo-o. When a Jangmo-o evolved into a Hakamo-o, it had to set out on its training journey. And it was tradition for its elders to perform a war dance at that moment, to encourage them and wish for a triumphant return to the place of their birth. Kamao, not having his own Jangmo-o, had projected that desire onto Bagon. Most likely, this Kamao was the last of his species in this space. And being male, even if he mated with other dragons, he wouldn't be able to sire a new Jangmo-o. His parents were perhaps the last Kamao pair in this world. And being a pseudo-legendary dragon-type Pokémon, the possibility of leaving offspring without external intervention was extremely low. It required a large group to ensure reproduction. Now, everything pointed to this Kamao, before setting out on his own training journey, being encouraged by his parents' war dance. And when he returned after evolving, he discovered they were gone. That's why, from his birth until now, he had never seen another Jangmo-o. Saws, saws, saws. The war dance reached its climax. The movements and sound intensified. Until finally, Kamao opened his arms and struck his hard, massive dorsal armor with his tail, creating a muffled rumble. Kumum. The roar marked the end of the dance. Cain didn't know why, but he felt Kamao's presence had changed again. When scanning him with the system, he was surprised to discover that his level had increased. He had reached level 85. Just as there's a big difference between level 64 and 65, so too is there one between 84 and 85. In fact, this gap is even more enormous. It was as if he had fulfilled a suppressed desire and, because of that, had leveled up. His power had become even greater. But the act Kamao performed next left Cain completely stunned. He positioned himself in front of Bagon. Instead of being satisfied with his power increase, he used his left hand to push aside the heavy armor on his neck, revealing underneath a set of smaller scales. The reverse scale. The dragon's reverse scale. Touching that scale equals death. Unless the dragon does so willingly, touching its reverse scale means a fight to the death. Kamao, with a firm and resolute face, used his right hand to take one of those hidden scales. He was about to tear off a reverse scale. Although there's not only one, there aren't many reverse scales. For a dragon-type Pokémon, every scale lost is one less. And most importantly, since Kamao had just reached level 85, tearing off that scale could cause him to lose the newly acquired level. All his effort would be for nothing. Regaining that level would cost him much more than this time. Are you crazy? If you tear off that scale, you might never reach this level again. Cain shouted, unable to contain himself. Kamao, upon hearing his words, gave him a deep look. SCHKK. The sound of a scale being torn from flesh. A golden scale, with a faint violet glow, appeared in his hand. That scale had a much higher quality than the one Cain had acquired at an auction some time ago. It was the reverse scale of a champion-level Kamao, removed by its own will, sacrificing its freshly gained level at the peak of its strength. It's likely that even if he tears off another later, it will never reach such quality. The dragon-type energy within was so dense that even a human like Cain could clearly see it. That violet halo was proof that the energy was so concentrated it had materialized. After tearing it off, Kamao showed an expression of pain. Before, during the war dance, he had looked imposing. Now, he truly seemed weakened. It wasn't a performance like before. Even the data the system scanned revealed that his physical stats, after reaching a peak, were now decreasing. But Kamao didn't stop to think. Holding the scale in his hand, he inserted it directly into Bagon's white glow of evolution and pressed it firmly against his chest. Bagon saw everything. Even though he couldn't move, he was fully aware of the act. Kumum. Even in his roar, his weakness could be heard. Come on, little one. Cain looked at Kamao with a complex expression. This guy had truly taken Bagon as his own son. You're really a fool, doing something like that, Cain said, looking at Kamao with a mix of helplessness and affection, as the dragon sat heavily on the ground. Even though what he had done benefited both Bagon and himself, Cain couldn't help but think Kamao was an endearing fool. Kumam. When I first saw that little one, it was like seeing myself in the past. Since I can't find others of my kind, why not give what I have to this little guy who looks so much like me? I hope he won't let me down, was what Slowking translated from Kamao's roar. Cain's expression turned complicated, but he knew he had to act at that moment. Otherwise, Kamao really would lose a level. And any loss of level, regardless of the cause, is a severe wound for any Pokémon. Even more so when it comes from voluntary exertion of one's own strength. Giving benefits to Bagon was, indirectly, giving something to Cain. And that deserved repayment. Besides, Cain had some resources available. Had he not looted the Team Rocket resource exchange centers earlier, he might not have been able to help now. But the most important thing was that barrel of Moltres' blood he had collected from the archipelago of the 3 legendary birds. He still had a good amount left. Although, after today, that reserve would be considerably reduced. Cain began to slowly take various items out of the storage space, placing them in front of Kamao. The Pokémon looked at him, not understanding what he intended to do. Since Cain's body couldn't move well, he also wasn't capable of preparing complex mixtures. And clearly, there was no time left for elaborate processes. The effects couldn't be maximized. Yes, it was wasteful, but he would make up for the quality with quantity. Listen up. From now on, you're going to follow my instructions. I'll tell you what to take and in what order. Cain ordered firmly. Kamao was slightly confused. He stared into Cain's eyes for 3 seconds. Then, with a soft metallic sound from his shifting scales, he nodded. All right, first, take this, the blood solvent. Cain began guiding him step by step on what to consume. A normal Pokémon could never do something like this. Even though Moltres wasn't a true, legendary Pokémon nor stronger than Kameo, it was still a special Pokémon. Otherwise, Cain wouldn't have bothered collecting its blood. After consuming a series of ingredients, Cain finally pulled out the barrel containing the legendary bird's blood. With a pained look on his face, he told Kameo to drink directly from it. As soon as the dragon sensed the scent of the blood, he grew impatient. He lifted the barrel and began to drink greedily. Glug, glug, glug. Do not try this at home if you are a normal Pokémon. Had it not been for Kameo's extraordinary physical strength, Cain would never have allowed something like this. Enough. Enough. Hey, I said that's enough. Are you listening to me? Cain shouted, a vein pulsing on his forehead. He seemed to love the taste. Did he think it was pure water? Miss Magius, beside Cain, wore a pained expression. She had also been there when they collected that blood, and now, before they could even produce proper poke blocks, Kameo had drunk half of it. It was impossible not to feel frustrated. Under Cain's insistence, Kameo finally set the barrel down, still licking his lips, satisfied. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Delicious. Even though it was blood, it didn't taste like it at all. It was just warm and spicy. Its scent was even pleasant. Cain, heart aching, immediately stored the remaining half of the barrel. Then he had Kameo take the last ingredients to restore his body. According to the real-time data displayed by the system, Kameo's stats, which had been dropping, finally began to stabilize. The area on his neck where he had torn off the reverse scale was already scabbed and even looked healed. His energy also began to stabilize. Kameo let out a deep breath. He was finally out of danger. Although he no longer felt as powerful as he did just after his breakthrough, at least he hadn't lost a level. Remaining at level 85 was a huge advantage, and in time, he could recover what he had lost. Fortunately, Cain had the necessary materials just in time. Otherwise, the level drop would have been unavoidable. And had that happened, not even Cain could have done anything to reverse it. But in the end, everything turned out fine. Kameo also slowly began regaining his energy. Although he was still somewhat weak, he could already move normally. Only then did everyone turn their attention to Bagon, who was still enveloped in evolutionary light. Kameo stood beside Cain, and neither Slowking nor Miss Magius were watching him anymore. After having given his reverse scale to Bagon, he had earned their respect. Kameo even thought about patting Cain's shoulder in thanks. Luckily, Slowking stopped him just in time. Otherwise, Cain would have ended up drenched again. Kameo, a bit embarrassed after realizing the situation, scratched his head. Once again, his attention focused on Bagon. The evolution had reached its critical point. His body was starting to change. With such a powerful Pokémon like Kameo present and being in the Combi Forest, Cain didn't think any other Pokémon would dare cause trouble. Fo-fo. Subtle sounds came from Bagon's body. His size increased, his posture shifted. He no longer stood on two legs, but his body began resting on the ground. What was once a slender form became more robust. The white light faded, and a Pokémon appeared completely covered in white armor, with only its eyes and limbs visible. Shelgon. Bagon had successfully evolved. Shelgon was similar to Pupitar. Its mobility was limited, as it was a stage of energy accumulation, preparing for its final evolution into Salamence. Upon seeing Bagon's new form, Kameo was left speechless. He clearly hadn't expected his evolution to transform him like that. But due to the familiar energy and aura, Kameo recognized him without difficulty. It was the same little one from before. The reverse scale's trace still remained on his body. Kumam. Kameo roared excitedly. He was more thrilled than when he himself had evolved. He strode up to Shelgon and gave him a pat on the back. Palm. It was so strong that Shelgon fell to the ground with his legs sprawled. Seeing the scene, everyone, Pokémon and Cain, burst into laughter. No one laughed harder than Kameo. Shelgon wasn't upset. With a complex look, he gazed at Kameo, not knowing how to react. During his evolution, he had seen Kameo tear off his scale. He knew he had done it for him. And he didn't understand why this Pokémon of the same type, whom he barely knew, was showing him such kindness? It all confused him. Kamuo didn't know how to express himself either. He just stopped smiling and gave a few soft pats on Shulgin's back, showing an expression of relief and release. Upon seeing that scene, Cain felt a slight stir within. Perhaps, with Kamuo's help, Shulgin could heal the deep wounds in his heart. And, in turn, Shulgin could become a source of comfort for Kamuo. The most important thing was that Shulgin had the chance to learn many things from Kamuo. That was the key. Why was Tyranitar so strong now? The main reason, of course, was the enormous amount of resources Cain had invested in him from birth through evolution, all under constant guidance and meticulous nurturing. But it was also true that, in that rocky space, the local Tyranitar, especially their leader, had taught him valuable experiences and combat styles unique to their species. If Shulgin could now absorb part of Kamuo's techniques, the benefit would be immense, even if not immediately visible. After all, the opportunity seemed to be right in front of them. Cain watched Shulgin and Kamuo while scanning the former's data with the system. Pokémon: Shulgin, purple. Gender: male. Level: 32. Type: dragon. Ability: rock head. Held item: dragon scale. Egg moves: hydro pump, dragon dance, fire fong, dragon rush. Basic moves: rage, ember, leer, bite, dragon breath, headbutt, focus energy, crunch, dragon claw, protect. Learned moves: dragon pulse, snore, outrage. TM moves: none. Bagon had successfully evolved into Shulgin. With the help of Cain's quality enhancement potion and Kamuo's most recent and powerful reverse scale, his quality had risen directly to purple. That surprised Cain a bit. But considering it was the most valuable scale from a champion-level Kamuo, it made sense that it would produce such an outstanding effect. Who in the Pokémon world could even obtain something like that? If it were taken to an auction, it would probably be worth 10 times more than the dragon scale Shulgin was currently holding. Or even more. And thanks to that reverse scale, Shulgin had learned the move Outrage. Drake was the best at handling that move among dragon-type trainers. Cain had learned training methods for it from him, though until now he hadn't had the chance to apply them. Now that Shulgin knew it, they could begin to practice. Shulgin exchanged a few words with Kamuo, and then realized he had yet to formally greet Cain. Then, with his 4 sturdy, column-like legs, he walked over to Cain and gently rubbed against him. All right, I know you've evolved. But you'll still have to keep working hard, okay? Cain said with a smile. Shulgin squinted happily and nodded several times. Perhaps due to the effect of the reverse scale, the side effects of the quality enhancement potion did not manifest in his body. But the environment was clearly no longer suitable for continued training. Neither the Comvi nor the Vespican would dare act recklessly after witnessing Kamuo's presence. Just looking at the state of the 3 Skuntank was enough to understand. Before, they acted all-important in front of Cain's sand throne, as if they were his second in command. But since Kamuo appeared, all they could do was tremble in a corner. They didn't even dare come near. Maybe Cain didn't know, but they did. There was a legend in that forest about Kamuo. The legend said, if you hear the sound ching-ching, run. And don't look back. And now, before them, stood the creature feared by all the Pokémon of the forest. How could they not be scared? Seeing the good relationship between Shulgin and Cain, Kamuo accepted that maybe he had been a bit impulsive at the beginning. But then he remembered something. Cain had spoken the exact name of his species. Kamuo. That name, he had only heard it back when he was a small Jangmuo, in conversations between his parents. He approached Cain. Unknown creature, do you know what kind of Pokémon I am? Kamuo asked. That was Sloking's translation. Cain's forehead furrowed with black lines. Unknown creature? Again with that? First of all, my name is Cain. I'm the trainer of these Pokémon, so I'd appreciate it if you stopped calling me that. And, second, what if I do know you're a Kamuo? Cain replied seriously. His assumption was starting to seem correct. Perhaps this Kamuo was the last of his kind in this dimension, and had never seen others like him. Maybe he wasn't even sure of his own species. Upon hearing that Cain knew of his existence, Kamuo didn't even care that Cain's tone hadn't been the friendliest at first. Then, Cain, where did you learn that? Have you seen other Kamao? He asked immediately. Cain shook his head. No, I haven't seen them. Kamao showed a disappointed expression. But I know where there might be more. And I also know your species because it's been documented for a long time, Cain said with determination. It was true. His species had been known for years. Of course, how many people were truly aware of it was another matter. Kamao didn't seem concerned about that ambiguity. Where? Kamao asked anxiously. Cain made a doubtful face. It's not here. Maybe you don't know this, but the place where you live now is just a small space. Outside, there's a much larger world. A world called the Pokémon World, created by the legendary Arceus. Kamao listened intently, like a student before his teacher, amazed to learn he wasn't alone in the universe. Cain kept speaking while Kamao nodded from time to time, reflecting on what he heard. He even asked questions when he didn't understand something. But Cain would stop him with a smile, saying those basic things would be explained later by Shelgon. The other Pokémon were also paying attention to the explanation, focused on Cain's words. All except Slowking, who brought a hand to his forehead. It had been so long since he'd seen Cain use his special ability that he thought he'd forgotten it. But now, that Kamao, a champion-level Pokémon who had just recently intimidated them, was standing there obediently, listening like a model student. Once again, a Pokémon had fallen under Cain's charm. Slowking felt deep pride in his own intelligence. A kind of enlightened superiority, like someone who remains sober among drunks. But Cain, while speaking, glanced sideways at Slowking and gave him a mysterious smile. Instantly, Slowking shivered. He immediately joined Kamao's group, adopting expressions of interest, understanding, and reflection at the right moments. Seeing Slowking follow along, Cain nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at the rest of the Pokémon, who wore equally attentive expressions. Very good. Very good. Now, this is worth it. In the end, Cain wasn't sure if Kamao had truly understood what he had said. Very naturally, he suggested, how about, once we're done with our mission, you come with us? Maybe I can help you find your kin. Although I might occasionally need your help. We could consider it a mutual cooperation. How about that? Kamao nodded almost automatically, still not fully understanding. Cain continued, then how about coming to our camp with us for now? In the meantime, you could teach Shelgon a few things. Kamao nodded again, his expression a bit thoughtful. All right then, Cain said with resolve. Seems like we won't be able to continue the battle today, so let's head back for now. Tomorrow we'll look for those Comvi and their Vespican. With that, he ordered the 3 Skuntank to pull his makeshift chair and return to camp. Kamao remained in the same spot, nodding repeatedly. It wasn't until a few seconds later that he realized Cain and the others were already far ahead. Huh? Had he just agreed to something important without realizing it? Smack. Shelgon kicked one of Kamao's foot scales and then confidently walked ahead to catch up with Cain. Follow us. Kamao scratched his head instinctively, looking confused. What was that foggy feeling in his mind? But his body obeyed, and he quickly followed Cain's group. When Cain heard footsteps behind him and the sound of scales rubbing together, he couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. At his side, Slowking struck a solemn pose, wearing an expression of utter indifference. Another poor Pokémon. When they arrived at camp with Kamao, all the Pokémon there were immediately startled. However, after Slowking explained what had happened, everyone understood the situation. Cain, with his limited mobility, couldn't prepare any special meals. He could only offer Kamao some leftover poke blocks that Bagon hadn't eaten. And surprisingly, Kamao fell in love with them from the very first bite. He lay down in a corner of the camp, with a large bowl of poke blocks in front of him, munching contentedly while watching Cain's Pokémon train. Perhaps not wanting to freeload after being fed, he occasionally pointed out mistakes during training, especially with Shelgon and Blaziken. Both shared similar types with him, so his comments were more frequent and detailed. But even the other Pokémon received an occasional tip. With his extensive battle experience, just a few of his observations were enough to make a difference. What truly surprised Kamao was the quality of Cain's team. especially Tyranitar. In him, Kamao saw a talent that not even he could match. If he had to choose someone from Cain's group who had the potential to catch up to him, it would be Shelgon, who had just evolved that very day. Kamao didn't quite understand why, but maybe it was the natural feeling of every father not wanting his own child to be surpassed by others. Thus, his dedication to Shelgon kept growing. It wasn't that he was being biased, it was just that with Tyranitar, there wasn't much he could contribute, while with Shelgon, he could teach him everything. From the side, Kamao occasionally roared, precisely guiding Shelgon's training. Shelgon trained with more focus and effort than ever before. Even back when he was Bagon, he had already been one of the hardest workers on Cain's team. Now, as Shelgon, with Kamao's help and the training techniques Cain had learned from Drake, his chances of catching up to Tyranitar in the future didn't seem far-fetched. Moreover, Kamao might even be able to heal Shelgon's emotional wounds. With a pseudo-legendary, champion-level Pokémon residing in the camp, Cain felt that his base was now one of the safest places in the entire region. He closed his eyes with a smile. In just a few days of being incapacitated, he already felt the frustration of not being able to move freely. He needed to find some way to speed up his recovery. At the very least, recover his psychic powers. Ever since he emerged from the dimensional passage, that red-blue energy sphere Lugia had left in his mind had been completely absorbed. But he still had no idea how much his psychic power had increased. He tried again to summon his powers, but the force that once flowed freely now seemed completely sealed. Not a single crack, not even a sliver. He still couldn't use it. Cain opened his eyes in resignation. What the hell happened in there? What got into the unknown? I just wanted to absorb psychic energy. Why did they add spatial energy too? He muttered in frustration. Ever since the unknown had attached themselves to him, they had never harmed him. On the contrary, they had always silently helped him improve his abilities. Most likely, they had simply sensed something unusual and acted on instinct. There were no bad intentions. Cain was just venting, he didn't really blame them. Spatial energy? Spatial energy. Cain began repeating the term quietly, as if it had gotten stuck in his mind. Spatial barrier? Spatial cut? Perception of spatial energy? Sensitivity? A string of concepts began racing through his mind. What if my psychic powers are completely blocked because they absorb too much spatial energy? Cain thought. It was worth trying something he had been holding back on. Slowking, come here for a moment, Cain called. He was talking with Curlia, but upon hearing Cain, he immediately teleported to his side. Curlia followed as well, imitating her master. Both of them knew how to use the move teleport in very similar ways. Slowking, try extending your psychic power into my mind. Use spatial energy like when you use the move teleport and try to make a small hole in that barrier in my brain, Cain instructed. They had tried this before when Cain couldn't use his power. Slowking could penetrate the barrier, but they didn't know what consequences that might have for Cain. Back then, his brain tissues still hadn't healed, and any sudden movement could have made things worse. Now that his body was more recovered, they could try again. Slowking, though hesitant for a moment, agreed and directed his psychic energy into Cain's mind. The energy, transformed into a fine spinning needle, slowly approached that inner barrier under the watchful eyes of Cain, Slowking, and Curlia. Under the fusion of psychic power and spatial energy, Slowking carefully handled the thin needle. That same mental barrier which, no matter how many times Cain tried, was completely immovable, was pierced effortlessly by Slowking's fine needle. And in that instant, a millennia-old dam collapsed due to a tiny crack. Just through that small hole, the barrier that contained Cain's psychic power began to completely fracture. Large amounts of psychic energy began to spill uncontrollably. That familiar and longed-for sensation returned to Cain's mind. That psychic power he used to manipulate as easily as moving his own arms had returned. Slowking and Curlia immediately withdrew their powers. Cain, frowning, shut his eyes tightly. Slowking and Curlia silently stepped back. What remained to be done, Cain had to resolve on his own. Inside his mind, an unchained whirlwind had erupted. A frenzied psychic energy relentlessly crashed against the remains of the barrier. Cain could only focus with all his might to control whatever he could. What he hadn't expected was that his psychic power had grown to such a level without him realizing it. He had to concentrate all his efforts to contain that out-of-control energy spreading in every direction. It took him nearly an hour to fully stabilize all his psychic power within his mind. What the hell was that? He exhaled deeply, opening his eyes in surprise. A faint glow of psychic energy flickered around him. He couldn't have imagined that. Without realizing it, his psychic power had reached the advanced level. He was now an advanced level psychic. With the mediocre talent he always believed he had, he never expected to get this far. Cain still remembered that, when he first awakened his psychic abilities, the system had told him he'd need over 70 years just to reach the beginner psychic level. And yet now, in such a short time, he had reached the advanced level. Of course, the volume and strength of his current energy made it much harder to control. If before Cain had 85% control over his psychic power, now that control had dropped to barely 50%. Just enough to avoid losing control completely. Even though technically he had only just crossed the threshold from intermediate to advanced psychic, the difference between both levels, in volume and quality of power, was immense. If his psychic energy used to be 1 unit, now it was worth 10. A tenfold difference. No wonder an intermediate-level psychic stood almost no chance against an advanced one. But it was precisely after this evolution that Cain understood, for the first time, the true distance separating him from Sabrina. Even now, as an advanced-level psychic, he had no way to face her. And in part, he understood why Sabrina was the way she was. If a person, before achieving emotional maturity, were to gain godlike power, a power capable of rivaling Pokémon, then ordinary humans were nothing more than ants in their eyes. If not held back, just by releasing a bit of that psychic power, she could wipe fragile humans off the map. Her emotional instability was likely because her power far surpassed what her mind could handle. Cain took a deep breath and composed himself. He had finally regained his psychic ability. Although he didn't yet wield it with full ease, he was no longer the helpless cripple he had been for days. He fixed his gaze on a distant tree and extended his mental power. Like an invisible ribbon, he tied it to one of the tree's branches. There was no sound, no movement, no trace. The branch simply detached from the tree and instantly appeared in Cain's hand, as if it had passed through a spatial gate. He looked at the branch with a thoughtful expression. His interest was fully piqued. It seemed that the spatial energy he had absorbed earlier had been assimilated into his psychic power. Now his energy carried spatial properties. Cain thought this combination could be perfect for surprise attacks. Although, for that, he would need to further improve his control. Otherwise, he'd be discovered before getting close to the enemy. But if his assumption was correct, maybe he could already begin using teleport techniques. He focused, fixing his gaze on a distant tent, and recalled how the psychic flow of Slowking felt when he used the move teleport. "Now's the time," he said with conviction. Suddenly, he found the point where space folded. Surrounded by his energy, he vanished from the spot. Slowking and Curlia felt the spatial fluctuation of the teleport move and looked toward where Cain had been. They saw he had vanished. But when Cain reappeared, he was still exactly in the same place. "As I thought, it's not that easy," he said, noticing that he hadn't managed to move to where he intended, but had simply returned to the starting point. But that didn't discourage him. He supposed the failure was due to the limited control he still had over his power. The moment he found the spatial fold, his energy fluctuated, causing the teleport to fail. If he could improve his psychic control, then teleportation would be possible. At that moment, Cain felt something strange. As if he were no longer an ordinary human. As if he were part of that special group that inhabited this world. Now that he had regained his power, he was no longer a cripple. He could solve many things on his own, and also take the opportunity to continue training control of his ability. In front of him, a long row of psychic pressure spheres floated in the air. He manipulated them at will, changing their shapes. Even as their number increased, Cain felt no mental strain. It seems that now that I'm an advanced level psychic, these spheres no longer serve for training, he thought as he observed them. Honchkrow, he called to the sky. Upon hearing him, a sleek Pokémon with completely black plumage descended and positioned itself before him. Increase the dark-type energy in these spheres a little. This was his new strategy, to strengthen the spheres so the mental pressure would increase, making training effective again. And among all of Cain's Pokémon, the one who best mastered dark-type energy was undoubtedly Honchkrow. When it finished modifying the spheres, Cain immediately felt the difference. His control over them became more difficult. He thanked Honchkrow and began a new round of training. This time, more motivated than ever. If he managed to recover the same level of control he had as an intermediate-level psychic, he'd be ready to use teleport. And with that, even without his Pokémon nearby, he would have a way to protect himself in dangerous situations. Thus, Cain and his Pokémon resumed their respective trainings. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Cain took Shelgin and Horsia to continuously provoke the Combi swarms and engage them in battle. Although Shelgin had just evolved, thanks to ComOS teachings, his understanding of combat and control over energy increased drastically all at once. And once in battle, he no longer showed any fear. Defense was now Shelgin's greatest strength. For her part, Horsia also managed to evolve into Seadra after several battles. During evolution, Horsia used the quality-enhancing potion Cain had prepared in advance. Pokémon, Seadra, Blue. Gender, female. Level, 35. Type, water. Ability, poison point. Held item, none. Egg moves, Dragon Rage, Dragon Breath, Water Pulse, Clear Smog. Basic moves, Bubble, Smog, Leer, Water Gun, Twister, Bubble Beam, Focus Energy, Brine, Hydro Pump. Learned moves, Icy Wind, Bounce, Dragon Pulse, Snore. TM moves, none. With her evolution, her quality rose to blue. Moreover, her level increased to level 35. Such a rapid growth spurt was the result of a long period of accumulation and training. However, after becoming a Seadra, her ability changed to Poison Point. Only after finally evolving into Kingdra would she regain the swift swim ability. Within Cain's team, she wasn't the strongest or the one with the greatest potential. But as mentioned before, a Pokémon's quality is an important prerequisite, though not necessarily the most crucial one. Such is the case with the Seadra and with Swampert. Both are destined to be part of the Rain team. Perhaps their combat abilities don't seem so outstanding on their own, but everything has been designed for Cain's Rain team. And, what's more, it doesn't even need to be limited to just a single Rain team. Their move sets and functions can't be fully appreciated within only one group. As long as Gengar serves as the ability transformer, all the Pokémon on the team will be able to unleash immense power under the rain. Seadra reached level 35 and Shelgin reached level 36. Both managed to level up significantly and completed their evolution. But after 3 days of battles, they could no longer fight. The Combi swarms had already noticed the presence of Cain and his Pokémon. Every time they approached the Combi forest, it wasn't just a few enemies anymore, but full swarms. And the levels of the opponents were no longer suitable for Shelgin or Seadra. That's why this time, Cain brought Aggron and Swampert. Aggron at level 56 and Swampert at level 57. If these two Pokémon coordinated well, they could challenge the entire swarm. Today, they came with that goal in mind. Unlike before, when they infiltrated gradually to weaken the enemy's strength, this time they entered directly, without hesitation. Cain was sitting in his sand chair, using his psychic powers to move around, so this time Slowking didn't accompany him. The distance was so short that even Kirlia could arrive with a single use of teleport. Today it was Gengar's turn to guard the group. Currently, the guard rotation consisted of Slowking, Gengar, and Florges, 3 elite-level Pokémon that protected Cain in turns. The rest of the team was training at the camp. The routine was the same as the one Cain followed in Leafy Town, with the difference that the wild Pokémon here were much higher level, and Cain's body was still paralyzed. After 3 days, his body still couldn't move freely. Only his right arm, from the elbow down, could be moved freely, including muscles and joints. Boom. Boom. Agron and Swampert advanced on the front lines. Any Combi or Vespiquen that approached was taken down in a single hit. In no time, they reached the deepest part of the Combi forest. It was the first time in these 3 days they had reached that point. In front of them, the ancient and massive trees held multiple hives, with Combi buzzing in and out in full activity. At the center, the largest hive stood out above the others. It was also the one with the most Combi going in and out. That must be the hive where the Queen Vespiquen resides, thought Cain upon seeing it. Noticing the presence of Cain and his Pokémon, all the Combi immediately dropped what they were doing and flew in their direction. Bzzz. A distinct buzz echoed from the largest hive. The Queen Vespiquen flew out of her hive, closely followed by 2 Combi with threatening auras. With the appearance of the Queen, all the Combi stopped and greeted her with reverence. Within the Combi swarm, the hierarchy is extremely strict. The Queen Vespiquen can decide the life or death of all the swarm members. All other Vespiquen are born from her, and she has the ability to control the Combi she has raised. That chain of control grants her full command over the entire swarm. This Queen Vespiquen was the Pokémon Cain had been waiting for. Pokémon, Vespiquen, light blue. Gender, female. Level, 61. Types, bug plus flying. Ability, pressure. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, Slash, Fellstinger, Destiny Bond, Sweet Scent, Gust, Poison Sting, Confuse Ray, Fury Cutter, Pursuit, Defend Order, Power Gem, Heal Order, Toxic, Air Slash, Captivate, Attack Order, Swagger. Learned moves, Signal Beam, Laser Focus, Endeavor, Bug Bite, Snore, Tailwind. TM moves, none. Without a doubt, an elite-level Vespiquen. Upon checking her data, Cain's eyes narrowed slightly. It didn't matter much, first thing was to capture her. After all, her main role would be as a support Pokémon. Agron. Swampert. Today, your opponent is in front of you. Cain addressed the 2 Pokémon in front. Besides the Queen, the 2 Combi accompanying her were also at elite level. But the problem with Combi lies in their innate disadvantage as a species. Their base stats are their biggest weakness. For a Combi to show true power, it needed direct support from a Vespiquen. Agron and Swampert looked at each other. They had no intention of holding back just because their opponent was female. Agron, use Stone Edge. Swampert, Aqua Tail. Cain didn't hesitate to order the battle to begin. Bzzz. The Queen Vespiquen shrieked, and the 2 Combi beside her drew even closer. Immediately, from the hive beneath Vespiquen, numerous small Combi emerged and flew directly toward Agron and Swampert. Defend Order. Vespiquen's signature move. Only she can use that move. Leading that horde of small Combi, all charged fiercely, their stingers raised, ready to pierce the invaders. Ding, ding, ding. However, the result was that the stingers of those little Combi could barely harm Agron. Agron's type was a total counter to Vespiquen and the Combi. Sharp shards of rock emerged around him, dispersing the attack as they scattered in all directions. Agron's Stone Edge move bore a striking resemblance to the same move when used by Tyranitar. The 2 Combi accompanying the Queen were at a disadvantage in terms of level and power. But that didn't mean they had no chance of winning. Agron was in charge of drawing the attacks, occasionally counterattacking with rock-type moves. Swampert, not having a type advantage, could only stay on the sidelines launching ranged attacks. Only when a clear opportunity presented itself would he charge forward with powerful punches. Both sides exchanged blows in a fairly even fight. If Agron could Mega Evolve, he might be able to defeat that Vespiquen on his own. However, among Cain's Pokémon, a particular custom had taken root. It was as if defeating an elite-level Pokémon without relying on Mega Evolution or special states made their power grow even more. That's why both Agron and Swampert had been waiting a long time for their turn to face this Vespiquen. Today, at last, their wish came true. Even though 2 against 1 doesn't sound very honorable, they knew that on their own they couldn't defeat her, only together did they have a real chance. Besides, Vespiquen is a rather special Pokémon. Her individual combat capacity isn't outstanding. Only when fighting alongside her swarm of combi can she unleash her true power. The battle was long. At first, Vespiquen dominated the fight, pressuring Agron and Swampert. But over time, they learned her moves and patterns. Combined with Cain's tactical command, they began to counterattack. Then, some of the combi watching could no longer stay still. However, Gengar stopped them before they could act. For him, those little ones were no problem. With a single use of hypnosis, he put them all to sleep. Thus, Vespiquen finally fell before the joint offensive of Agron and Swampert. Swampert, feeling more threatened, fought with some caution. But Agron, on the other hand, completely gave up on active defense. Relying on his formidable physical defense, he ignored Vespiquen's attacks. He grabbed her and simply pounded her. Although he ended up covered in wounds himself, Vespiquen fell defeated at his feet. Grah! Swamp! Agron and Swampert celebrated their victory enthusiastically. This demonstrated their growth in battle and the potential they could reach. Both leveled up, Agron to level 57 and Swampert to level 58. Cain then threw a Pokeball and captured Vespiquen, as well as the two combi that accompanied her. Those three were enough. Once they were transferred to the island, they could soon spawn a new swarm and, with a little development, establish a sizable colony. That was the main reason Cain had set his sights on Vespiquen. Before leaving, he didn't forget his initial goal either. He packed up all the honey from every hive in the area and took it with him. Not only did he take the leader of the swarm, he also kept all the fruit of these Pokémon's hard work. Cain really left nothing behind. He didn't plan to use Vespiquen personally. As long as she was tamed, that would be enough. She wouldn't be as troublesome as Vigoroth had been. Upon returning to camp, he simply used Kamo's intimidating presence to make Vespiquen submit without resistance. Thus, he completed his first objective in this settlement. Next, Cain planned to attack the Executor Forest. Unlike the Combi, the Executor were much stronger in battle. Moreover, they followed a more elitist strategy. They didn't have many individuals to use as cannon fodder. And since Cain had already invaded that forest before with his Blaziken, the Executor had strengthened their vigilance and territorial defenses even more. That's why Cain decided to take it slow and start first with smaller or more scattered groups of wild Pokémon. After all, Tyranitar had run into 3 quasi-elite level Skuntank, so it wouldn't be surprising to find more strong Pokémon in the area. That's how Cain settled in the region, exploring with his Pokémon. They went around battling wild Pokémon throughout the territory. They didn't eliminate them, just defeated them in combat. And if for some reason their attacks were too overwhelming, Cain would apply basic treatment to them. He wouldn't let them die so easily. At first, those wild Pokémon were grateful. After all, battles are common in nature. But being incapacitated in combat in the wild almost always equals a death sentence. Cain, however, spared their lives and even healed them a bit. But over time, the forest Pokémon began to notice something strange. Doesn't he come looking for battles too often? On average, every 3 days, just when their wounds were healing, Cain and his Pokémon would find them by smell and challenge them immediately. The weaker Pokémon didn't have much of a problem. If they lost once, they weren't bothered again. But the stronger ones suffered. Almost every day they were injured, and when they went out to look for food, they moved very cautiously to avoid being attacked by their rivals. Then they realized their enemies were the same, always injured, looking exhausted. Thus, unexpectedly, the forest became safer. Of course, the Pokémon were suffering. Later on, the Pokémon who were constantly challenged learned a new strategy. They no longer waited passively in their territories, but came to Cain's camp with fruits or valuable materials as offerings. They presented tribute, asked for a battle voluntarily, and when they saw they were going to lose, surrendered before taking more damage. That way, Cain wouldn't get too rough. Incredibly, this dynamic stabilized. Every morning, in front of Cain's camp, fruits, food, or materials would appear, carefully arranged. and beside them a line of wild Pokémon patiently waiting for their turn to battle. After the battle, they would leave, knowing they'd get 3 days of peace, without fear of surprise attacks, a sort of silent, mutual pact. The whole forest, as if it now had a ruler, miraculously stabilized. A full month passed like this. Neither Cain nor his Pokémon knew what to say about such a situation. But if the battles came on their own, what more could they ask for? In a 20-kilometer radius, they were already widely recognized. Except for the groups of Slaking and Executor, who felt strong and didn't need to follow the trend, all wild quasi-elite Pokémon participated in battles every 3 days. In fact, this also strengthened the battle experience of all the forest Pokémon. Although, without a doubt, the ones who benefited the most were Cain's Pokémon. Having a large number of Pokémon showing up daily, willingly, to battle, was, without a doubt, an unparalleled luxury. Training followed by battle. No cues. Even all at once, if they wanted. For a whole month, Cain was in no hurry. He slowly honed both his Pokémon and himself. Team Rocket missions had, for the moment, been pushed to the back of his mind. This area belonged to the outer edges of dimensional space, and after a month, he had practically explored it completely. With Blaziken, Cain finally managed to defeat the leader of the Executor. It was a close victory, yes, but a victory nonetheless. Tyranitar had also challenged that Vigoroth multiple times, even developing a sort of combative camaraderie with him. As the saying goes, there is no friendship without a good fight. Tyranitar learned quite a few battle tricks from Vigoroth. And during that month, he managed to break through his limit and ascended to the elite level, reaching level 61. Thus, he became the first Pokémon from Cain's second team to officially reach the elite level. This advancement also marked the beginning of the second team's pursuit of the first. It was inevitable. The higher the level, the harder it became to progress. Additionally, Blaziken, Aggron, and Swampert also reached level 59, ready to take the next step at any moment. Only Politoed lagged a bit behind, at level 57. And except for Politoed, all members of the second team could Mega-Evolve. Tyranitar, upon Mega-Evolving, had little to envy from Slowking, though the latter had reached level 67 during that month, thanks to training. Even so, Tyranitar had a type advantage due to his dark typing. After Mega-Evolving, he could be considered an advanced elite-level Pokémon, so the gap between them wasn't as wide as it seemed. However, the strongest was still Gengar. At level 66 and with the ability to Mega-Evolve, Gengar was already touching the threshold of Elite 4 level. Mismagius had also reached level 66. Both achieved it through constant training, without much combat. Their progress was slow but steady. On the other hand, Honchkrow, Drapion, and Weevil had been battling nonstop. They went out to seek opponents on their own. Cain only provided them with some poke blocks and medicine before letting them go, ensuring they could return safely. Who knows if they ever left the 20 kilometers radius? Cain wasn't sure. But in the end, Honchkrow, Drapion, and Weevil reached level 65, gradually closing in on Mismagius and the others. Cain's overall power had taken a huge leap forward. There wasn't much more to squeeze out of this area. Staying longer wouldn't bring many benefits. Moreover, over time, even the wild Pokémon had depleted the natural resources of the area, which had mostly ended up in Cain's hands. After a month of rest and recovery, Cain's body had also improved quite a bit. Although his legs still couldn't move freely, the upper part of his body was already functioning normally. Seated in a chair specially adapted by Tyranitar, he could go long periods without feeling discomfort. His control over psychic power had also increased from 50% to 55%. The progress was slow, yes, but each point represented a substantial improvement for him. Though he still couldn't use teleport fluently, he could now manipulate objects at a distance and even bend space to retrieve things. A considerable advancement. His chair now floated in the air. In front of him, the 3 Skuntank that had accompanied him looked at him with sorrow, as Cain was saying goodbye to them. They weren't much help to him anymore, and during their time with him, they had eaten well and received many benefits. They weren't losing out. Now that Cain was leaving, taking them with him made no sense. His chair floated over to the Kamao who was sleeping peacefully on the ground. During the last month, Kamao had trained all of Cain's Pokémon. In the end, he focused exclusively on Shelgon. Thanks to that, Shelgon's understanding of the dragon type and its moves grew by leaps and bounds. That kind of improvement doesn't show up in levels or stats, but in the long term, it's invaluable. Kamao, how are you doing? It's been a month. Have you thought it over? Cain asked. Kamao slowly opened his eyes, looking at Cain. A month? So soon, he roared in confusion. He barely felt like he had rested a little. He hadn't even fully woken up. Cain, now able to communicate with him through telepathy, understood the message and couldn't help but sweat a little. For a dragon Pokémon with such a long life, a month was nothing. Had he not even considered it seriously? Ahem, well, you don't have much time left to decide, because we're leaving, Cain warned him. At that, Kamao showed an uncomfortable expression. Cain had asked him a month ago, was he willing to leave this space and accompany him? In exchange for Cain helping him search for his species, Kamao would help him in 5 battles. At first, Cain had proposed 10 battles, but Kamao almost stood up to protest. Cain was too weak for him. He couldn't treat him as an equal. Even agreeing to any deal at all was already a lot, and only out of respect for Shelgon and the fact that Cain knew about his species. In the end, Cain lowered the number to 5 battles. In reality, the number of fights didn't matter. Even if he didn't help him once, his mere presence was deterrent enough. He was a Pokémon stronger than Regice. Even against an Elite Four member, unless it was someone like Drake, Kamao could face 2 Pokémon on his own. Against an Elite Four level trainer, he would be a true battering ram. But you can't lock me up in that tiny sphere of yours, Kamao finally said, giving in. Staying in this space was comfortable, yes, but it also meant stagnation. Going with Cain might give him a chance to reunite with his species. Deep down, Kamao had already made his decision long ago, but as a powerful and proud Pokémon, being captured by a weak human was hard to accept. Even if it was only temporary, entering a Pokeball felt humiliating. Cain couldn't help but smile. Even with his composed demeanor, he couldn't hide his excitement. And how could he not be happy? He had convinced a champion-level Pokémon. A masterstroke, and he even got 5 battles out of it. When Cain had proposed 10, it was only a bargaining tactic. He never imagined that just lowering it to 5 would make Kamao accept. No problem, Cain replied without hesitation. His quick response made Kamao suspicious that he had been tricked. Cain, very shrewd, took out a friend ball. He showed it to Kamao before capturing him. Since there was no resistance, the process was successful on the first try. Once captured, Cain couldn't hold back his excitement. He burst into loud laughter, full of joy. After such a long time since his rebirth, he finally had a true self-defense asset. And he also confirmed something. His great art of persuasion had reached perfection. The special effect of the friend ball was also the most suitable for Cain. It directly established a certain level of rapport with Kamao. Although strictly speaking, the relationship between Kamao and Cain was more of a cooperation that didn't stop Cain from using some little tricks. He opened the friend ball and released him. Kamao appeared from the Pokeball, and when he looked at Cain, there was a strange feeling in his eyes. He didn't know why, but suddenly that person seemed more pleasant to look at. That feeling of having been manipulated completely vanished in an instant. 5 battles? Kamao had never been afraid of fighting. If he really could find a worthy opponent, he wouldn't even need Cain to say anything. He'd go out seeking battle on his own. But if it was about bullying the weak, then he had no interest at all. Kamao was a Pokémon that only enjoyed fighting with others of similar or greater strength. Putting the friend ball away in his chest, Cain didn't force him to stay inside the Pokeball either. As the boss he was, he could stay wherever he wanted. After organizing everything at the camp, Cain prepared to leave. He only left 3 battle Pokémon out, Tyranitar, Aggron, and Blaziken. All the others were stored away. That was enough. Tyranitar had reached the elite level, Aggron and Blaziken were both at the peak of the quasi-elite level, and could mega-evolve. There was no problem in terms of combat or protection. Cain's psychic power was also far beyond the reach of most Pokémon. Sitting in a sand chair, Cain had a blue and black Pokémon on his lap, looking like a small dog. It was Riolu. On the backrest of the chair sat a green-haired girl, feet dangling in the air, swinging calmly. Both Riolu and Curlia were small Pokémon that liked to stay close to Cain. Tyranitar led the way, Agron and Blaziken walked on either side of Cain's sand chair. As for Kamou, he didn't follow. Instead, he lay down on the ground and went to sleep. According to him, traveling so slowly was boring. He preferred to sleep a little longer. In any case, Cain was heading to the central volcano and would arrive in a week. They'd meet there. Cain didn't insist. In the end, Kamou could only leave that place with his help, and Cain was sure he'd show up. Within a 20-kilometer radius, all the Pokémon who saw Cain and his group leaving secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That scourge was finally leaving. If he didn't leave soon, the Pokémon living there would probably have decided to relocate. Over a month in that area, who knew what the forest Pokémon had gone through? It might have been one of the most unforgettable memories of their lives. After leaving, his first destination was the Slaking Forest. During that month, Cain, with Tyranitar's help, had multiple encounters with that Vigoroth. He had told him many things about the outside world, and also some theories about Pokémon like him. At first, no matter what Cain said, Vigoroth refused to follow him. Much harder to convince than Kamou. After all, he had a large community under his care. He had suppressed his evolution for so long with the sole goal of becoming stronger, but staying there no longer helped that goal. That's why the first conversations always ended in Vigoroth's refusal. But little by little, his attitude began to change slightly. And the reason for that change? Tyranitar. Exactly, Tyranitar. During that month, Tyranitar fought with Vigoroth no less than 100 times. At first, he could only beat Vigoroth with Cain's instructions. Then, he began defeating him quickly under his command, and eventually, even without Cain's intervention, Tyranitar managed to win with his own strength. Because Tyranitar had broken through his limit and reached the elite level. Without the level difference, even if Vigoroth had far better control over power, Tyranitar's brute strength made up for the gap. Witnessing Tyranitar's growth process with his own eyes, it was impossible for Vigoroth not to be affected. He had worked hard for so long to reach his current state, and yet the other had surpassed him in just a month. Was that what he had been looking for as becoming strong? Vigoroth began to waver internally. The scales in his heart started to tip. Finally, when Cain helped the second strongest Pokémon in the clan, a Slaking already at the peak of quasi-elite level, reach elite level, Vigoroth made his decision. His clan now had another elite level figure. Although it wasn't another Vigoroth, but a Slaking, at least the group's safety was assured. Cain had resolved his final concern. So today, as he prepared to leave, Cain was going to capture Vigoroth, fulfilling the promise between them. Vigoroth would accompany him out of there and, with Cain's help, try to evolve into a Slaking with a certain level of activity. Maybe he wouldn't be able to maintain as much energy as when he was a Vigoroth, but at least he wouldn't become like other Slaking, so lazy they didn't move all day. About that, Cain couldn't promise anything with full certainty. He could only say he would do his best. At the very least, he wouldn't be weaker than he was now. But that couldn't be achieved in that space. He would probably need to leave, gather some data, and even visit Norman in Petalburg City to get a clearer and more reliable idea. When he arrived at Slaking Forest, the Vigoroth and Slaking there were already very familiar with Cain and his group. There was no resistance, and Cain went straight to the deepest part of the forest, where he found Vigoroth still giving instructions to that Slaking he had personally trained. Noticing Cain's arrival, Vigoroth showed a somewhat complex expression. The rest of the Vigoroth and Slaking looked the same. Their leader was leaving in search of greater power. But what he had done for their group was already more than enough. All his companions supported his decision. That Slaking he was instructing was, in fact, his disciple, trained personally by him. He just hadn't resisted the temptation to evolve and had finally become a Slaking. He would be the one to assume the leadership role in the future, which gave Vigoroth a bit more peace of mind. To capture Vigoroth, Cain used another friend ball. These Pokeballs are very effective for wild Pokemon that are already quite strong. As for what to do with Vigoroth, Cain still wasn't sure. Maybe after leaving that space, once he had gathered enough information, he'd start intervening in his growth. In the meantime, his task would be to teach Cain's Pokémon, whether it be Blaziken, always eager to learn, or the mighty Tyranitar and Aggron. Vigoroth's techniques were of immense value to them. That was something that couldn't be reflected by a mere level. With the capture of Vigoroth, Cain completed the last of his objectives in this area. Sitting in his sand chair, he began to explore the unknown regions. Heading north, slowly moving in the direction of the central volcano. The ancient and towering trees intertwine their branches with one another, the leaves overlapping layer upon layer, and only a few rays of sunlight manage to filter through the small gaps to the ground, leaving scattered patches of light like tiny shining clusters. Wild Pokémon of varying strengths and levels ran back and forth through the forest. Pidgeotto chased Caterpie, Spearow was after Weedle, but among the trees were invisible yet densely woven webs, waiting for some distracted flying Pokémon to crash into them. Ariados waited motionless, hidden in the shadows. In the bushes, Rattata or Raticate could occasionally be seen darting across the trails. Unaware that, from within some underbrush, cold eyes were watching them, while a forked tongue slid in and out of a reptilian mouth, clearly searching for the most succulent-looking target. A completely typical scene of jungle law, of natural selection in the wild forests. Cain, upon entering this forest with his Pokémon, immediately broke many of the traps carefully laid by the Pokémon and startled more than one prey that was just about to be captured. But upon seeing the imposing and dominant Tyranitar and Aggron, the other wild Pokémon only dared to be silently angry before slinking away with their tails between their legs. Of course, if there were Pokémon too cautious to take risks, there were also others more daring, who, angry that Cain had interrupted their hunting plans, decided to fight back. Like, for example, that Ariados who at this moment was descending rapidly from a tree on its thread. Or the Arbok that had just leapt out from a bush. The arrival of this group of intruders had ruined their hunt, and, being violent and fierce by nature, how could they let the culprit off so easily? Aggron, Blaziken, said Cain with a slight smile as he extended his psychic power, using it as a way to train the control of his ability, to perceive everything within range that he could detect. Aggron and Blaziken, upon hearing Cain's voice, instantly detected the presence of those two wild Pokémon. Clack. SSSHHH. Two sounds were heard. Blaziken immediately leapt toward the descending Ariados. Flames leapt from his clenched fists, although they vanished almost instantly. It was a sign of energy control. The fire from the fire punch move was entirely concentrated in his fists. The small bursts of flame were simply overflow from the move itself. Although the control wasn't perfect yet, and that's why the flames sometimes escaped, the goal was that, once perfected, each of Blaziken's punches would be a true fire fist. Without hesitation, he clashed head-on with Ariados' attack and landed a direct punch to its face. Ariados was sent flying with even more force than it had when falling, suspended in the air for a second before crashing to the ground, completely unable to continue fighting. Aggron, on the other hand, was even more effective. The charging Arbok opened its mouth to bite his arm, believing it was about to succeed. But Aggron, incredibly agile despite his size, turned his body and stomped on it. Arbok's body tensed instantly, stopping just 2 centimeters from the arm it wanted to bite, unable to reach it. It seemed like an unbreachable distance. Aggron then grabbed it by the head. Although it wasn't as convenient as grabbing it by the tail, there wasn't much difference. Wham! 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 He slammed it against the ground and nearby trunks. It didn't take much. After a few blows, Arbok was also out of commission. Aggron and Blaziken dusted off their hands and returned to Cain as if nothing had happened. During this time, as they moved through the forest, they had already encountered several Pokémon like this. But against Blaziken and Aggron, they had no chance of resisting. Not because these wild Pokémon were weak, their boldness and attacking directly already showed they were strong. Both had reached the quasi-elite level. But no matter how much they ruled the forest, against Aggron and Blaziken, they simply didn't measure up. Cain had already spent a good part of the day walking with his Pokémon toward the volcano, and had long since left behind the 20-kilometer radius he had already studied. He was now venturing into a completely unknown forest. Just as he imagined, the closer he got to the volcano, the stronger the wild Pokémon he encountered became. In the previous area, quasi-elite level Pokémon were rare. You had to walk several kilometers to find one at that level. But now, as he got closer to the volcano, he was running into Pokémon of that level more and more frequently. Cain was beginning to suspect. Could it be that once he reached the volcano, all the Pokémon that appeared would be elite level? If so, this place would truly be terrifying. However, for Aggron and Blaziken, facing strong Pokémon so frequently was the best thing that could happen to them. After seeing how Tyranitar broke through his limit and reached the elite level, both were eager to follow. Luckily, Tyranitar wasn't competing with them for these battles along the way. In fact, Tyranitar was beginning to show that typical pride of pseudo-legendary Pokémon. If it wasn't by Cain's order, he didn't even bother fighting quasi-elite level Pokémon anymore. He had become arrogant. He considered those Pokémon no longer worthy opponents and preferred to leave them to his two battle siblings. They too were close to breaking through their own limits. After defeating those two unimpressive wild Pokémon, Cain continued moving forward with his team into the depths of the forest. According to Team Rocket's map, once they crossed this forest, they would reach a grassland area. There, ambushing Pokémon were no longer as common. Brute force Pokémon predominated. And after crossing the grasslands, there would be another vast forest. Once they crossed that final forest, they would be near the central volcano. However, both the grassland and the final forest were vast. At their current pace, it would be impossible to reach the volcano in 1 or 2 days. In such a wide area, if upon reaching the central volcano they found no sign of Mew, Cain would assume that Pokémon simply wasn't in this closed world. Because if he aimed to explore the entire space without resting a single day, he would need at least a year. And he had already been inside for a month. Of course, in that month, his Pokémon's strength had greatly improved. But asking him to stay here a year, the resources he brought would already be depleted by then. To ensure his Pokémon kept growing, he could stay for at most 2 more months. Besides, in 3 months, who knew what changes could occur within Team Rocket or the League? Cain didn't want to fall behind in information. A full day. That was how long it took them to traverse the outer forest zone. They had entered a region of grasslands. Although the number of wild Pokémon in this area was still considerable, due to the lack of cover or hiding spots, most encounters were direct. Ambushes were rare. In these grasslands, it was easy to find brute force-type Pokémon. For example, entire herds of Tauros. They dominated the terrain, and almost no other Pokémon dared to challenge them. It wasn't worth it. A group of wild bulls that could go berserk at any moment was better left alone. There were also herds of Rhydon and Rhyhorn. They were even more troublesome and fearsome than Tauros. Their defensive capabilities were massive, and if you didn't have the means to confront them, the wisest choice was to stay away. But aside from these two species, there was another Pokémon that especially caught Cain's attention. Kangaskhan. A normal-type Pokémon, one that Cain knew could mega-evolve. Kangaskhan was famous for the relationship it had with its offspring. It was said that the little Kangaskhan lived in its mother's pouch for 3 years before becoming independent. The mother would give her life to protect her child. And the most striking part was that during Mega Evolution, if the baby was still in the pouch, both Pokémon would be empowered at the same time. It was the only known case in the entire Pokémon world where a Mega Evolution affected 2 Pokémon at once. Cain and his Pokémon's arrival in the grasslands instantly shattered the area's tranquility. It was like throwing a stone into the calm surface of a lake. And soon those ripples would disturb the entire prairie. At first, nothing major happened. But everything changed when they encountered a herd of Tauros. Tyranitar and the others had set their sights on a few Tauros in the group that stood out due to their strength. That's when Cain realized just how obsessed his Pokémon had become with battle. It all started with Tyranitar. In the previous forest, to avoid delays, Cain hadn't actively sought out strong wild Pokémon herds. The few that attacked on their own were usually quasi-elite level, and Aggron and Blaziken could defeat them in a couple of blows. Tyranitar hadn't even participated during that month, except for battles against Vigoroth, which did motivate him. His routine had been nothing but training after training. He was nearly going crazy from boredom. So now that, in the middle of the prairie, he sensed a slight danger emanating from some Tauros, how could he possibly resist? He had to fight no matter what. And if he felt that way, what about Aggron and Blaziken? Their obsession with reaching elite level bordered on the pathological. Cain didn't doubt that both would eventually break through. What worried him was that this fixation might end up harming their bodies. Looking at the three blazing stares of his Pokémon, Cain reclined in his sand chair, resting one elbow on the armrest while gently petting Riolu on his lap. His head was starting to hurt. Was he raising a bunch of battle addicts? It seemed like he couldn't control them anymore. With resignation, he waved a hand. Go ahead. Then, he took out a Pokeball and released Florges. Flot. The moment she appeared, Florges felt the fresh prairie air and smiled sweetly. With that smile as the trigger, a wave of flowers began to bloom around her, covering the ground with vivid colors. Florges, with her white petals, looked like a true flower fairy, blending seamlessly into the field she had just created. And that field of flowers continued to grow little by little, which quickly caught the attention of other prairie Pokémon. Cain knew Florges had remembered the place where she had once lived, and that was why she reacted like this, enjoying the atmosphere and the flowers. As a Pokémon that controlled flowers, creating a field like this was no problem for her. Cain said nothing. As long as Florges was happy, he was satisfied. He had only summoned her as a precaution to prevent Tyranitar and the others from going overboard with the Tauros and accidentally getting hurt. But clearly, Cain had underestimated their self-control. Even though they were brutes in combat and preferred to smash with a single blow rather than use two, that didn't mean they were brainless. What kind of brute is more terrifying? The one with intelligence and strategy. Tyron. Tyranitar shouted something to Aggron and Blaziken, and the three quickly mapped out a plan. From a distance, Cain watched without interfering. He wanted to see if their autonomous combat ability had improved. What they had learned from Kamui, and the tricks they'd picked up thanks to Vigoroth, it was time to put it all into practice. Soon after, they had everything decided. With the prairie's cool breeze blowing in their faces, Blaziken was the first to act. With a whoosh, his body was engulfed in flames, and he charged directly at the Tauros. His fiery crimson figure instantly caught the herd's attention. Blaziken accelerated more and more. The Tauros began to stir. White vapor shot from their nostrils as their hooves scraped the ground impatiently. Blaziken appeared before them in the blink of an eye. He didn't even give them time to react. Boom! A kick to the forehead of the nearest Tauros slammed it to the ground. Thump! The impact was so strong it made the ground tremble slightly. And using that same momentum, Blaziken flipped backward and moved away from the group. Then, the whole herd exploded in fury. Without caring for their fallen companion, they charged madly after Blaziken. He, taunting them, stood still and waved a finger at them, challenging them. He waited a few seconds, and then ran again. Tyron. Graha. From a nearby point, Tyranitar and Aggron, already prepared, roared with enthusiasm. Cain watched silently and put a hand to his face. I take it back. This was Tyranitar's idea, no doubt. The plan was clear. Blaziken would provoke and draw their attention, and then they would charge the entire herd head-on, no detours. Tyranitar twisted his body as he activated the move Dragon Dance. Thanks to the techniques learned from Kamui, he could now do it faster and with greater effect. Aggron, with a powerful roar, caused massive rocks to rise from the ground, which, immediately after, disappeared. This wasn't throwing a stone into the lake. This was dropping an atomic bomb. Blaziken swiftly dashed past Tyranitar and Agron. Now everything depended on his two main partners giving it their all. He only needed to provide support from the flanks. Tyranitar and Agron looked at each other. Almost simultaneously, they each raised a leg and stomped hard on the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Boom, boom, boom. Seismic waves spread through the terrain. The grassland cracked in several areas, with fractures of varying sizes. A double use of the move Earthquake rippled out toward the frenzied charging Tauros. Those at the front lowered their heads without hesitation, not caring if there were invisible rocks ahead. They were now fully engulfed in the fury of the charge. And the result? The invisible rocks were shattered by the force of the charge, yes, but the effects of Earthquake weren't so easy to ignore. The ground fissures trapped unsuspecting hooves, causing several Tauros to fall. And when one fell, those behind inevitably stumbled. Luckily, some of the beasts still retained a bit of sense and barely managed to dodge their fallen comrades, skirting around them. Tyran! Gra! Tyranitar and Agron roared in unison. And then, they too charged at the Tauros herd. Rock fragments began to appear around Tyranitar's body, while Agron lowered his head, revealing several faint, glowing horns that protruded like lances from his helmet. When it came to charging, he had never feared anyone. The two forces collided. Bam! Crash! Boom! Bang! As if playing bowling, Agron, using the move Headbutt, became more Tauros than the Tauros themselves. Everyone in his path was sent flying. Tyranitar, with the rock fragments swirling around him, plunged into the herd like a hot knife through butter. With a single move, he grabbed a Tauros by a horn and stopped it dead in its tracks. The strength needed for something like that was simply monstrous. And just when it seemed Blaziken had already moved away, he reappeared. From the edges, he easily caught any lone enemy and gave them a thorough beating. There were more than enough enemies anyway. He just had to put into practice everything he had learned from Kammo and Vigoroth over the past month. It had been a long time since he'd found such a sturdy punching bag. Meanwhile, seated in his sand chair, Cain watched them with a blank stare. Was it really a good idea to let them fight on their own just like that? The thunderous battle had managed to attract the attention of all the nearby wild Pokémon. However, what Tyranitar, Agron, and Blaziken were showing in combat was impressive. It was clear that each had improved greatly in both strength and technique. That said, their coordination left much to be desired without Cain's direction. Each fought on their own. Fortunately, the Tauros weren't good at group combat either. They saw an enemy nearby and simply charged without thinking. The weaker ones quickly fell. Only the quasi-elite level ones remained standing. But even those wouldn't last long. Especially seeing Tyranitar, in the center of the chaos, completely unleashed. He had a Tauros grabbed by each horn. And he lifted them off the ground. Yes, he hoisted two full-grown Tauros, one in each hand. The scene was so shocking that the wild Pokémon who had approached out of curiosity turned around and fled without looking back. Mommy, there's a monster. And the worst part was that Tyranitar didn't even seem to realize he had Tauros in his hands. He used them as weapons, spinning them like simple clubs. And sometimes, he combined them with a special move or two. Agron wasn't falling behind either. He had become a true rampaging bull. Taking advantage of his nearly impenetrable defense, he would grab a Tauros and smash it against the ground without caring about taking hits from others. And the whole time, he roared fiercely. As if to say, do you give up or not? Huh, do you give up? The Tauros underneath him, who had been unable to speak for a while, was on the verge of tears. The only one keeping any shred of sanity was Blaziken on the outskirts of the battle. At least, compared to the other two. Of course, if we didn't count the fact that every time he defeated a Tauros, he sent it flying through the air with a kick, things would seem more normal. Cain placed a hand on his forehead, resigned. Flot. Florges cautiously approached him. She seemed to want to say, these guys were trained by you, right? Aren't you going to stop them? But seriously, the level of combat they were showing now was impressive. If it weren't for the occasional Tauros flying in a random direction. Cough, cough, it's fine, said Cain with a forced smile. They just haven't fought in a while. Let them blow off steam today. Once they defeat this herd, they'll surely calm down. He decided not to intervene. Today, they could fight as much as they wanted. But of course, it's just when you let your guard down that everything spirals out of control. No one knew who had the brilliant idea. Maybe they completely lost their minds. Tyranitar and Agron, each with a Tauros in hand, threw them like projectiles toward a herd of Rhydon peacefully grazing in the distance. With the weight of a Tauros, no matter how strong they were, the distance was too great. But that's when their coordination miraculously worked. Blaziken abandoned the enemy in front of him, jumped, and delivered a brutal kick to one of the airborne Tauros. And just like that, the missing force was added. That Tauros probably became the first long-distance flying Tauros in the history of the Pokémon World. Boom! It landed squarely in the middle of the Rhydon group. Several Rhydon turned toward Tyranitar and company. And what they saw was the three Pokémon, beckoning them with their hands. All at once. The ultimate attack. Let's see if you've got the guts to come over here, huh? Who could endure such provocation? Not the Rhydon, that's for sure. Led by their leader, they charged at the trio without hesitation. And that wasn't all. Other Pokémon in the area, who had been holding back for a while, joined the assault. Florges watched everything in silence. Then, looking at Cain, still gaping in his chair, she released a faintly glowing flower of concern. Are we still in time to stop this? Cain couldn't believe it. The first time he let them fight on their own, and they ended up provoking the entire grassland? His head hurt. But with a sigh, he pulled out 2 more Pokeballs. Well, if we have to fight, we all fight. Swampert and Politoed appeared instantly. Swampert, seeing the scene, didn't think twice and ran off to join the party. Politoed froze for a few seconds, then, letting out a bitter and resigned smile, also jumped into battle. Florges, murmured Cain, still with his hand on his forehead. Just generate a grassy terrain, and let them fight on their own. Today, I'm not doing anything else. The meadow, which had once been calm and peaceful, now, thanks to the intervention of Tyranitar and company, had ended up in complete chaos. A full-on brawl. Almost all the Pokémon in the meadow had joined in. Although, in truth, it wasn't like they were all attacking Tyranitar and the others. It was a true war with no sides. All the Pokémon were fighting each other, regardless of the opponent's level. As long as they weren't part of the same group, they were considered enemies. The battle lasted for a full 3 hours. Cain, sitting to the side, went from initial shock to slowly opening his mouth wider and wider, unable to close it again. Tyranitar and the others had truly gone crazy from all the fighting. Since everything around them was an enemy, they just grabbed the nearest Pokémon and slammed them into the ground. In the end, though covered in wounds, swollen and beaten to the point of being unrecognizable, the only ones still standing were the 5 of them. Standing alone on the field. The wind blows cold over the river Styx, the 5 little ones. He couldn't continue the metaphor. The meadow was completely covered with fallen wild Pokémon, all unable to keep fighting. Tyranitar, euphoric, spread his arms and roared toward the sky. But Agron and Blaziken, on the other hand, suddenly closed their eyes and went completely still. 30 seconds later, when they opened them again, their presence had changed entirely. They had reached the elite level. After this massive battle, both had broken their limits and advanced to the next level. With that, it was confirmed that Cain's second main group of Pokémon was now ready to face major battles. The first group would now feel the pressure. Soon, there might not even be a difference between the first and second groups. The strength levels were evening out. In fact, the second group had always had greater natural talent than the first, and their starting point had been much higher too. But one thing must be noted. The resources used by the second group had all been obtained thanks to the battles won by the first. That was a concept Cain made sure to instill from the beginning. That by working together, the whole team would grow better. Swampert, although not yet at elite level, had gotten very close. And Politoed had also felt the power of a level-up evolution up close, which would no doubt help in his own progress. Cain slowly floated forward until he was right in front of the 5 Pokémon. Tyranitar, who moments before looked imposing and proud, immediately lowered his head upon seeing Cain's somber expression. He gave an awkward little smile. Agron and Blaziken did the same. Only Swampert and Politoed had faces that said, "Serves you right. Are you not scared anymore, or what? Huh? Now that you think you're strong, you think you can just start massive battles like it's nothing." Cain's voice was completely cold. And the colder he spoke, the more impact it had on Tyranitar and the others. Despite Tyranitar being 3.2 meters tall and Agron 3 meters, these 2 giants didn't even dare breathe in front of the seemingly weak human sitting in his chair. Blaziken immediately looked away. "Don't look at me. I wasn't the one who came up with the idea." Wham! Before he could react, Tyranitar's arm was already on his shoulder. He forcefully dragged him over to his side. "We're brothers, we share the punishment too." Agron did the same, pulling over Swampert and Politoed, who had been enjoying the show. "You guys had plenty of fun fighting too. Don't think those bruised faces are getting you off the hook." Seeing this scene, Cain didn't know whether to laugh or get angry. Florges, who was beside him, covered her face with a hand and let out a soft, musical laugh like a bell. Her silvery laughter soon echoed across the meadow. Cain looked at her in annoyance. He had just barely managed to put on a stern face, and now Florges had ruined it. In truth, she knew perfectly well that Cain was only acting. Seeing those little ones he had once trained go so wild in battle, and now tremble before him, was just too funny. Knowing Cain, it was obvious he wasn't truly angry, and Florges was simply telling him, without words, that he didn't need to force it so much. Seeing Cain's expression relax, the 5 Pokémon also smiled. They knew it was just a scolding. "You think you're getting off that easy? Before dinner, 1,000 push-ups each." "Tyranitar and Blaziken, 2,000, said Cain, frustrated. Everyone's smiles froze. Swampert and Politoed were collateral damage. At first, they had nothing to do with it, but now they were being punished too. "Swampert, Politoed, you're part of the group too. When one messes up, everyone shares. That's what true companions do." And right at that moment, Tyranitar and Blaziken pointed at him. With faces that clearly said, "And why do we get double?" Cain rolled his eyes. "Tyranitar, don't tell me you weren't the one who came up with the strategy. And you still think 2,000 is too little. And you, Blaziken, 1,000 push-ups is too much? 2,000 for you is just a warm-up." He knew his Pokémon too well. Blaziken, a specialist in physical combat, needed at least that much just to start sweating. So Blaziken didn't complain anymore. 2,000 wasn't a big deal for him. Tyranitar, on the other hand, let out a sharp groan. With his weight, doing 2,000 push-ups, surely by the time he finished, dinner would be cold. Right. Since Cain's upper body had fully recovered, he had gone back to cooking meals and preparing special dishes from time to time. After all, while poke blocks were delicious, if you ate them as your main food all the time, they'd eventually wear out your palate. Every now and then, a change in flavor was nice. After announcing the punishment, Cain floated in his sand chair toward the inner part of the meadow. Florges followed with a smile, and everywhere she stepped, flowers bloomed. The 5 giants followed with their heads lowered. Ignoring their injuries, all they could think about was finishing their push-ups quickly so they wouldn't miss dinner. From up ahead, Cain tossed back a few bottles of special medicine. "Take care of yourselves. If you don't bare your fangs, the cats will think the tiger is sick. Sometimes, you need to get angry to make them understand they can't do whatever they want." But only Florges, walking beside him, caught a glimpse of the proud smile forming on Cain's face. Seeing how far those little ones had come, it filled him with pride. The strength they had shown today, even Florges, who had watched from the outside, was amazed. When did those little ones who always wanted to fight behind us turn into this? Even if she fought them herself now, it wouldn't be an easy win. And if she let her guard down, she might even lose. Cain advanced with his Pokémon toward the depths of the vast prairie. The place where they had been before was just a corner of the entire plain. After a battle like the previous one, Tyranitar and the others were completely covered in wounds. They were no longer in condition to take part in any more intense battles. That's why, as they advanced without provoking anyone, very few wild Pokémon approached them to fight. The prairie stretched endlessly, and the only one leaving a trace in her path was Florges, who made flowers bloom with every step she took on the grass. After walking for quite a distance, they reached a rather uncommon feature for a prairie, a lake. In the middle of that sea of green grass, a patch of blue stood out in the distance. It wasn't exactly the color of the water, but the reflection of the sky on the surface. The grass simply wasn't tall enough. Otherwise, it would have evoked that kind of scene where the breeze waves the grass under which Pokémon graze. Upon seeing the lake, Cain decided to set up camp there. They would spend the night and continue the next day. He called all his Pokémon. Under the precise control of his psychic power, the camp was quickly set up. Tyranitar and the others continued obediently fulfilling Cain's punishment. There would be no dinner until they completed their push-ups. Vigoroth, who was leaving his original group for the first time, seemed a little uneasy seeing Cain's Pokémon. Also, the prairie was a completely new environment for him. But at least he had something to do. Teaching Cain's Pokémon had become his favorite task. It made him feel less out of place and, at the same time, helped him integrate with the others. Of all the Pokémon Cain had captured, Vigoroth was one of the most self-aware and certainly one of the most intelligent. You could see him next to Tyranitar and the others, correcting their posture and showing them how to do proper push-ups, while doing them himself as well. In no time at all, he was fully integrated with them. In fact, his speed at doing the exercises was acknowledged by everyone. He was even faster and more technical than Blaziken, a fighting-type Pokémon. A Vigoroth who had already pushed his potential to the max. If he didn't evolve, there really wasn't much room left for improvement. But far away from everyone, in the center of the lake, a pair of eyes suddenly emerged, watching the training Pokémon closely. A strange and undefined light shone in its gaze. Because its body was naturally blue, it went unnoticed in the water. Neither Cain nor Slowking detected it with their psychic abilities. It was a Pokémon skilled at concealing its presence. Soon, Cain began to prepare dinner. At times like that, he joked that it was a good thing he still had hair, otherwise, he'd look way too much like that professor who could read minds. The delicious aroma of roasted food reappeared, something they hadn't smelled in days. Upon smelling it, Tyranitar and the others immediately picked up the pace with their push-ups. But as always, Vigoroth was the fastest. Blaziken followed close behind. Luckily, they finished just before Cain completed the cooking. With trembling arms, each one received their portion and ate with absolute happiness. While they were dining, the eyes in the lake reappeared. This time, Cain did sense something. Although when he looked toward the lake, he saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just a few slight ripples on the surface. He didn't give it much thought. After all, it was natural for wild Pokémon to be in a place like that. The next morning, with the light of dawn, Cain woke his Pokémon. After completing their morning training, they would continue their journey. For the third time, those eyes appeared again. But this time, Cain caught them. That feeling of being watched secretly was something Cain could sense very easily. Since he already had his psychic powers extended in advance, he quickly located the source of that sensation. A pair of eyes peeking just above the lake's surface. Cain and those eyes stared at each other. A slight look of surprise crossed his face. So it was you. Realizing it had been discovered, the Pokémon in the lake no longer tried to hide. It spun and leapt out of the water. It landed in a perfect pose. Both feet and one hand on the ground, the other hand extended behind. Like a hawk about to take flight. Its body and legs were dark blue, its chest yellow, with large white bubbles on its limbs, and four-pointed stars on its thighs resembling shuriken. 3 fingers on its hands, 2 on its feet, with membranes between them. The lower part of its face and its pointy ears were light yellow, with white spots above its eyes, which had white sclerae, red irises, and white pupils. And most striking of all, a pink tongue wrapped around its neck like a scarf. Greninja. It was from recognizing this Pokémon that Cain showed surprise. This kind of Pokémon had already piqued his interest back when he still lived on Earth. Mainly because of Ash's Greninja, that special bond-based evolution, and its sleek design that captured the attention of thousands of fans. He couldn't deny it. Cain had been one of them in his previous life. When he was first reincarnated, Greninja was one of the Pokémon he desired most. But as he grew and came to understand the hardships of life, he let go of that desire. In this life, he no longer obsessed over chasing Greninja. What did interest him was that kind of bond-based evolution between trainer and Pokémon. Especially after observing certain changes in Steven's Aerodactyl, his interest in that phenomenon grew even more. Even though this Greninja had been watching them from the shadows for so long, it probably had a purpose. And it wasn't surprising that neither Cain nor Slowking had detected it, considering it was a water and dark-type Pokémon. Pokémon, Greninja, Blue. Gender, male. Level, 65. Types, water plus dark. Ability, Torrent. Held item, none. Egg moves, Mind Reader, Mud Sport, Water Sport, Power-Up Punch. Basic moves, Water Shuriken, Night Slash, Haze, Roleplay, Mat Block, Pound, Growl, Bubble, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse, Smokescreen, Shadow Sneak, Spikes, Feint Attack, Substitute, Extrasensory, Double Team. Learned moves, Hydro Cannon, Low Kick, Ice Punch, Icy Wind, Bounce, Snore. TM moves, none. As the water-type starter from Kalos, Greninja's growth potential was unquestionable. Seeing one at elite level was rare. Any Pokémon that reaches that level in the wild deserves respect. Although having reached such a high level also means its room for shaping is more limited. For many trainers, that's not a problem and may even save resources. But for Cain, a Pokémon that's already formed might seem useful at first, but in real battles against others of the same level, the differences become obvious. Greninja slowly stood upright and extended a finger, signaling Blaziken to come closer. It was a battle invitation. A challenge, ninja style. Blaziken was slightly puzzled. Just yesterday he had used that move against the Tauros, and he didn't expect that today another Pokémon would use it and that he would be the target. How was a Pokémon like him supposed to tolerate something like that? His anger ignited instantly. He extended his arm to stop Tyranitar and Aggron, who were approaching from the sides. This guy was coming for him. Blaziken strode forward with large steps, and with each step, the fire on his body grew more intense. Greninja, seeing him step forward, let determination fill his eyes. After such a long time, he had finally found a worthy opponent. He didn't care about the other Pokémon. His target was direct and clear, to fight Blaziken. If Tyranitar or the others intervened, it was irrelevant to him. He was a straightforward Pokémon, with clear and pure intentions. Even though Greninja's water type had the advantage over Blaziken's fire type, Blaziken's fighting type also had an advantage over Greninja's dark type. Cain smiled. In that case, Blaziken, fight seriously. Blask, roared Blaziken with determination, his battle aura flaring up strongly. Though, in terms of level, there is a bit of a difference. It's not very fair. Then, Mega Evolution. The ring on Cain's finger lit up instantly. The Blazikenite, hidden in the fur on Blaziken's chest, responded to the call, shining brightly as the fur around it swayed from the energy being released. That energy enveloped Blaziken completely. In an instant, the Mega Evolution was complete. The 4 energy streamers on his wrists waved without wind. Greninja watched Blaziken's change, sensing the transformation of his aura. His eyes grew even brighter. The desire to fight inside him burned like a flame. Croak. Greninja crossed his arms. 2 water shuriken appeared in his hands, and he hurled them directly at Blaziken. And he himself didn't stay still. He began to run. The surprise attack had no effect. Flames burst from Blaziken's fists. When they clashed with the water shuriken, a deafening explosion rang out. Blaziken, swords dance, ordered Cain calmly. Blaziken, upon hearing him, narrowed his eyes. Without hesitation, he launched into a combat dance. He didn't think that receiving orders from his trainer made the fight unfair. He and Cain were one. Only by working together could they reach their true power. Otherwise, there would be no reason to mega-evolve. Greninja, circling around Blaziken, began generating illusionary replicas. Double team. Blaziken, standing amidst all those clones, didn't seem disturbed. Feel it out. Remember what you learned from Vigoroth, Cain said in a low voice. Hearing this, Blaziken slowly closed his eyes. He began to rely on his instincts. Greninja, seeing this, didn't waste the opportunity. All the replicas created 2 water shuriken in their hands and launched them simultaneously at the center. Immediately, a swarm of water shuriken surrounded Blaziken. Just before they struck, Blaziken opened his eyes. Flames erupted from his legs. He spun through the air, executing a blaze kick that dispelled all the shuriken. The contact of water with such high temperatures caused a cloud of steam that enveloped Blaziken completely. Greninja's replicas were still active, but unable to see clearly. They didn't rush to attack. Whoosh! A red silhouette suddenly burst from the steam, launching forward with great force. Flame charge. Greninja reacted instantly. He brought his hands to his chest, generating a sphere of aquatic energy, which he threw with a swift motion. Water pulse. But Blaziken didn't slow down. On the contrary, he became even faster. At the front of the flame charge, golden flames began to emerge. Gradually, that golden fire enveloped the entire flame charge. It was Blaziken's most intense flame. The water pulse evaporated instantly. Greninja was stunned, but reacted quickly. He extended his arms and created a wall of water like a shield. Boom! Upon impact, Blaziken's fist collided directly with Greninja's crossed arms. The force of the blow sent them both skidding back several meters. Greninja's replicas vanished immediately. Blaziken had located the real Greninja. At the point of impact, once again, flames emerged from Blaziken's fist, while aquatic energy flowed through Greninja's arms. SSS. Water and fire made contact. Bang! Both leapt back, landing on opposite sides. But the moment they touched the ground, they launched themselves again, clashing at even greater speed. Thanks to his speed boost ability, Blaziken wasn't at a disadvantage in terms of speed. In fact, the longer the battle went on, the more advantage he gained. Boom! 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 The fight shifted from long-range attacks to full-on close combat. And there, Blaziken's fighting type began to make a difference. Greninja realized something was wrong. He kicked Blaziken's arm and, with a somersault, managed to create some distance. But Blaziken didn't let up. The flames on his body burned even stronger. This was what he loved. A battle like this, intense, real. In his mind, Vigoroth's teachings on how to make the most of one's body in battle flashed rapidly. Every joint could be a weapon. Greninja had barely gained some space when Blaziken lunged at him again. Fire punch. Blaze kick. Double kick. One combo after another, a sequence so fluid that it was no longer easy to distinguish which move was which. A strike that looked like blaze kick would transform into double kick. A punch that seemed like fire punch also contained traces of fighting-type energy and was sometimes disguised with feints. Blaziken wasn't just using fists and legs. He also used elbows, knees, his whole body as a weapon. A long strike was strong, a short one lethal. Blaziken seemed to have grasped this key principle, and Greninja could do nothing but endure. After all, in close combat, a fighting-type Pokémon like Blaziken had a natural advantage. Just when Blaziken felt he had the battle under control, something changed. Greninja's eyes filled with aquatic energy, and suddenly, a torrent of water burst from his entire body, enveloping him completely. Blaziken's fire punch failed to break through that torrent. He flipped backward and took some distance. He wanted to see exactly what Greninja was doing. Cain, sitting in his sand chair, watched the scene. With Mega Evolution, he and Blaziken shared sensations. What Blaziken felt, he felt too. They communicated telepathically as if they were one. Their thoughts were completely synchronized. Seeing Greninja wrapped in that column of water rising into the sky, Cain slowly narrowed his eyes. Greninja has 2 possible abilities. One of them is the one possessed by the specimen currently in front of them, Torrent. The other is the ability Protean. If Cain had to choose, he would undoubtedly value those with the Protean ability more. But that didn't mean Torrent was a bad ability. On the contrary, the Torrent ability could be activated when a Water-type Pokémon's energy dropped below a certain threshold, increasing the power of its Water-type moves by 50%. It was a very powerful bonus. Furthermore, Torrent was an ability that only starter Water-type Pokémon could have. One could even say that, when selecting Water-type starters, the League prioritized those who had this ability. At first, Cain had thought that the change in this Greninja was the sign of a Mega Evolution, but after ordering Blaziken to back off a little, he remembered that for Mega Evolution, the presence of a trainer was essential. Then he understood. It wasn't Mega Evolution, though it looked like it. It was the activation of the Torrent ability. However, something was unusual. This Greninja seemed to have some conscious control over its ability, and the effect it showed was clearly above average. It might be due to some special training it had undergone. Krook. A roar came from the water torrent, and with it, the current burst outward, revealing Greninja at the center. As I suspected, there's been no external change, but the effect of the torrent ability, it can't be underestimated, Cain commented with a hint of disappointment. Although at the same time, it seemed logical to him. If it were so easy to activate a Bond evolution, then Ash's Greninja wouldn't be so unique and special. Blaziken, continue the battle. But be careful with its attacks. It won't be as easy to deal with now, Cain warned telepathically. Blask, shouted Blaziken, brimming with fighting spirit. Now things were really getting interesting. An opponent like this was worth it. His legs began bouncing off the ground in a special rhythm. Sword's dance activated. When it came to brute strength, he had never backed down. Water type? So what? Croak, croak, croak. Greninja once again used his old trick, double team. But this time, that move had no effect on Blaziken. He directly chose one of the clones and charged at it without hesitation. A rain of water shurikens came down again. But this time, those shurikens visibly looked different. Cain had already completely synchronized his senses with Blaziken's. Blaziken felt real pressure for the first time. He couldn't block them head-on. Tiny flames uncontrollably escaped his mouth. A sign of internal tension. Faced with the incoming wave of shurikens, Blaziken exhaled a stream of fire directly at them. Boom, 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 boom. The flames clashed against the shurikens. This time, Greninja didn't stay still. He cancelled his clones and took 2 water kunais in his hands, charging into close combat. The steam mist expanded, and the 2 Pokémon clashed in the midst of the vaporized water. Holding the weapons, Greninja's range increased considerably. Blaziken couldn't get close as he had before. He could only use his long legs to trade blows with the water kunais. The mist grew denser and denser. Continuing like this wasn't a solution. At the same time, Cain and Blaziken thought the same thing, and acted instantly. After another clash between Blaze Kick and the water kunais, Blaziken didn't retreat this time. Instead, he lunged forward. Greninja sensed something odd and tried to retreat quickly. But it was already too late. The speed of a mega-evolved Blaziken was superior. When he was practically on top of him, Greninja created 2 new water shurikens and hurled them. It was the moment. Aerial Ace. Using the agility of the Aerial Ace move, Blaziken stuck close to Greninja's body and spun rapidly, appearing behind him. During the spin, the flames from his body brushed the torrent, still partially covering Greninja, producing a sizzling sound. He did it. Both Cain and Blaziken knew they had secured the position. Greninja was stunned. He didn't expect his opponent to have such perfect control of distance. Had he really achieved that through training alone? That was a technique Blaziken had learned by observing Vigoroth. If Vigoroth could detect openings among a rain of rocks thrown by Tyranitar, then Blaziken could use the speed of Aerial Ace to rotate precisely and appear behind Greninja. Sky Uppercut. The band around his wrist automatically wrapped around his right fist. As he appeared behind Greninja, Blaziken was already crouched. Boom! The blow struck him square in the back. The power of Sky Uppercut was brutal, especially when the opponent was completely exposed, without any active defense. Greninja was launched into the sky. But that wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. Blaziken forcefully bent his long leg, and in a fraction of a second, caught up to him in the air. Combined move, Sky Uppercut plus High Jump Kick. Greninja, suspended in the air without support, was an easy target. And on top of that, he hadn't yet recovered from the previous hit. Blaziken appeared right in front of him. Greninja was still stunned. Boom! His knee slammed brutally into Greninja's body. Saws. Just as he had risen, he came crashing down. Only this time, even faster. Crash! The impact against the lake shore left a massive crater. Greninja lay sprawled on his back, unable to move. He had lost the ability to fight. Blaziken descended slowly, the energy of the Mega Evolution shimmering faintly around him before dissipating. Huff! He let out a deep breath. Steadied his breathing. Cain, from his sand chair, slowly approached the place where Greninja lay. There was no longer any threat. Greninja was completely knocked out. Cain couldn't help but feel a little pity. What a shame. His battle style is already fully defined. And judging by his earlier prideful attitude, he won't be easy to capture, Cain thought to himself. He had no intention of repeating what he had done with Vigoroth. Besides, Vigoroth was still in training, but this Greninja had already reached full maturity, both in level and style. Even so, Cain pulled out some healing sprays from his storage space and treated the wounds of both Pokémon. Tyranitar and Agron, who were off to the side, were deeply regretful. Such a strong opponent. How had they let themselves be tricked by Blaziken? Just because he said that was his rival, did that mean no one else could interfere? Who could guarantee that the finger Greninja raised was actually pointing to him? Blaziken, arms crossed, looked at the fallen Greninja with deep admiration in his eyes. That Pokémon had tremendous strength, and had never neglected his own development. Especially after activating the Torrent ability, his offense had been so fierce that even Blaziken had struggled to endure it. Greninja had excellent physical endurance. Cain administered quick treatment, and soon the Pokémon regained consciousness. When he awoke, his expression was one of total surprise. He hadn't expected to still be alive. Battles in the wild don't just determine winners and losers, they often determine life or death. That's why few Pokémon survive long enough to reach truly high levels. The fact that this Greninja had directly challenged Blaziken indicated he had strong confidence in his combat ability. It meant he had fought many times and, despite that, not only was he still alive, he had reached the elite level, which spoke highly of his natural talent for battle. As soon as he stood up, Greninja briefly looked at Cain and Blaziken, made a gesture of gratitude, and turned to leave. But Cain stopped him. Greninja instantly reacted by taking a combat stance, thinking this unknown creature wanted to harm him. However, it was a misunderstanding. Cain had no intention of hurting him, he just wanted to ask about a few things he might know. From the direction he was headed, it was clear this Greninja didn't live in the lake. Most likely, he lived a nomadic life. Cain asked him about this space and about the volcano in the center. Perhaps out of gratitude for the medical care he'd received, Greninja told him everything he knew. Among a few ancient clans that live at the base of the volcano, there was a legend. It was said that once, the central volcano was on the verge of erupting. The dense volcanic smoke covered the entire sky, and just when the Pokémon thought the end of the world had come, a multicolored light descended from the sky, covering the entire space. The eruption was then contained by that light, and the Pokémon that emitted it was considered a deity from that day forward by those who lived in the area. But aside from a few ancient clans, most Pokémon had never seen it, and the story gradually faded into obscurity. Greninja had heard that legend during his travels, unsure whether it was true. He had climbed the volcano himself, but the environment was extremely hostile and full of very powerful Pokémon, so he had no choice but to retreat. He didn't have the strength he has now at that time. Once Cain got the information he wanted, he let him go. He was a wanderer, impossible for anyone to capture. Forcing a capture would only bring trouble for both sides. Greninja had already earned the respect of both Blaziken and Cain. Besides, Cain had never been particularly interested in that type of Pokémon in this life. If he truly wanted one, he could easily ask Lysandra or even request one from the Kalos League. He could get it, but he wasn't interested. After Greninja left, Cain continued on with his Pokémon. 5 days later, at the foot of the volcano, Cain and his team had finally arrived. Kamua was already there, though they didn't know how long he had been waiting. When they arrived, they saw him sleeping at the base of the mountain, and no other Pokémon dared to get close. While Cain and the others had fought their way through every step, Kamua probably hadn't even been disturbed. He had simply walked through without interference. When he heard that Cain planned to climb the mountain, Kamua showed a serious expression for the first time. He didn't know what Cain was planning to do at the volcano, but he solemnly warned him not to approach the crater, because even he dared not disturb whatever lived there. Cain already had some suspicions, and hearing Kamua say that only increased his curiosity about what was hidden inside the volcano. Still, he had to proceed carefully. He asked Slowking to prepare psychic coordinates for a quick retreat, which gave him a bit more confidence. After all, unless it was a legendary Pokémon, Cain doubted anything could take down Kamua in one blow. However, shortly after they began the climb, before encountering any strong Pokémon, the unknown on his wrist, dormant for over a month, began to glow. Sensing what they were trying to tell him, Cain expanded his psychic perception. This place feels like the space is very weakened? That was the sensation he got. It was as if this volcano were a spatial node, a point where the boundaries of space were so weak that someone with psychic power could tear through them effortlessly. Is it connected to an alternate space? Cain wondered. He raised his hand and made a motion through the air. Even without the unknown, his power to open rifts had diminished, but he could still do it. And indeed, with a simple motion, a spatial rift opened before him. On the other side was the alternate space. Cain stared at the fissure, which began slowly closing, and could have sworn he saw something inside. To confirm it hadn't been his imagination, he reopened it in the exact same spot. Once something had been torn once, doing it again was as easy as ripping paper. At a certain distance within the alternate space, he saw 3 small black dots. The unknown symbols on his wrist began flashing frenetically. Then the black dots seemed to notice something and started moving directly toward Cain. That's when he noticed something behind them. Something was chasing them, and at great speed. When the dots got close enough, Cain confirmed they were 3 unknown. But what was coming after them was a gray, blurry mass, impossible to make out clearly. The unknown on his wrist, upon sensing it, stopped moving completely, becoming like tattoos. But it was too late. The 3 fleeing unknown were almost there. In this place, with space so weakened, it was as if there were no barrier for them at all. Boom! Boom! The volcano Cain stood on began to shake violently. Earthquake! In an instant, the 3 unknown appeared before him and latched onto his wrist without hesitation. Immediately afterward, just like the other 5, they played dead. But that wasn't the real problem. The gray mass was still heading their way. As it approached, the entire volcano began shaking even more violently. Even the space itself seemed to tremble. The crater kept spewing lava, flowing in waves down the mountainside. Kamua, who was beside Cain, stared at him with his mouth wide open. Didn't I tell you to be careful? Cain's eyes also flew wide open. How is this my fault? I didn't even climb the mountain yet. The spatial rift was still open, with no sign of closing, and the gray thing was just a few meters away. Only then could Cain get a clear look at it. What? Slowking, evacuate now. Seeing the shape of the thing, Cain cursed and immediately ordered a retreat. At that exact moment, the crater roared again. Boom! Something shot out from deep inside the volcano. Screech! A bird-like screech echoed across the entire space. Slowking, hurry! Cain repeated the order, urgently. Kamua looked at the giant bird that had just erupted from the volcano, and then looked back at the gray thing slipping through the rift. Finally, he turned his head toward Cain with a blank expression. How did I end up running into this walking disaster magnet? A walking disaster. Other Pokémon could spend their entire lives in this place without ever seeing that Pokémon that emerged from the volcano, and yet he had seen it. But even more terrifying was the Pokémon that had slipped through a spatial rift. And he saw it again. After having lived in the Pokémon world for so long, Cain had never witnessed anything so frightening. At his side, Slowking wore an expression of deep concern. He could perceive the coordinates with his psychic power, but he couldn't use the move Teleport. Space had become completely rigid ever since that dark gray being had entered. The only slight comfort Cain had was that those two terrifying Pokémon didn't seem to be paying attention to him. Perhaps the Pokémon beside him, Kommo-o, had caught their attention. It was completely motionless, as if even the slightest movement would draw the attention of those two Pokémon clashing in the sky. Cain could clearly feel two overwhelmingly powerful presences floating around him. If he moved even a little, they would attack without hesitation. Cain and his Pokémon were like ants, while Kommo-o was like a big cat, not a lethal threat, but eye-catching enough to be a nuisance. Scree! The giant red bird soaring through the skies cried out again, proclaiming its sovereignty. Grayer! With a mighty roar, the mist that enveloped the gray and black mass dispersed, revealing the Pokémon hidden within. And the moment Cain saw it clearly, he didn't hesitate a second to command Slowking to retreat. It was Giratina, the dragon of the underworld. And in its origin form, 6 ghostly, ribbon-like wings floated behind it, tipped with red ends. Near the end of its tail were 4 golden spike-shaped protrusions. And on its neck, 3 golden rings floated as if they were claws or grasping tools unique to that form. Giratina's roar had a chilling, metallic resonance. Cain also froze in place. He didn't know why, but he felt Giratina had focused part of its attention on him. Was it because of the unknown on his wrist? And why was Giratina chasing the unknown in the alternate space? Why had the unknown fled to this plane? Many questions swirled in Cain's mind, but there was no time to think about them. Because the Pokémon confronting Giratina in the sky wasn't a normal Pokémon either. It was Ho-Oh. So in the end, the legendary One Greninja had referred to as Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh was the Pokémon that inhabited this space. And how had Team Rocket managed to detect Mew's presence here? Giratina, you should stay in your distortion world. What are you doing here? Ho-Oh's sharp voice rang out in the sky. Both Pokémon were using telepathy to communicate, which allowed Cain to understand their words. Neither Pokémon bothered to hide their psychic presence. Not only that, both Giratina and Ho-Oh had turned part of their attention toward him. As a foreigner, Ho-Oh had surely noticed him right away. "Grah, I'm just taking a walk," replied Giratina calmly. When Cain heard those words, he nearly fell backward. "Brother, if this is just a walk, then your playground is massive. You even managed to make Ho-Oh nervous." That casual way of speaking, as if everything were trivial, left Ho-Oh momentarily stunned. And then furious. But it couldn't act impulsively. This was its space, and if they fought here, at least half the area would be destroyed. It didn't know how many innocent Pokémon would perish in the catastrophe. Besides, Ho-Oh wasn't certain it could defeat Giratina. The only one powerful enough to subdue it was Arceus. But in Arceus's eyes, the Pokémon world was all that mattered. This remote corner of space meant nothing to it. Ho-Oh could only hold back its anger. "Are you done with your walk? Can you leave now?" it asked with a bitter tone. Even Cain could feel the resentment hidden in its voice. "Not yet," said Giratina with the same indifference. Pfft. Cain exhaled sharply, unable to keep holding his breath. Under normal circumstances, someone like him wouldn't attract the attention of such superior beings. But that accidental interruption made both legendaries look at him at the same time. "Human. In your body, there is something with my essence." Giratina's voice resonated directly in Cain's mind. "Human, what is your relationship with Lugia?" followed Ho-Oh, not giving him a moment to breathe. In theory, a human shouldn't warrant such attention. But Cain did have something special in his body. A light in the darkness, impossible to ignore. Cain was frozen. "Why are they dragging me into this? I was just passing by." He gave a bitter smile. "I don't know what essence you're referring to, but yes. I've had an encounter with Lugia." He couldn't claim anything with certainty. He didn't know what kind of relationship existed between Lugia and Ho-Oh. If it turned out they didn't get along, saying too much could get him in trouble. But what Giratina had said confused him even more. When had he obtained something related to Giratina? If he had known, he would have run away immediately. Unlike legendaries like Ho-Oh or Lugia, considered majestic and benevolent, Giratina was completely unpredictable and chaotic, capable of causing disasters without warning. And the only one who could contain it was Arceus. Even though the distortion world was in ruins, it was of the same dimensional level as Arceus's Pokémon World. "Oh, so here you were," said Giratina, unconcerned with what Cain had said. A red flash glowed in its eyes. From Cain's shadow, a figure was slowly pulled out. "Gengar. Little one, you have my essence." "Where did you get it?" asked Giratina in a deep voice. "Kik." Gengar had a nervous expression. Ever since Giratina appeared, he had felt something, but hadn't confirmed it until now. "Gengar," cried Cain, trying to sort out his thoughts quickly. His mind raced through all the information about Gengar. Finally, he remembered the black crystal the two elders had thrown at him on Mt. Pyre. At first, he thought it was related to the ghostly energy of the ghastly cave on Trial Island. But if that were the case, Giratina would have focused on Mismagius, not Gengar. So only one option remained, the black crystal from Mt. Pyre. Scree. With a cry, Ho-Oh released Gengar from Giratina's control. Free at last, Gengar immediately returned to Cain's side. And as he looked at Giratina, his eyes reflected fear and respect. Both were ghost-type, but Gengar could feel the overwhelming, terrifying energy radiating from Giratina. "Ho-Oh, are you looking to fight me?" Giratina turned its gaze toward Ho-Oh. The pressure emanating from its body grew increasingly aggressive. The space around it began to destabilize, cracking open with black fissures. Through those fissures, it looked as if one could see an entirely different world. Ho-Oh's expression turned solemn. "Try it if you dare. If you fight me here, from this day forward I'll meddle in everything you do. If you wish to take over the Pokémon world, I will become your eternal enemy," it responded without hesitation, facing Giratina head-on. At the same time, atop the mountain beneath Ho-Oh, 3 hazy silhouettes appeared. Through them, 3 figures of red, blue, and yellow could clearly be seen. They were Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, created by Ho-Oh. Upon noticing these silhouettes, Giratina let out a scornful laugh. It didn't take them seriously. But Ho-Oh's threats did cause it some unease. The Pokémon world had always been one of its goals. But with Arceus present, it couldn't even dare to act directly. It could only make some preparations in the shadows, but all of them were ineffective. If Ho-Oh also got involved in its plans, then there truly would be no hope. But if it backed down just because of a threat, then it wouldn't be Giratina. It was a being so feared that even it was afraid of itself when it lost control. "Grayer. Then bring it on." It followed no logic. With a simple flap of its spectral wings shaped like black ribbons, it flew directly toward Ho-Oh. "Scree." Ho-Oh's cry turned fierce, its body fully engulfed in a golden light that made it appear divine. Boom! The 2 Pokémon collided violently in the sky. Space shattered instantly, and the alternate dimension was completely exposed through a massive rift in the sky. The Pokémon accompanying Cain watched the scene with complex expressions, shaken by the magnitude of the clash. That was a power they couldn't do anything against. Not even Kamou was an exception. He was also stunned. He had thought he was already strong enough, but this battle between Ho-Oh and Giratina showed him what it really meant when they said there's always someone stronger. That kind of power made the blood boil. At the same time the battle raged in the air, the 3 silhouettes atop the mountain began to fully materialize. It was evident Ho-Oh had summoned them. Perhaps at first it had used them only as a warning, with no real intention to call them. But once the fight began, there was no room left for doubt. Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. However, they didn't join the battle. Instead, they positioned themselves by the spatial rifts and focused all their strength on repairing them. Not even they could take part in a battle between Ho-Oh and Giratina. Ho-Oh hadn't brought them to fight, but to minimize the collateral damage. Scree! With another powerful cry, Ho-Oh used its wings to ram into Giratina, trying to push it out of the dimension. If we're going to fight, then let it be outside of here. Ho-Oh could no longer hold back its fury. In addition to the golden radiance surrounding it, a layer of golden fire ignited on its body. That fire resembled the one Blaziken could unleash at its highest temperature, though the true differences could only be understood by the Pokémon themselves. Next to Cain, Blaziken watched the flames enveloping Ho-Oh with fascination, lost in thought. Giratina resisted, but was ultimately pushed forcefully out of the space by Ho-Oh. Seeing that both had exited the dimension, Cain began using his psychic powers to assist Slowking in repairing the spatial damage. After all, what had happened now fully involved him. At the very least, judging by how Ho-Oh had saved Gengar, it appeared to be reasonable. As a Pokémon aligned with order, it was more open to dialogue. If Cain helped restore the space, it was likely Ho-Oh wouldn't look at him unfavorably afterward. Cain levitated into the air. While Slowking's teleport ability was superior in range, Cain had a more refined control over spatial energy within his psychic powers. That's why neither worked alone. Slowking channeled his psychic energy directly into Cain's body, which Cain then manipulated to repair the space. This was one of the most useful and advanced effects a psychic could achieve after surpassing the advanced level. The ability to exchange mental energy with their psychic-type Pokémon. Beginner or intermediate-level psychics couldn't achieve this, as their power was too limited and they couldn't handle external energy. At most, they could transfer some energy to their Pokémon, but in such small amounts it was practically useless. Only an advanced-level psychic could truly exchange energy with their Pokémon. And that was what made Sabrina so terrifying. In a battle against Sabrina, one often wasn't just facing her Pokémon, but the synchronized combination of both. Slowking could inject energy into Cain, although more slowly, since Cain's power level was like comparing a lake to an ocean. As he repaired space, Cain watched the battle between Ho-Oh and Giratina unfold outside. At that level, they no longer used conventional attacks. All their moves were completely fused with their abilities and bodies. Cain was so focused that he didn't notice he was repairing a section of space right next to another Pokémon. Only when he was less than a meter away did he realize. It had a bright blue crown, white ribbons fluttering like the wind, and a blue and white pattern that evoked water and wind. The avatar of the North Wind, Suicune. Suicune's red eyes looked at Cain with curiosity. As Ho-Oh's emissary in the Pokémon World, it had encountered many humans. But this was the first time it had seen one using psychic powers to repair space. Cain, upon seeing Suicune's pure and ethereal body, gave an awkward but polite smile. After all, first impressions were crucial. Suicune let out a soft sound and gently nodded at Cain, committing his presence and energy to memory. A strange human. Within his body, it could feel the aura of more than one legendary Pokémon. Lugia, Celebi Mew, even a barely perceptible dark energy, and a trace of the essence of the god of life. What kind of person had come into contact with so many deities? Suicune's curiosity only grew. The battle between Ho-Oh and Giratina was becoming fiercer by the second. The alternate plane outside the main space had already descended into complete chaos. Cain exchanged a greeting with Suicune. He didn't really know what to say, and to ease the awkwardness, both opted to remain silent. He only hoped they could repair all the spatial holes soon. They had to prevent the erratic energies of the alternate plane from invading this space and destroying it completely. But when only the last fragments were left to restore, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't fix them. The shockwaves caused by the fight between Ho-Oh and Giratina kept striking the spatial barrier without pause, keeping it in a constant cycle of destruction and regeneration. Moreover, when Giratina had previously broken the space, he had injected a special type of energy into the barrier, drastically reducing its capacity for recovery. When it came to dominance over spatial energy, Giratina far surpassed Ho-Oh. Cain stopped, knowing that as long as the fight continued, there was no way to repair anything. Reiku, Entei, and Suicune were blocking the entrance to the plane, preventing the spatial turbulence from infiltrating. Cain floated behind them, seated in his sand chair as his legs still hadn't fully recovered. He watched the battle between Ho-Oh and Giratina. He had never witnessed a battle at that level. If it had taken place within the space where he was, it would have been reduced to shreds by now. No wonder that in the Pokémon world, top-tier legendary Pokémon rarely fought one another. Even with the stability of the Pokémon world, it couldn't withstand such a conflict. And Arceus would intervene to prevent it from happening. Little by little, as they realized that neither could truly harm the other, Ho-Oh began to slow down and Giratina, finding it no longer fun, also stopped his attacks. Just as he had said before, Giratina had really only come out for a walk, and upon seeing some unknown in the alternate plane, he started chasing them for fun. After all, with Giratina's power, if he had truly wanted to catch them, the unknown wouldn't have been able to escape. That's when Cain opened a dimensional rift, and the unknown, drawn by his call, came to his side. Giratina, curious, also slipped through the rift. And as soon as he entered, he sensed that Cain had traces of his own energy in his body. Before he could investigate further, Ho appeared. And being both top-tier legendary Pokémon, Giratina, the dragon of the underworld, wasn't going to act like he had to answer to anyone. Even if he was the intruder, he still behaved with complete arrogance. If he could go wherever he wanted in the Pokémon world, why not in Ho-Oh's domain? Then, Giratina quickly located the source of the energy trace in Cain. It was a Pokémon hidden in his shadow. Gengar. But before he could examine it more closely, he was interrupted again by Ho-Oh. That was intolerable. They had to fight no matter what. And if Ho-Oh had the audacity to threaten him, then all the more reason to fight. Only in the end, it wasn't fun anymore. Ho-Oh had an absurd regeneration ability. Even if Giratina injured him, he healed within seconds. Boring. Giratina, leave now. I can act like nothing ever happened. Ho-Oh looked at him coldly. Giratina twisted his mouth without replying. He looked toward the spatial rift, as if he could see through the barrier, past the 3 legendary Pokémon and beyond, to Cain, or rather, the Gengar hidden in his shadow. I want to go in, Giratina said calmly. His tone was so relaxed that Ho-Oh couldn't even contain his rage. This lunatic. Every time he saw him, he had that carefree air, like nothing mattered to him. They had just fought fiercely, and he acted like nothing had happened. No. Ho-Oh rejected the idea without hesitation. If he let him in again, his carefully preserved home could be ruined. I want to go in, Giratina repeated. Just as the golden flames began to surround Ho-Oh again, Giratina spoke once more. If you don't let me in, I'll go to the Pokémon world and roast your 3 pets to eat them. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the 3 legendary Pokémon standing beside the rift. In that instant, all 3 felt as if a primitive and brutal beast were devouring them with its stare. Their whole bodies bristled. Ho-Oh looked at him, mouth agape. How could such a lunatic exist? They stared at each other. Ho-Oh's eyes reflected rage, but Giratina remained utterly calm. 10 seconds passed like that. Finally, Ho-Oh gave in. That lunatic was perfectly capable of carrying out his threats. Arceus couldn't do much to him. At most, he'd send him back to the distortion world. But that bastard had already made it his home. He came and went as he pleased. And after every seal, he always ended up returning. You can't cause any harm, Ho-Oh finally agreed, reluctantly. He knew why Giratina wanted to go in. But since Ho-Oh had saved Gengar, he had already taken a side. Giratina remained silent for 3 seconds and finally nodded slowly. Cain, standing next to the rift, watched from a distance the conversation between Ho-Oh and Giratina. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but he felt how the 3 legendary Pokémon next to him suddenly tensed up. As if they were terrified. What the heck? Is he coming this way? Cain exclaimed instinctively. He immediately backed up with Slowking and regrouped all his Pokémon. Giratina and Ho-Oh entered the space. But this time, Giratina completely concealed his presence, causing no damage. As soon as he entered, he fixed his gaze on Cain and on the Gengar by his side. With a black glint in his eyes, he froze them both completely. Cain couldn't use his psychic powers at all. He floated slowly until he was in front of Ho-Oh and Giratina. Compared to the two of them, his figure looked tiny. Gengar accompanied him. The rest of the Pokémon, completely paralyzed, couldn't move. "Don't worry," Ho-Oh's voice echoed in the minds of Cain and Gengar. Hearing that, Cain was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Ho-Oh had completely given in, sacrificing him just to protect his space. Giratina scanned them closely. "This little one has traces of my energy, and seems to have absorbed a part of it." "Where did he get it?" he asked in a calm tone. Inside, Cain was already cursing Phoebe's grandparents over and over again. They had really gotten him into a mess. They could have at least told him something. A little warning at least. Now they'd caught him off guard, and his heart wouldn't stop pounding from the fright. "I found it on Empty Pyre," Cain answered obediently. Empty Pyre. Was it that old man? TSK, he planned that well. But it doesn't matter. Giratina murmured, as if recalling something. Then, from his body, a mass of dark gray energy suddenly emerged, quickly merging with Gengar. Not even Ho-Oh had time to react. Not even Ho-Oh had time to react, let alone Cain and Gengar. Kikek. Gengar let out a cry of pain, his face contorting completely. Cain no longer held back. Ignoring entirely Giratina's identity, he glared at it, his expression marked by fury. If Gengar were harmed, even if he had to give it his all, Giratina would pay the price. Maybe not now, but the day would come when he would make it pay. Ho-Oh's face also darkened. Just a moment ago, Giratina had promised not to do anything reckless. Ho-Oh had even told the human that everything was under control, and now all of that had just been disproven right to his face. Just as he suspected, you can't trust a madman. "Don't be upset," Giratina's voice sounded calm. Seeing Cain's furious face, Giratina even showed a certain interest. "Kid, I like that look in your eyes. I'm starting to admire you a little. What do you say? Want to be my emissary?" Upon hearing this, Cain didn't visibly react, only keeping his attention on Gengar's changes. Ho-Oh also glanced at Gengar's body and said to Cain, "He didn't lie to you. Gengar is not in real danger. He might even benefit from this." Only then did Ho-Oh seem more relaxed, relieved that at least he hadn't lost face in front of Cain. Cain also calmed down, though he couldn't help but remember Giratina's words. Giratina's emissary. For a moment, the idea intrigued him. But that thought was quickly crushed. Was he supposed to abandon the Pokémon world forever? Didn't Giratina worry about Arceus being angered? Even though Cain couldn't be sure, there were rumors that Arceus had some sort of connection with the Pokémon League. Arceus wouldn't need to act directly. With just a word, the League would make his life miserable. Even if the probability was low, Cain didn't see what benefits he would get from becoming Giratina's emissary. And most importantly, Ho-Oh was right there, witnessing everything. If he accepted, Ho-Oh would definitely act immediately. Who would dare? Cain hadn't yet responded, but Giratina let out a soft chuckle. The dark tendrils on its back fluttered, and its whip-like tail swayed as it returned directly to the alternate plane. "I'll be waiting for your answer," whispered a voice in Cain's ear. Ho-Oh and the three legendary Pokémon didn't react at all. Clearly, it had been a telepathic transmission from Giratina. Once Giratina disappeared into the rift, the spatial barrier began to close on its own. Your Gengar will undergo a transformation. For him, this is a great opportunity. It will all depend on how much he manages to absorb, said Ho-Oh, looking at Cain. Cain nodded. Right now, Gengar was completely wrapped in a dark gray mist, Giratina's ghostly energy. It was very similar to the energy contained in the black crystal he had found earlier, except this time it wasn't a trace, it was a whole mass. If Gengar could absorb it, his strength would make a huge leap. Thank you, Cain said sincerely. After all, this situation had arisen in part because of him, and it was Ho-Oh who saved both him and Gengar from Giratina's grasp. Ho-Oh shook his head. Lugia doesn't give his energy to just anyone. Hearing that, Cain felt a jolt of understanding. Lugia's energy? Did it refer to that two-colored energy sphere? The blue part? The red part? Scree. Ho-Oh let out a high-pitched cry. From his body emerged a mass of golden energy that entered Cain's body directly. Just because you no longer feel pain doesn't mean you're healed. Lugia's energy removed the impurities in your body, but if you let them accumulate again, you'll feel sick once more, Ho-Oh explained. Though those impurities didn't affect his Pokémon's performance much, they would allow Cain to live longer and get sick less often. And most importantly, his skin was now whiter. With his usual mask, he already looked pale, but now he was even whiter. Surely, many women would feel inferior upon seeing him. He couldn't become a kept pretty boy. As the golden energy dispersed, Cain slowly stood up from the sand chair. He moved his arms and legs. Everything felt much more agile than before, and he could clearly sense every muscle in his body. "Thank you," Cain repeated. Ho-Oh shook his head and signaled to Reiku, Entei, and Suicune. The three Pokémon slowly disappeared into the air. "Follow me," Ho-Oh said to Cain, and with a flap of his wings, flew alone to the volcano's summit. Cain looked at Gengar, still covered in the dark mist, and then at Kamui, who understood the situation without needing any words. Cain activated his psychic power and, together with Slowking and Blaziken, flew toward the volcano's summit. He didn't know why, but he felt that bringing Blaziken could be useful. Maximizing his psychic abilities, it didn't take long to reach the top. Ho-Oh had already been waiting there for a while. Seeing Blaziken with Cain, Ho-Oh, as wise as he was, instantly understood Cain's intention. He shook his head, resigned. With a flap of his wings, he pulled two colorful feathers from the magma. Under the light, they emitted an iridescent glow of 7 colors. Both feathers gently descended into Cain's hands, who could feel their warmth and softness. Looking closely, he noticed they were different from each other. The one on the left had reddish glimmers, while the one on the right shone golden. They were longer than he imagined, twice the size of his hand, and clearly not common feathers from Ho-Oh's body. Cain looked at Ho-Oh with doubt. "Consider it a reward for helping stabilize space. The red one you can give to your little companion. The golden one, that's up to you." "It mostly contains flying-type energy," Ho-Oh said, looking annoyed. Originally, he was only going to give him one. But since Cain brought Blaziken on purpose, Ho-Oh instantly understood his intentions. This human was too cunning. Cain smiled with satisfaction. "It worked. They're feathers from my tail. Their energy can be freely absorbed. You decide which Pokémon to give them to," added Ho-Oh. Cain nodded without hesitation and carefully stored both feathers. After all, they were Ho-Oh's feathers. If he auctioned them off, who knows what astronomical figure they'd fetch. And if he showed them to the monks of the bell tower in Johto, they'd probably sell even their robes to get them. Of course, as a member of the righteous side, Cain would never do something like that, right? Seeing his expression, Ho-Oh could only sigh in resignation. If it weren't because... Cain was about to speak, but Ho-Oh didn't give him the chance. With a flap of his wings, he launched him straight out of the volcano. "And besides, whatever the case, get out of my space as soon as possible." Just then, a small pink Pokémon with a long tail appeared next to Ho-Oh. Compared to Ho-Oh, its size was tiny. Seeing it, Ho-Oh said irritably, "I don't know what you see in this human, but with these 2 feathers of mine, our debt is settled." The pink Pokémon narrowed its eyes with joy, nodded repeatedly, and started doing flips in the air. Cain was thrown straight out of the volcano's crater by a flap of Ho-Oh's wing. Luckily, thanks to his psychic power, he didn't crash into the ground. And since he had just received Ho-Oh's feathers, he decided not to argue. He returned to Kamui and Gengar, who was still wrapped in a dense black fog. He had no idea what kind of change awaited Gengar. Kamui glanced at Cain with a complicated expression, but said nothing. Then it settled on the ground and began to rest. Outwardly, it seemed calm, though who knew what it was really thinking inside. Cain sat beside Gengar, silently waiting for the transformation to end. Today was supposed to be just the beginning of exploring this volcano, and it turned out that the beginning was also the end. Ho-Oh's appearance made one thing clear: Mew wasn't here. Given the pride that legendary Pokémon usually have, it's extremely rare for 2 of them to share the same territory. When Ho-Oh spoke to Giratina, Cain heard it refer to this place as its space, which made the existence of Mew here even less likely. And if Mew wasn't here, there was no reason to stay in this place. After all, he had already been away from the Pokémon world for over a month. Although this kind of isolation and the strengthening process in the darkness was something Cain enjoyed, being away for so long could bring unforeseen consequences. Especially considering that just as he left, the Hoenn League had declared war on the Hunter Guild. That was something even in his past life he had never witnessed, and he didn't know what direction it might take. Besides, Cain was a key piece as an infiltrator and internal supervisor, so he couldn't afford to be absent for too long. What he didn't know was how long Gengar would take to absorb that energy. Confirming that Gengar wasn't in any danger, Cain took out the two feathers from Ho-Oh. One contained fire-type energy, and the other flying-type energy. Among his Pokémon, he only had Blaziken, so there wasn't much to think about. That feather belonged to him. As for the flying-type feather, the only one who could use it right now was Honchkrow. Shelgon could also use it after evolving into Salamence, but that would still take time. And Honchkrow could take advantage of it right away. From a practical and long-term point of view, it would be more profitable to give it to the future Salamence. But Cain wasn't a machine, he was a flesh-and-blood human being. From a trainer's perspective, the choice was obvious: Honchkrow. Honchkrow was the first Pokémon who had accompanied him since his time on Trial Island. Always loyal, never complaining, always fulfilling his duty. And the bond between Cain and Honchkrow went beyond this life. It even dated back to his past existence. In terms of talent and potential, Honchkrow wasn't weak, but compared to the rest of Cain's current team, especially those captured later, he was at a disadvantage. At first, Honchkrow only had a green quality color. With Cain's help and various resources, he had barely reached dark blue quality. His quality had not reached purple, so he was still below the main team's standard. Even so, as Cain always said, the aptitude theory wasn't wrong, but it wasn't the only thing a trainer should consider when choosing their Pokémon. It was a criterion, yes, but not the only one. Honchkrow had carried the weight of the team from the beginning, and both merit and effort were on his side. Before, there hadn't been any suitable resources for him, but now there was a Ho-Oh feather made exclusively for flying-type Pokémon, and if even now he didn't give it to him, then what was the point of talking about bonds and companionship? For Salamence, Cain was convinced that he could find resources of the same level later on. Even though Honchkrow had rarely appeared in battles recently, he was still recognized as the leader by all of Cain's Pokémon. It's true that, due to his secret identity, Cain couldn't freely use Honchkrow in public, but that wasn't a reason to abandon him. Honchkrow still trained diligently every day and gave his all in combat. As long as he didn't abandon him, Cain wouldn't either. And to be honest, was Honchkrow a Pokémon who even knew how to give up? In his past life, with only an advanced level, he faced 2 elite-level Pokémon without fear, without faltering or retreating. That's why, from the moment he obtained those 2 feathers, Cain had already decided who he would give them to: Blaziken and Honchkrow. Sensing the energy shift in the air, Kamo opened his eyes from where he was resting. His gaze showed disbelief. Could those things be handed out that easily? Then give him a dozen. Cain ignored him and threw Honchkrow's Pokeball. Grah! As soon as he came out, Honchkrow let out a long cry, clearly excited. He had recently reached level 65, getting closer and closer to the other team members. A well-deserved reward for all his effort. Honchkrow, Blaziken, these 2 things, absorbed them calmly. Cain showed both feathers in the palm of his hand. Blaziken was brimming with enthusiasm. Since they were on top of the volcano, he had already sensed what was coming and had been waiting ever since. Honchkrow, on the other hand, looked at the feathers in surprise. In his eyes was a mix of desire and doubt. Finally, he slowly shook his head. Cain understood immediately what he was thinking. Honchkrow believed that another Pokémon with greater talent should receive that resource, that for him it would be a waste. But Cain smiled and said, "Only you can use this." Beside him, Blaziken also nodded. Although he was strong, he deeply respected Honchkrow as the group's leader. If Honchkrow didn't take what belonged to him, then he wouldn't take his own feather either. Honchkrow looked at Cain, then at Blaziken and the others around him, including Slowking. He hesitated a bit more, but in the end, accepted the feather. Who could resist such a gift? Honchkrow did want it. He was just putting himself in Cain's place, thinking about the team. That was precisely the reason why, even if he wasn't the strongest or the most talented, he was still the undisputed leader. All the Pokémon respected him. Once Honchkrow took the flying-type feather, Blaziken quickly grabbed his own. The moment he touched it, a scarlet flame burst from his palm. It wasn't an ordinary flame. Though it looked similar to regular red fire, its temperature and energy were far more intense, even greater than the golden flames Blaziken could already use. Honchkrow, for his part, was wrapped in a golden energy the moment he took the feather. For an instant, he looked like a miniature version of Ho-Oh, though while Ho-Oh combined gold with red, Honchkrow combined gold, black, and red. Gold, black, and red, a majestic and powerful color combination. Honchkrow and Blaziken absorbed the energy contained in Ho-Oh's feathers. Once the absorption was complete, both feathers seemed to have lost their vitality and slowly drifted to the ground. Cain picked them up immediately. Even though they no longer held Ho-Oh's power, they were still authentic feathers from that legendary Pokémon, and therefore still held enormous value. They could probably be exchanged for many useful things. Unfortunately, in the current Pokémon world, there was no organization specifically interested in Ho-Oh. Well, except for those monks in a critique city. Otherwise, those two feathers would basically be priceless treasures in Cain's hands. He looked at his 3 Pokémon, now immersed in a special state, unsure of how long it would take them to finish the absorption. According to the system's analysis, Gengar would likely take the longest. Blaziken and Honchkrow would be faster. Still, they wouldn't be done in a single day. So Cain decided to set up camp right there. As for what Ho-Oh had said about leaving soon, well, he would pretend he hadn't heard that. He threw out all his Pokeballs and called the rest of his Pokémon. After Slowking explained what had happened, everyone understood the situation. Some even looked a bit surprised. They hadn't expected to be in the presence of such powerful Pokémon. Kumam. Kamo-o let out a low growl from the side. Upon hearing the growl, Cain frowned. At some point, the forest around him had filled with wild Pokémon. Under his psychic perception, even the weakest of them was at least quasi-elite level. And they were all advancing slowly, eyes fixed on Blaziken and Honchkrow, who were still absorbing Ho-Oh's energy. Eyes bloodshot. At that very moment, having just finished his conversation with that delicate little pink Pokémon, Ho-Oh was preparing to return to the volcano. But he suddenly paused. Did I forget to tell him something? Ho-Oh wondered, a hint of doubt in the air. Shortly after, he sensed the changes at the foot of the mountain. And a smile appeared on his face. Well, let this be a lesson for asking me for so many things, Ho-Oh muttered with satisfaction. His mood, which had been a bit sour just moments ago, immediately improved. And he dove once more into the volcano's depths. Down below, Kamo-o had already completely hidden his presence. Cain hadn't given the order to fight, so he wouldn't intervene. After all, he had just summoned Giratina to intimidate them. Cain's face was serious. Just by observing the wild Pokémon's gazes, he could clearly understand what was happening. Blaziken and Honchkrow have become coveted prey. Even if they don't share the same typing, everyone wants a piece of that power, Cain thought, a cold gleam in his eyes. But then he reconsidered. This place was Ho-Oh's territory. They were still under his watch. Would killing some of them bring him trouble? Bah, who cares? Get ready to fight, everyone. Cain ordered his Pokémon. Tyron. Gra. Blask. They all roared in unison, unleashing their full battle pressure. This was exactly the kind of fight they loved. And so, a fierce war began. A war that would later be known as the supreme battle for the defense of Blaziken and Honchkrow. The wild Pokémon that appeared this time were considerably stronger than those back in the grasslands. Fortunately, Cain had all of his main Pokémon in battle. In addition, he had his leadership, organizing their movements, coordinating strategies. And this time, they also had Florges, the team's great healer. That allowed them to fight without fear, focusing only on giving it their all. The battle lasted from morning till night, and then from night until the next dawn. Though physically they weren't in terrible shape, mental fatigue was beginning to show. Luckily, there weren't many strong wild Pokémon left in the area, and the remaining ones were falling one by one. After all the pain, the wild ones started regaining their senses. And those that behaved especially aggressively, Cain showed no mercy. Even if this was Ho-Oh's territory, when it came to beasts like those, he wouldn't hold back. If Ho-Oh had something to say, they could talk it out face to face. Of course, Cain didn't know that, at that moment, Ho-Oh didn't even want to see him. Huff, huff. Tyranitar and the others collapsed on the ground, panting from exhaustion, but as they looked around and saw all the defeated wilds, some groaning, others unconscious, a feeling of pride welled up inside them. Blaziken and Honchkrow, under their protection, had managed to complete the absorption process without incident. The first to awaken was Honchkrow. All the golden-red energy had been fully absorbed, and on the white plumage of his chest, which looked like a scarf or a beard, a golden tuft had appeared. A golden crow. Very striking to look at. Grata. Honchkrow let out a cry of excitement. But when he saw what had happened around him, he froze. What the hell happened here? Slowking shot him a look of annoyance and explained everything that had occurred. Honchkrow could only laugh, embarrassed. Cain, however, was very interested in Honchkrow's changes. He was curious to know what kind of transformation that Ho-Oh feather had caused. He signaled for him. Honchkrow flew over and landed in front of him. Cain's Honchkrow had always been much larger than others of its species. It could even carry Cain on short flights, though not for long journeys. Now, its size seemed to have grown a bit more, though not by much. Upon closer inspection, Cain noticed that its plumage was shinier, fuller, and its expression conveyed a completely renewed energy. He could even describe it in 2 words, majestic and distinguished. Without a doubt, its aura had changed. The system scanned its data. Pokémon, Honchkrow, light purple. Gender, male. Level, 67. Type, dark plus flying. Ability, Moxie. Held item, none. Egg moves, punishment, faint attack, roost. Basic moves, peck, astonish, pursuit, haze, wing attack, night shade, assurance, night slash, sucker punch, swagger, nasty plot, foul play, quash. Learned moves, snatch, tailwind, gust, sky attack, icy wind, snore, heat wave. Combined moves, shadow wing attack plus night slash, 449. TM moves, dark pulse, protect, substitute, screech, hidden power, electric, taunt, shadow ball, double team, aerial ace, sleep talk. Its level had gone up from 65 to 67, which didn't surprise Cain. But the quality upgrade from dark blue to light purple was a pleasant surprise. Then again, it made perfect sense. After all, these were feathers that had fallen from Ho-Oh, containing pure and concentrated energy. Who in this world could gain access to something like that? In truth, if Cain knew the real value of those 2 feathers, even that small final surprise would have felt like nothing. Because those Ho-Oh feathers weren't just worth a fortune. They were worth a personal favor from you. And in this world, objects have a price, but favors don't. Honchkrow finished absorbing the energy from Ho-Oh's feather. With that, his level 67 made him one of the highest-leveled Pokémon on Cain's team, matching Slowking. Moreover, thanks to the feather's power, his quality also rose to light purple, officially marking his entry into purple-grade quality. And once in that tier, the differences began to stand out. Judging by the current situation, Honchkrow's flying-type moves might have even become stronger than his dark-type ones. Now that Honchkrow had regained his combat ability, the security of the camp was even more assured. Even if another group of wild Pokémon attacked the camp, Honchkrow's Moxie ability could play an unpredictable role. Shortly after he completed his absorption, Blaziken also finished his. At first glance, Blaziken didn't seem to have changed much, except that his plumage now shone more vibrantly. His sharp gaze seemed capable of producing fire on its own. After absorbing the energy, he moved his body energetically, feeling the changes both physically and internally. From his right hand, a flame rose. The red flame he used to summon had turned completely golden. Although it didn't reach the intensity of the fire that emerged directly from Ho-Oh's feather, the improvement from before was obvious. And when Blaziken squinted and focused all his power, a fleeting flash of golden red fire could be seen in his flame. It was subtle. Very few would be able to notice it. Cain used the system to scan Blaziken's new data. Pokémon, Blaziken, dark purple. Gender, male. Level, 62. Type, fire plus fighting. Ability, speed boost. Held item, Blazikenite. Egg moves, flame burst, agility, last resort, faint. Basic moves, scratch, growl, ember, sand attack, peck, double kick, flame charge, quick attack, bulk up, blaze kick, flare blitz, fire punch, high jump kick, focus energy, slash, brave bird, sky uppercut. Learned moves, heat wave, low kick, laser focus, sacred fire, imperfect version. TM moves, protect, earthquake, flamethrower, aerial ace, low sweep, stone edge, swords dance. Compared to Honchkrow, Blaziken also leveled up twice, and his quality rose to dark purple, which didn't surprise Cain too much. Although Ho-Oh is a fire and flying-type Pokémon, its dominant attribute is fire, so Blaziken, being a fire type, had received a slightly greater boost. But the most notable part was that, in the Learned Moves section, a new move had appeared, Sacred Fire, imperfect version. The last time Cain had seen an imperfect move was when Larvitar evolved into Tyranitar and learned Precipice Blades, Groudon's exclusive move. He never imagined Blaziken could learn Ho-Oh's Sacred Fire. According to the system, this degraded version only possessed 5% of the properties of the true Sacred Fire move. In other words, although it shared the same name, its effect was more symbolic. Visually, it resembled a regular flame. Perhaps, within it, it retained a faint essence of the real Sacred Fire move. It probably has to do with the flame's condensation level, Cain thought. After all, Blaziken's fire and Ho-Oh's fire were different in essence. The fire from the feather was a golden red, while Blaziken's was just gold. There was a clear difference in level. The move Sacred Fire could only be used by Ho-Oh and Entei. Although, strictly speaking, what Entei used was also an inferior version, just with a high degree of similarity. Cain's mind began to wander. Currently, Tyranitar's Precipice Blades had reached a 30% similarity, while Blaziken's Sacred Fire was at 5%. This made him think that exclusive moves of legendary Pokémon weren't impossible to learn, they just required very strict conditions. Cain fell into thought. What makes a Pokémon legendary? It's said the Pokémon World was created by Arceus, and many Pokémon were also his direct creations. But some of the legendaries existed even before Arceus shaped the world. So, where did those legendary Pokémon come from? It was a question that brushed against the very origins of existence, something that, no matter how much he thought about it, was beyond his understanding. Blaziken, try this. Use Sacred Fire on that tree, Cain ordered. Blaziken nodded solemnly. He had just discovered he'd learned a new move himself, but he still didn't know its effect or power. He extended his right hand. His fist ignited again. As he activated the move, Cain's eyes narrowed slightly. Seems like each Pokémon manifests this move differently. The flame on his fist began to change color, shifting from red to pure gold. And when Blaziken focused all his energy, a thin thread of golden red fire emerged from the center of the flame. Both Cain and Blaziken noticed it. But no matter how hard Blaziken tried, that small flame wouldn't grow. After a futile effort, Blaziken gave up. He dashed toward a distant tree. As he ran, the flame on his fist fluttered with the wind, but didn't extinguish at all. A direct hit. Boom. It was as if a missile had struck the tree. From Blaziken's fist, the fire spread in a fan shape, causing splash damage. The trunk of the directly hit tree turned black and gray, charred, while the trees behind it also showed burned and deformed holes. Everything the fire touched evaporated instantly. Curiously, the fire didn't cause a wildfire. It seemed that once it left Blaziken's body, it lost the ability to keep burning. A normal tree wasn't enough to sustain it. Blaziken looked at the result of his attack, visibly amazed. Fire can be used like this? Blaziken wondered in awe. But Cain had a serious expression. This is what it can do with just 5% similarity? Cain approached the remains of the charred tree and began to search through the ashes. And indeed, he found a seed faintly glowing green. So it's true. Ho is fire, rebirth through flame. Cain stared silently at the seed. The sacred fire move, when used at full power, could revive deceased Pokémon and even transform them into legendary ones. Just like what had happened with Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. So if Blaziken's imperfect sacred fire could leave behind a living seed after destroying a tree, it wasn't all that surprising. Cain stored it carefully. I'll plant it on the island, to see how it differs from the other trees. Honchkrow and Blaziken gained enormous benefits. And not just in the short term. In the long run, those benefits could be even greater. After a day of rest. At first, Cain thought that Gengar, like Blaziken and Honchkrow, would finish the absorption quickly. Even if it took a bit longer, it shouldn't be too much. But reality was very different from expectations. A long wait began. Without any preparation, they stayed there waiting for Gengar day after day, which ended up turning into a permanent stay at that place. 2 full weeks. Cain never would have imagined that Gengar would need an entire 2 weeks to absorb Giratina's energy. After those 2 weeks, just as he was preparing to go train with his Pokémon, Gengar, who had remained motionless and shrouded in a thick dark gray mist, finally showed signs of change. Cain dropped everything he had in his hands and headed straight to the clearing where Gengar was. The dark gray mist seemed to have been sucked in as if by a vacuum cleaner, all of it entering Gengar's round belly. Kakik. Gengar slowly opened his eyes and let out a low chuckle. Upon seeing Cain, Gengar didn't know how much time had passed. It felt like both a split second and an entire century. Giratina's energy was extremely powerful and highly corrosive. Gengar could only absorb it little by little, slowly breaking it down. If he had tried to absorb it all at once, he would have completely lost consciousness. Fortunately, Gengar had already absorbed a small portion of Giratina's energy in the past, so this time, although complex, it wasn't a serious problem. It wasn't like the energy from Hoa's feathers, which could be absorbed freely. That's why Honchkrow and Blaziken had finished so quickly. Cain watched Gengar closely. The spikes on his back were now sharper. His dark purple body had taken on a slightly blackish hue. The color had deepened. Aside from that, there weren't any major changes. Pokémon, Gengar, purple. Gender, male. Level, 68. Types, ghost plus poison. Ability, curse body. Held item, toxic orb, Gengarite. Egg moves, fire punch, scary face, haze. Basic moves, hypnosis, lick, spite, mean look, curse, nightshade, confuse ray, sucker punch, payback, shadow punch, dream eater, dark pulse, destiny bond, hex, nightmare. Learned moves, rest, shadow ball, psychic, skill swap, snore, thunder punch, ice punch, perish song, roleplay. TM moves, protect, hidden power, grass, sleep talk, toxic, taunt, poison jab, thunderbolt, Venoshock. Last time, after absorbing that initial portion of dark energy, Gengar had reached light purple quality. And now, after absorbing a much larger mass, reaching purple quality wasn't something that surprised Cain. His level had also increased by 2 points, reaching level 68. Once again, he surpassed Honchkrow and Slowking, becoming the highest level Pokémon on the team. Most importantly, Gengar could Mega Evolve. Following the power progression after Mega Evolution, Gengar would reach Elite 4 level. A true Elite 4 level Pokémon. At this moment, Cain's master, Matsuda Takashi, current substitute Elite 4 of Hoenn, had some Pokémon of that very level. Upon reviewing Gengar's moves, Cain felt a slight disappointment. He was a little let down. Gengar hadn't learned Giratina's signature move, Shadow Force. But then he reconsidered and realized he couldn't demand so much. Not all Pokémon can learn signature moves from legendaries. Besides, Shadow Force is a physical-type move, and Gengar's physical stats leave much to be desired. Even if he learned it, he wouldn't be able to make good use of it. Leveling up and improving his quality was already more than enough of an achievement. Gengar, how do you feel? Do you notice anything strange? Cain asked. Gengar blinked, then closed his eyes to sense. Shortly after, he slowly shook his head. He didn't feel anything abnormal. Knowing that Gengar hadn't been affected by Giratina made Cain breathe a small sigh of relief. He had too much respect for that legendary Pokémon, fearing it might have left some trace or trap in Gengar. Ho-Oh had told him there was no problem, and Cain trusted that, but he wanted to be completely sure. Now that it was confirmed, the last concern in Cain's heart disappeared. And little by little, a great sense of pride washed over him. At this moment, he finally possessed the strength he had always yearned for in his past life. He wasn't yet completely independent in the Pokémon world, but at least he had enough power to protect himself. Of course, that also included Kommo-o, Honchkrow, Slowking, Gengar, Drapion, Weevil, and Florges, 6 Pokémon that were already at elite level, and among them, Gengar could Mega Evolve, temporarily reaching Elite 4 level. Tyranitar, Blaziken, Aggron, and Swampert had also surpassed the elite level barrier. In these 2 weeks, Swampert had also managed to enter that level. All 4 could Mega Evolve, and their explosive momentary power reached intermediate elite level. The only detail was that Cain still didn't have Swampert's Mega Stone. As for Tyranitar, Blaziken, and Aggron, Cain had high expectations for them, as their potential marked the ceiling of what he himself could reach. Especially Tyranitar. He was the only Pokémon in Cain's possession that had reached Black quality, with legendary level potential. Then there were Shelgon, Seadra, Kirlia, and Riolu, who had just begun their training. But their potential wasn't low either. Moreover, their development would probably be slower than Tyranitar and the others. Now that the foundation of the team was formed, these new members would have plenty of time to grow. When these also matured, Cain would have completed all his battle tactics. Shelgon, Kirlia, and Riolu had potential that was not inferior to Tyranitar's, and Cain had great hopes for them. As for Shelgon and Seadra, they were already at level 39, bordering on advanced level. Cain planned to further develop their potential before allowing them to take the leap to advanced level. Kirlia and Riolu were still farther behind. Finally, there were Carbink and Vigoroth, recently captured. With these 2 Pokémon, Cain still didn't have a defined strategy. Carbink was undergoing its mutation process. Its body was already showing clear changes, with a more elongated form. As for Vigoroth, Cain's goal was to train it until it evolved into Slaking and develop it enough so it could battle without being affected by its ability. Even if it could only get rid of that limitation for a while, it would already be a great advance. But to achieve that would require a lot of research. For now, Cain didn't plan to use Vigoroth in battle. It would take time to truly tame it. And so, finally, everything was beginning to fall into place. Since Gengar had finished absorbing the energy, Cain had no intention of continuing to send his Pokémon out to battle. He had been away for far too long. A month and a half. Although he had originally planned for a 3-month period, that was more of a precaution to account for unforeseen events. But now, after a month and a half, Cain already felt it had been too long. And, moreover, there was no sign of Mew in that place. With Ho-Oh present, not even Team Rocket could do anything against him. The transport device Cain carried had already been fully recharged for quite some time. He stored all his belongings and Pokémon, and pressed the switch. Unlike the first time, when he was still a mid-level psychic and his spatial perception was somewhat vague, now that he had advanced to a higher level, his spatial sensitivity was much more precise. He shouldn't have any issues on the way back. Viridian City, Kanto Region. Team Rocket Base. Mew Research Laboratory. It had been a month and a half, and Blaine had nearly forgotten about Cain. According to his own calculations, 1 month was the absolute limit. But with no news of Cain past that time, the monitoring systems rendered useless, and no trace of the emergency device, Blaine had already considered two possibilities. Either Cain had died in the middle of the dimensional passage, or he had died inside that space. Either way, he was dead. Besides, recently the genetic fusion project with Mew had overcome a major bottleneck, and Blaine's attention was entirely focused on that. Until today. Dr. Blaine. We detected a spatial fluctuation from the transport device. The team leader, specifically assigned to monitor the transport, came running to find him. Blaine, still busy, looked up lazily. Eh? What transport device? Sir, the one from a month and a half ago. Before the assistant could finish speaking, Blaine immediately reacted. Let's go check it out, he ordered, rushing out. He had nearly forgotten. And surprisingly, it turned out Cain had returned alive. Was it just unluck? In truth, Blaine didn't believe Cain had made it back through his own skill. The transport device was an incomplete prototype. In previous tests, it had only been used over short distances, so the spatial impact wasn't as severe. But to send someone to such a distant dimension, without a strong psychic ability and spatial control, there was an 80% chance of dying in transit. That detail, Blaine had never mentioned. Not to Cain, and not to Giovanni. To him, Cain was just a newly promoted elite officer from Trial Island, with no backing whatsoever. Besides, no one would be able to trace anything back to him. If Cain died, he could claim the reward offered by the Nishikawa family. And if he didn't, he lost nothing. Look for Mew? Team Rocket had been searching for years without success. Blaine was convinced he could create a Pokémon even more powerful than Mew. So if it didn't show up, better not to waste time searching. Upon arriving at the transport room, he saw Cain stepping calmly out of the portal. With a smile on his face, clean clothes, and perfectly dressed. He looked more energetic than ever, showing no signs of having survived in a wild, hostile environment. Dr. Blaine, I'm back, Cain greeted with a slight smile. But deep in his eyes, a cold glint flashed, though outwardly he appeared as gentle and harmless as ever. Cain wasn't stupid. During his time in Ho'o's space, he had thought many times about how unstable the dimensional passage was, clearly requiring the support of spatial psychic abilities to stabilize. That was true. But the fact that Blaine had installed a listening device on the transporter and hadn't told him raised many suspicions. If it weren't for the energy of Lugia's orb in his mind, he might not have even made it back. So, what was Blaine's true intention? Ha ha. I knew Mr. Cain would return safely. I've already sent word to the leader. I'm sure you'll receive a notification soon, Blaine said with a forced laugh. How sincere their smiles were, only they knew. Cain glanced around. The lab equipment was lightly covered in dust. His smile became even more peculiar. Blaine, noticing his gaze, couldn't help but show slight unease. But at that moment, a sound from the communicator interrupted the moment. Cain pulled it out. It was a call from Giovanni himself. See? The leader still values you highly, commented Blaine. Cain nodded silently and, without another word, left the laboratory. Blaine watched his back as he walked away. His smile slowly faded. Interesting. Cain arrived without issue at Giovanni's office. The door was open. Giovanni, head lowered, was reviewing a document. When he noticed Cain's presence, closed the door. Sit and rest a bit while I finish this, he said without looking up. Cain sat down without hesitation. After getting to know Giovanni well, one understood that he wasn't someone who cared about formalities or appearances. If you had value, you could afford certain liberties. If you didn't and acted too confident, then you were mistaken, and Giovanni would crush you without mercy. Cain sat on the couch and took some fruit from the table to eat. Although Ho'o's space had many valuable things, edible human food was not abundant, especially common fruits. A flavor he had missed. Well, what conclusions did you come to? Giovanni asked, putting down his pen and smiling at Cain. Cain immediately let go of the fruit. There's no sign of Mew. That place isn't his domain. There's absolutely nothing related to him, he answered frankly. Giovanni didn't doubt him. Giovanni nodded and said, Seems like it's really time to let go of this obsession with Mew. Maybe it's better to focus on developing a Pokémon stronger than him. Since the time when Giovanni's mother led Team Rocket, the search for Mew had already begun. Now, under his leadership, it seemed time to move on. Cain had no opinion. That was an internal decision of the team, and he had no right to interfere. "Looks like this month and a half has paid off for you," commented Giovanni with a smile. Even Blaine had noticed the change in Cain's energy, Giovanni even more so. Cain had gained the support of Kamuo, and with it, the insecurity and timidity of the past had disappeared. It wasn't that he now felt invincible, but when power and hidden cards change, so does one's mindset. Even without realizing it. "That's right," Cain replied, trying to keep himself in check. Giovanni, however, waved his hand. "It's all right. As long as you have power, you can have confidence. But be careful, the League isn't calm these days. Ensure your own safety before thinking of anything else." Giovanni's words made Cain internally tense up a little. He nodded again seriously. After talking a bit more about his situation, the meeting came to an end. It was clear that Giovanni's attitude toward Cain was beginning to shift, little by little. After leaving Giovanni's office, Cain departed immediately. Wasting no time, he boarded a private jet bound for the Hoenn region. During the month and a half he had been missing, he had received numerous messages on his communicator. Although he had notified people beforehand, everyone was still somewhat concerned about his prolonged absence. This time, the flight was headed directly to the Hoenn League headquarters. The most recent message from Old Matsuda instructed him to go straight there upon his return. Besides Old Matsuda, many others had sent him messages. Steven and Phoebe were asking if he had returned yet. Cain called them back directly. Then there was the other communicator, where Sky and Rose were sending him periodic reports on the Heaven team's situation. At this point, the team was already running at full capacity. With the 2 elite-level Pokémon Cain had given to Rose for support, Team Heaven had nothing to envy from other organizations in terms of high-level strength. They had also established themselves on the battle platforms and were receiving the profits they were due. Moreover, with Watson out of the picture due to injury, no one could stop the underworld's growth in Malville City anymore. Rose informed him that if Cain returned to lead personally, she was confident they could completely take over Malville City's underworld. Rose, who had previously been a wasted talent, had revealed her full potential after taking on this role. Her relationship with the members of Team Heaven was quite harmonious, with no major conflicts. And thanks to her power, she had gradually become the main leader of Team Heaven in Malville City. Cain, for now, had no time to deal with them. First, he needed to go to the League headquarters and find out what had happened recently. In the message sent by Old Matsuda, it sounded like something urgent. After spending an entire day on the plane, Cain finally arrived at the Hoenn League headquarters. As he stepped off the plane, he was already wearing the official uniform of a chief-level investigator. Everyone he passed along the way, upon seeing the badge on his chest, stopped to greet him respectfully. A chief-level investigator was a truly high-ranking position within the League's headquarters. Encountering no obstacles, he went straight to Juan's office. Old Matsuda had already called to notify him to go directly there. "Master." "President." Cain greeted the 2 people in the office. Only Juan and Old Matsuda were present. Juan nodded and gestured for him to sit. Cain took a seat next to Old Matsuda. "Cain, where have you been all this time?" asked Juan, without showing much emotion. Cain was slightly surprised. He noticed Juan's attitude seemed to have shifted slightly. Still, he replied honestly, "I entered an alternate space. That's why I was out of contact for a month and a half." His master, Takashi Matsuda, also wore a serious expression. Seeing the tension on both their faces, Cain's heart gave a slight jolt and his expression grew increasingly grave. "Did something happen?" he asked in a low tone. Juan and Old Matsuda exchanged glances, and finally Juan spoke. Elite Four Drake was injured. The news deeply shocked Cain. Elite Four Drake, the strongest dragon-type Pokémon trainer in the Hoenn region, injured. From the start, their behavior had already been somewhat strange. Cain began forming some hypotheses. but his face reflected genuine surprise and concern. For someone to injure Drake, there had to be a clear numerical advantage, or it had been a surprise attack. A surprise attack? Cain stared at Juan in disbelief. President? Are you suspecting me? Correct, answered a voice before Juan could speak, as the office door swung open. A middle-aged man, already in his 40s, strode in with long steps. Bang! Upon seeing who it was, Juan slammed the table in fury. Urgas. This is the Hoenn League, not Kanto's. If you burst into my office like this again, I swear I'll resign as president just to go to the Kanto Council and demand an explanation. The man, named Urgas, was a member of the Kanto League, that is, the main Pokémon League headquarters. Cain squinted at the newcomer, who kept his eyes fixed on him with a slight smile on his face. An attitude of total confidence. My deepest apologies, President Juan. I'll submit a report later. But this matter is important. The headquarters considers it a priority, said Urgas in a slightly forced tone. Juan's face darkened further. I already told you this is an internal Hoenn matter. And you have no proof. You think a mere suspicion gives you the right to act. Seeing that Juan was genuinely angry, Urgas immediately toned down his attitude. Despite being from headquarters, he knew Juan was a champion and war hero, as well as a regional president. If Juan decided to teach him a lesson, not even headquarters would lift a finger in his defense. Becoming a regional president is no easy feat. Apart from the League's Supreme Council, no one could question his authority or appointment. Please, President Juan, calm down. We only came to talk to Mr. Cain, all in accordance with protocol, said Urgas, now much more respectful. Juan's expression softened slightly, though his anger hadn't completely faded. Old Matsuda, sitting beside Cain, had been in a foul mood ever since this man entered. Cain also eyed the newcomer thoughtfully. If he wasn't mistaken, this man had to be a chief-level investigator from Kanto HQ, in charge, just like Cain, of investigating traitors within the League. A chief-level investigator? Investigating another chief-level investigator? How absurd. Could you explain how all this started? Cain asked, still seated. The three of them turned their eyes toward him. Urgas smiled. So you're the famous Cain, one of the twin stars of the Hoenn League, right? A pleasure. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Urgas, Cain replied with a smile, standing up and shaking his hand. Urgas seemed slightly surprised by Cain's calm and courteous attitude. It was the first time someone reacted so naturally when being directly interrogated. I see Mr. Cain is as composed as ever. Then allow me to explain in detail what happened, said Urgas. Juan and old Matsuda's faces remained tense. Clearly, the matter was serious. No wonder Giovanni had told him that protecting himself was the most important thing. At the very least, they could have given him a heads-up. With how abrupt all this had been, it was only natural he was completely caught off guard. A month and a half ago, the Hoenn League officially launched an offensive against the Hunter Guild. The guild's main power in this region wasn't very strong, so it was quickly annihilated. The one who led that operation was the Dragon-type Elite Four, Drake. Urgas began recounting the origin and development of the events. Cain remained silently seated, listening attentively. Did all of this happen during the month and a half he was away? In theory, none of it had anything to do with him. Only a few people knew he had gone to Hoa's space. But it was true that no one could prove where he had been. It was at the last base where they encountered the most resistance. In theory, Mr. Drake shouldn't have had any trouble handling it. But the enemies had great skill in escaping. They fled directly to the Kanto region, and Mr. Drake pursued them relentlessly until he arrived there. To support him, we from Kanto sent our best agents. However, since the Hunter Guild maintained close ties with Team Rocket, we were unable to achieve a decisive victory. Initially, everything pointed to a prolonged war. But after an ambush, Mr. Drake was injured, and the mission had to be suspended. After hearing everything, Cain raised his voice, and what does that have to do with me? We've tracked your movements, Urgas replied. A month and a half ago, you arrived in Saffron City, in Kanto. But then you disappeared. Your Slowking probably used the move teleport, didn't it? Could you tell us where you went? Cain nodded naturally. I already informed President Juan. I entered a mysterious space. I was there for a month and a half, and I just returned. Is there anyone who can testify to this? Asked Urgas. Cain didn't hesitate for a second and shook his head. No. I entered that space alone. No one else knows. I'm glad to see your honesty, Cain. But since you don't have a verifiable alibi, you're still one of the suspects, replied Urgas, clapping lightly. For some time now, he and his team had already taken notice of Cain. Back then, his position wasn't relevant, so they paid him no attention. In fact, during a raid against a Team Rocket base, the information came directly from Cain, so they dismissed any prejudice against him. If it weren't for this new incident, no one would have thought of him again. Upon hearing this, Cain let out a light laugh. So anyone without an alibi becomes a suspect to you? No, we're not that arbitrary. Since I took this post, I've never made a mistake. Let me continue, please. Before Mr. Drake was injured, we had already initiated the confrontation with Team Rocket. In one of those operations, we captured a high-ranking member. He was the one who mentioned your name, Cain. And considering that very few people have access to Mr. Drake, your profile stood out to us. But most importantly, in the office where Mr. Drake was ambushed, we detected traces of psychic energy. And as far as we know, you're also a psychic, correct? Cain nodded again and again. Seems like I really am a prime suspect. But inside, his mood grew darker and darker. Someone was setting him up. Probably someone from Team Rocket. Did they use a high-ranking officer as bait just for this? That was a very risky move. Though it could also be a coincidence. But the odds of that were minimal. Where was Mr. Drake injured? Who were the Kanto agents that assisted him? And he still hasn't woken up. Cain asked one question after another. If he didn't understand all of this clearly, he himself would start to doubt. He had arrived in Kanto, then disappeared in Saffron City, had the ability to approach Drake, psychic energy was detected at the scene, and on top of that, a Team Rocket officer had named him. It was no wonder that, upon entering the office, Juan and old Matsuda looked at him with such gravity. Still, Cain wasn't really worried. He had ways to prove his story. What he wanted to know was who was behind this, with what objective, or if it truly was a coincidence. The place was Fuchsia City, answered Urgas. We from Kanto sent the Ghost-type Elite Four, Agatha, and the local gym leader, Koga. Although he's just a gym leader, Koga is as strong as an Elite Four. That's why he was able to capture a high-ranking member of Team Rocket. Urgas said this with a touch of pride. After all, the Kanto region is the most powerful of all. Many gym leaders from Kanto could be Elite Four in other regions. Mr. Drake is still unconscious. His body was poisoned by an unknown substance. If it weren't for Master Matsuda's help, he probably would have already died. Cain narrowed his eyes. Koga? Did the Hunter Guild pay him to attack Drake? Or did he act on his own initiative? He already had a clearer idea. Of one thing he was certain, the attacker was Koga. When it came to assassinations, Cain wouldn't hesitate to place him as number one in the entire Pokémon World. And why leave traces of psychic energy instead of poison? Probably to mask the poison-type signature. Psychic energy counters poison, and it also causes confusion. Where did they get that psychic energy from? Let's not forget that Sabrina is a much stronger psychic than Cain. And that captured Team Rocket officer surely spilled everything during the first interrogation. Fortunately, old Matsuda saved Drake's life. Was it really a coincidence? The Hoenn League can't catch a break. Watson just woke up and resigned as Elite Four, and now the strongest of all, Drake, ends up seriously injured. Juan must be desperate. Cain frowned. Where's Mr. Drake now? Maybe I can help eliminate the poison. That's precisely my deepest field of study. I'm convinced that if he wakes up, all suspicion against me will disappear. Urgas, however, shook his head. I'm sorry. To guarantee Mr. Drake's safety, only Master Matsuda and President Juan are allowed near him. That includes you too, Cain. Your suspicion has not yet been ruled out. Cain smiled in disbelief. Mr. Urgas, you're not a psychic, so I understand. But isn't there a single psychic among the investigators? Any psychic knows that each person emits a unique energy. Even the way that energy manifests varies. The simplest example, the color. Saying this, he generated a sphere of psychic energy in his hand. This is mine. You can analyze it. And also, even if frequencies can be imitated, that doesn't serve as definitive proof. If I had been the one responsible, do you think I wouldn't have the ability to erase all traces of psychic energy from the scene? Is the trap this obvious and you still don't see it? Lastly, even though no one can testify that I was in that space, I can prove it. And the proof is something only I possess in this world. Saying this, Cain pulled a golden feather from his storage space. It was a feather from Ho-Oh. Even though it no longer retained its original energy, its mystique remained intact. One look was enough to know it wasn't just any feather. That's... Juan and old Matsuda stood up in shock, their eyes fixed on the feather Cain held. That's right, this is one of the feathers from the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh. In the entire world, I'm probably the only one who possesses one. If you doubt its authenticity, you can ask the great monks of a critique city to examine it. I'm sure they'll know whether it's real or not, said Cain in a calm tone. A Ho-Oh feather, exclaimed Juan and old Matsuda in unison. Even Urga stood staring at the feather in Cain's hands with a stunned expression, unable to believe what he was seeing. Ho-Oh is one of the most well-known legendary Pokémon in Kanto, and especially in Johto, where many trainers and religious orders worship it. The monks of the bell tower in a critique city are the best example of this. Ho-Oh represents harmony. If someone's heart is stained with darkness, this Pokémon would never acknowledge them. Even if Cain had been part of Team Rocket, that didn't mean he was a bloodthirsty person. He had his own principles. As long as no one harmed him, he would never strike from behind. That was a line he would never cross. If he ever lost that line, he would be no different from a wild beast. The appearance of the Ho-Oh feather represented many things. For starters, it proved that the alternate space story wasn't a fabrication. It also indicated that Cain's heart hadn't been completely corrupted. Of course, no one in the world is free of inner darkness. The difference lies in who hides it better. And finally, said Cain, staring directly at Urgas, what would I gain from attacking Mr. Drake? If I had really done it, do you think I would have returned so quickly? Enough. Old Matsuda slammed the table and stood up from his chair. His face was completely serious. Cain is my disciple. Since the moment I accepted him and throughout all this time together, he has never disappointed me. He has made great contributions to both the Hoenn League and the Supreme Council. He is one of Hoenn's twin stars, a gym leader in Leafy Town, a semi-finalist in the Sinnoh tournament, and the discoverer of the fairy type. Does none of that count as contributions to the League? Since when did we start hunting our own future generation? Do you want me to go public with this injustice? And you too, Juan. If you don't take a stance now, I'll take Cain to another region. The president of Kalos has already contacted me, and Cynthia from Sinnoh has an excellent relationship with him. We'll leave together, and let's see who dares to say we're not welcome. The sudden change in old Matsuda's tone surprised everyone, especially Urgas. Old Matsuda also came from the Kanto region. Even if he didn't work for their league, no one dared to underestimate his influence. If he decided to rebel, many veterans from the Breeder Guild would support him. One showed a bitter smile. He knew that old Matsuda was speaking partially out of anger. But he also understood the reason. For a moment, he had doubted Cain. Even if that doubt was brief, he was ashamed of it. And now that a chief-level researcher from Kanto had come to his office to interrogate the very researcher he had appointed, if he continued to act indifferent, anyone would feel betrayed. Especially after seeing the Ho-Oh feather, guilt sank deep. Drake's severe injuries had led him to distrust everyone. Cain, as president of the Hoenn League, I offer you my apologies, said Juan, bowing deeply. This gesture showed that Juan knew when to take a step back. His position wasn't just because of his strength as a trainer, but also due to his character. Cain, upon seeing the gesture, stepped aside respectfully to avoid it. But old Matsuda didn't move. He stood firm, watching as Juan bowed. Only after that did his expression soften a bit. Juan then addressed old Matsuda. Takashi, you know better than anyone how things are in Hoenn. With Watson and Drake injured, I lost my composure. President, I didn't mean to reproach you, Cain responded. Mr. Urgas was just doing his job. If I were in his place, I might have done the same. It was impossible not to feel anything about it. But this is where a man's intelligence shows. He and his master, old Matsuda, played the roles of good cop and bad cop. One applied pressure harshly, the other stepped in to ease things up. That way, they gave one a dignified way to back down. And as for future compensation, Cain had no doubt it would come. One looked at him gratefully. What a good kid. Truly, anxiety had led him to suspect without reason. And in the end, Cain had nothing to do with the incident. That's why he could speak with such confidence. Urgas, meanwhile, stood dumbfounded, watching the three of them. What just happened? When did I become the outsider in the room? Although the feather had left him speechless, he believed the suspicions hadn't completely vanished. He began to speak. Come, let's go see Drake, Juan interrupted energetically. Cain, you said you might be able to help, and I forgot you're a genius breeder. Who knows, maybe now you've even surpassed your master. Juan gave him a confident pat on the shoulder. Old Matsuda also dropped his severe demeanor, showing a more composed expression. Both were seasoned veterans with lots of experience. They knew exactly when to make each move. Who knows if that previous outburst was real, or part of a strategy agreed upon with Juan. Either way, the three of them left the office, leaving Urgas behind. Watching the three walk away, Urgas didn't know whether to follow them or not. Wasn't he still supposed to be a suspect? Soon, the four of them arrived at the most important medical room in the League's headquarters care center. Both the hallway and the entrance were heavily guarded. Under the guidance of Juan and old Matsuda, Cain entered the room, where he saw Drake lying down. His face was somewhat pale, but his breathing was stable. However, he remained unconscious. Where are Drake's Pokémon? Cain asked. They're fine. Thanks to Salamence protecting him, we were able to treat him in time. The attacker went directly for him. It was a vile ambush, replied Juan. Cain nodded. He wasn't surprised. Koga might be strong, but his strength lay in assassination. In a direct battle, he wouldn't stand a chance against Drake. Master, what was your diagnosis? Cain asked old Matsuda. Though he didn't know the full extent of his disciple's abilities, old Matsuda had complete trust in him. Even if Cain couldn't heal him, he knew he wouldn't do anything reckless. He was poisoned with a compound poison. It's not a common toxin. It only affects humans, not Pokémon. That's why neither the Joy Clan nor I have been able to do anything. We've only managed to keep his vital functions stable, but the more time passes, the worse it'll be, explained old Matsuda. That was one of the League's weak points. They had made great progress in the study of Pokémon. But when it came to humans, they were still behind. After all, the League promoted battles between Pokémon, not between people. Common antidotes usually worked for both humans and Pokémon. But encountering a poison like this, mixed and exclusive to humans? Are there really people researching substances meant only for humans? Koga's greatest strength lay in his ninja skills, even surpassing his ability to command Pokémon in battle. And like any good ninja, he was naturally well-stocked with toxins, especially some specifically designed to attack the enemy. What he used against Elite Four Drake was likely one of those formulas. A blend of multiple poisons, combined in exact proportions. Anyone unfamiliar with those ratios simply wouldn't be able to create an antidote. Unlike Pokémon, who possess a much more robust constitution and can withstand aggressive treatments even in critical condition, the human body doesn't have that same resilience. The only way is to analyze the exact proportion of the components in the poison. For others, this would be the most complicated and tedious part, a task that would require multiple experiments and trials to crack the formula. With some luck, it could be resolved in a month. But with bad luck, Elite Four Drake could die before anyone figured it out. But for Cain, this difficulty didn't exist. The analysis function of the system he possessed excelled precisely in this kind of situation. The simulations and deductions it could execute were much faster than any conventional experiment. That was why he proposed to take on the diagnosis. After hearing old Matsuda's explanation, Cain calmly pulled out a pair of white gloves and a face mask from his pocket, putting them on. Can I start now? He asked, looking at both Juan and old Matsuda. Even with the capability, it was necessary to have the approval of both before acting. Old Matsuda nodded without hesitation, and Juan, of course, had no objection either. Urgas, who was standing just behind, seemed like he wanted to object, but seeing both his superiors had already given the green light, he opted to stay silent. After all, Drake was an Elite Four of the Hoenn region, and he had no authority to interfere. With permission granted, Cain nodded. He began by taking out his instruments one by one, then drew a small blood sample from Drake's finger. System, analyze the poison's composition, Cain ordered mentally, while on the outside he remained calm, skillfully examining the blood. His movements were precise and adept. When it came to common illnesses, a breeder didn't have many tools. But when it came to poisons, a breeder stood above even the Joy family staff. Old Matsuda watched Cain's actions closely, nodding repeatedly. There wasn't a single mistake. His solid foundation as a breeder was evident. Inside his mind, the system began working frantically. The most obvious components of the poison were identified in no time. Water-type toxins, fire-type, a complex mixture of different poisons. Following the system's results, Cain began pulling out the corresponding antidotes from his storage space, one after another. Old Matsuda nodded again upon seeing the first ones he selected. They matched the most obvious elements of the poison. He himself had identified those toxins too. 2, 3, 4. However, as time passed, old Matsuda's expression began to change. 2 or 3 types of poison were manageable, but when more and more components began to appear, it was a different story. Some of the elements, old Matsuda had barely detected as possibilities, unable to confirm them. Cain, on the other hand, identified them clearly after 1 or 2 tests, even determining their proportions. The 3 of them watched Cain work, holding their breath, as if a single exhale might interfere with the process. "How's it going, Takashi?" Juan asked upon noticing his expression. Old Matsuda replied in a low, grave voice, "It's going very well. He's already surpassed everything we managed these past few days." Juan was immediately surprised. That fast? Barely an hour had passed, and Cain had already surpassed several days of collaborative research by experts. Was this boy a genius? Or a monster? And he had almost allowed him to leave? Urgas, who had overheard the conversation from behind, swallowed hard. Had he just messed with someone he really shouldn't have? With the talent Cain had just displayed, if the true veterans of the Breeders' Guild found out, they'd probably come out of their deepest retirements. And those elders had some terrifying networks. Urgas couldn't help but shudder a little. "Is the room's camera on?" old Matsuda asked. "Yes, it's recording," Juan replied with a nod. "Send me the footage later. I want those old men to see it. To see if it's worth coming out of their isolation and giving this young man a proper push." Old Matsuda's face turned extremely serious. Juan's eyes widened. For the president of the Hoenn region to show such an expression spoke volumes of the impact he was feeling. The old men, Matsuda spoke of, were the previous generation. Those who had once run the league. Today, all were retired, and it wasn't even known how many were still alive. But as long as they didn't show themselves, they remained the league's hidden trump card. That was the true background that made the league the most powerful organization in the Pokémon world. Cain, unaware of their conversation, was completely focused on the poison before him. And he couldn't help but acknowledge it. Koga really was something else. Once fully deciphered, Cain would also be able to replicate it. That way, if he ever did anything questionable, he could just blame Koga. Not bad at all. So as not to overly impress old Matsuda, Cain even slowed his pace a little. "He's already entering the key part," old Matsuda commented. Although he didn't understand how Cain could analyze so quickly, he could tell that his workflow followed a completely sound logic. The reason for his speed must have been that, by identifying certain characteristics, he could deduce the poison without needing extensive confirmation tests. What old Matsuda considered the key part were the final toxins. Once they were identified, Drake's poison would be completely resolved. That fast? Urgas muttered without thinking. Cain frowned. Silence. Juan and old Matsuda glared at him sternly, making Urgas shut up immediately. The air conditioning is too noisy. Turn it off, Cain instructed. Urgas rushed to do it. Whose watch is that? Cain said, still annoyed. It was Urgas again. This time, he hurriedly covered his watch with his hand. During that brief moment, Cain identified another component of the poison. Only one remained, the one in the smallest proportion. And often, those in the tiniest quantities were the deadliest. Stop breathing, Cain suddenly exclaimed in a stern voice. The three looked at him, puzzled. Stop breathing? Hold your breath, Juan repeated, covering his mouth and nose with his hands. Urgas followed suit. He suspected Cain was messing with them, but had no proof. So he had no choice but to obey. Finally, Cain identified the last toxin. Just as he suspected, it was an extremely potent poison. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now that everything was identified, the rest would be easy. Any breeder with a bit of skill could prepare the antidote. Cain had no intention of making a show out of it. Besides, he had all the necessary ingredients with him, so he immediately set to work on making the antidote. Drake was finally saved and regained consciousness. However, due to the long time he had been in a coma, after confirming that Cain had no connection to the attack, he quickly fell asleep again. Drake was quite surprised to learn that Cain had been suspected. He truly hadn't expected the entire incident to be linked to him. Although it had already been proven that Cain wasn't responsible, Drake couldn't identify who the attacker was either. The assailant had hidden their identity with great skill. It was clearly the work of an expert. Someone like that showing up in the Hunter Guild, or even within Team Rocket, wasn't entirely unthinkable. The Hoenn region's Hunter Guild had been completely dismantled, and both Team Magma and Team Aqua were currently on high alert, not daring to show their faces. All Drake could do now was rest well and recover as quickly as possible. Juan left with the others, returning to his office. Old Matsuda wore a deeply satisfied expression. Not only because his disciple's innocence had been confirmed, but also because of the skills and techniques Cain had demonstrated. He was already at the level of an advanced breeder. He himself had once given Cain that requirement. He had to reach the level of an advanced breeder within a certain time frame, or else he would have to give up the path of a trainer. He hadn't expected that, just a year later, Cain would already have achieved it. As for why he hadn't taken the exam to obtain the official title, both old Matsuda and Juan had their own assumptions. The tree that stands out is the first to be cut down. Drawing attention wasn't always a good thing. Cain, I admit that I didn't handle things well this time. To make it up to you, you can ask me for anything within my power, Juan said, smiling as he settled into his chair. Hearing this, Cain fell into brief contemplation. I want to be an Elite Four. Would he grant me that? What he wanted most at that moment, of course, was to become an Elite Four. But setting aside Mega Evolution and Kamuo, there was still a significant gap between his current strength and that level. Becoming an Elite Four right now wasn't realistic. However, this incident had served as a clear warning. Who said that in Team Rocket, everyone only listened to Giovanni? Even though he didn't know exactly which executive had exposed him, or how they knew about his existence, a high-ranking member of the organization carried enough weight to raise suspicion. Otherwise, the League wouldn't have sent a direct investigation from the High Council. Perhaps something like this wouldn't happen again for a while, but what about the future? Cain could only continue improving his strength as quickly as possible to be ready for anything. In addition to that, he needed to raise his status to a point where even the League wouldn't dare to doubt him. For example, becoming a member of a region's Elite Four. Koga would be his role model going forward. If a high-ranking member of Team Rocket could drag an Elite Four into the mud, then Giovanni would probably be more than happy to do so. But if he managed to become one of the Elite Four, it would be like having an immunity card. Even Giovanni wouldn't be able to touch him easily, let alone other members of Team Rocket. It didn't matter if he became the weakest among the Elite Four, that would still be enough. Cain had never wanted a position so badly. And if all else failed, he could always consider joining the Jenny or Joy families. But for his personal freedom, that would only ever be a last resort. A backup plan, nothing more. President Juan, could I have access to the League's central archive? There are many questions and doubts I'd like to resolve there, Cain said after thinking for a bit. Hearing his request, Juan was slightly surprised. Was that all he was asking for? Even without the recent incident, if Cain had asked him for that, he likely would have agreed anyway. Are you sure? Juan asked him. Cain nodded. For now, he wasn't lacking in resources. After raiding the Team Rocket trading facilities, he had gathered enough to last half a year. It had only been a month and a half since then, and he still had plenty left. He also had a sufficient number of Pokémon and didn't need to capture more at the moment. Cain had always preferred to have a small, but well-trained team, rather than a large one. So, what could help him the most right now was expanding the database in his system. Last time, he had downloaded a lot of information from the Team Rocket system. But in the end, Team Rocket was what it was. Most of their data was unconventional. Like methods to make Pokémon gain power quickly at the cost of their potential, or formulas to improve a Pokémon's quality by sacrificing its lifespan. It couldn't be denied that Team Rocket scientists were talented, but those were extreme methods. Cain wasn't in a desperate enough situation to use them. Some ideas could be used as references and adapted, but not applied directly. When it came to regular Pokémon training, the most complete information could only be found in the League's archives. Whether it was Tyranitar, Blaziken, or Aggron, there wasn't much left to add. But Pokémon like Riolu, Kirlia, and Seadra were ones Cain was raising for the first time. If he could access the experiences of those who had tried before, he would undoubtedly avoid making unnecessary mistakes. Seeing that Cain wasn't hesitating, Juan didn't push him. He grabbed a sheet of paper and quickly wrote on it, signing and stamping it before handing it to Cain. This gives you 1 hour of access to the archive. You can go by yourself. Cain took the paper and saw Juan's signature and seal on it. An hour would be more than enough if he used his system to quickly filter and download data. With the permission in hand, Cain gave a brief farewell to the two and left. Juan watched him go, then said to old Matsuda, Takashi, "Don't you think we went a bit overboard? The favor Cain asked for makes me feel ashamed." Old Matsuda shot him a disapproving look. "Don't drag me into this. You were the one who went too far." But then his face turned more complex. "Don't worry. That kid is no ordinary person. He's far more mature than others his age. He didn't even get upset at your attitude. What he truly cares about are the practical benefits." Juan let out a resigned sigh. He'd have to find another way to make it up to him later. A simple visit to the archive really wasn't much. Then he looked at Urgas, who was still sitting nearby. And the anger welled up again. It was all that guy's fault. He had come in acting all certain, with a direct order from the High Council. Yes, it was all his fault. Juan had finally found the perfect outlet for his frustration. Urgas, sensing Juan's gaze, tensed up. He had been quiet the entire time, trying to stay unnoticed, and still failed to escape attention. Now that Cain had been exonerated, the whole incident was once again shrouded in mystery. But he no longer had time to dwell on that. What mattered now was how to calm Juan and old Matsuda's anger. Even if he didn't report directly to them, if they decided to file a complaint with the High Council, with the influence they both had, he would probably be forced to spend the rest of his life exiled in some remote corner of the world. Cain quickly arrived at the records room of the Hoenn League headquarters. Thanks to the note signed by Juan, he encountered no obstacles. The League's administration was much more formal, but no matter how strict it was, it couldn't prevent the system from downloading the information from within. With just a physical touch, even a minimal brush of skin, against the central archive terminal, the system could secretly copy all the necessary information. When Cain left the records room, he had a satisfied expression on his face. Just as he had suspected from the beginning, the data stored in the League's base was mostly orthodox material. It taught trainers how to raise a Pokémon from birth until it reached the Elite Four level, or even beyond. And that was precisely what Cain needed. If he managed to integrate that data with what he had already extracted from Team Rocket, he would have a complete Pokémon training manual in his hands. Of course, there was also a large amount of uncommon knowledge and special techniques. Taking advantage of the hour he had, Cain also downloaded information about Pokémon combat techniques as well as data on training and mastering moves. Everything would serve as reference material. With the digital archive of his system more complete, Cain felt that the pressure bearing down on him had eased a little. He now had everything he needed, he just lacked time. And as long as he had enough time, the path to the future wouldn't be hard to walk. Once he exited the space of the legendary bird Ho-Oh, the island's Porygon 2 reconnected with his system. After a quick inspection and verification, Cain transmitted several of his Pokémon to the island, including Como. Even the Dragalge he had captured last time, the one he couldn't look at but could still use, was sent. With Como on the island, Cain wasn't worried it would cause trouble. Letting it live out a peaceful retirement was enough. The development of the island continued normally. The ecosystem and the food chain had already fully stabilized. Now, all that remained was to patiently wait to reap the fruits. After leaving the records room, Cain dropped by Juan's office. Once he confirmed there were no new assignments, he left without further delay. After all, there were many things he couldn't do within those facilities, and his current plans still had pending matters to address. He then took the private plane reserved for chief-level researchers, heading to Leafy Town. That's right, the exclusive plane for chief-level researchers. It was an aircraft specifically designated to facilitate travel for that rank. Cain had never used it until now and had only just remembered it existed. Since it was a private jet, its speed was very high, so in just a few hours, he was already arriving in Leafy Town. Whenever he needed it, he could use it. Even the pilot was exclusively assigned to him. At that moment, Leafy Town was already fully operational. It had gained some renown within the Hoenn region, and since the local gym was founded under Cain's name, many people came hoping for a fierce and passionate battle with him. Unfortunately, Cain had completely become an absentee leader. As long as the gym functioned as it should, he didn't bother to intervene. He headed straight to his home. But upon reaching the door, his expression changed slightly. At that moment, a head popped out from his shadow. It was Gengar. Cain activated his psychic power and slowly opened the door to enter. At first glance, there were no signs of anything unusual, but the atmosphere was too quiet. Quiet to the point of being strange. So, Cain scanned with his psychic ability, but detected nothing out of place. He went directly to the living room. And there, he saw a figure sitting in the center. Gengar immediately appeared at his side, carefully watching that person. Cain frowned. He couldn't sense any presence with his psychic powers, and yet, his eyes clearly saw that person. "Don't I know you? Are you here waiting for me?" asked Cain. "Researcher Cain has returned. You've kept me waiting. I'm not sure whether to say this is the second time or the first time we've met." "Hi, my name is Ryudo," replied the figure, standing up and turning to look directly at Cain. Ryudo didn't hide his face, so Cain recognized him immediately. "Do we know each other?" asked Cain, suspicious. Strictly speaking, we almost met. For certain reasons, we couldn't meet face to face back then, but better late than never," Ryudo said with a smile, removing his black hood and revealing his face completely. He was a young man with a fairly decent appearance, strong eyebrows, bright eyes, and a straight nose. Good physique and good looks. However, when he removed the hood, Cain caught a fleeting glimpse of a symbol just beneath the dark cloak. Team Magma. Cain recognized it instantly, the symbol of Team Magma. Immediately, a Pokeball appeared in his hand, and at the same time, his system had already activated, ready to summon his Pokémon at any moment. Ryudo didn't seem surprised. He merely gave a slightly awkward smile. "Wow, so you noticed. No wonder you're a chief-level researcher. Sorry, it was a rushed visit and I forgot to change clothes. I guess the old man didn't mention me either. I'd better give you a clearer introduction. My original name is Eric. Supposedly, I'm an advanced-level League researcher, though that doesn't matter. Right now, I'm working undercover in Team Magma, where I hold the position of 4th executive. And about that time we kind of met. Do you remember the ruins of the Groudon Kingdom inside MT Chimney?" Eric didn't hold anything back. He spilled everything at once. "Undercover," Cain repeated, surprised. "Exactly. I've been at it for years, so long that sometimes I forget what my real identity is. If I weren't here telling you today, maybe I wouldn't even remember anymore, he said with an ironic smile and a dim look in his eyes. Cain remained silent. He didn't know whether to believe him or not. Seeing his expression, Eric sighed in resignation. Yeah, I know. Who's going to believe something like this so easily? That old man. He forced me to come look for you. I didn't even know where you were, so I had to wait for you at your house. And look, I ended up waiting a long time. The old man. Cain asked. Drake, old man Drake, Eric answered, waving his hand with an expression that said, I'd better tell you before you guess. Then he lowered his head and started rummaging through his clothes, as if searching for something. Here it is. Look, no matter how much we talk, this is worth more than any explanation. He then tossed a card toward Cain. It floated in the air before reaching him, ensuring it posed no threat. Cain took it. Eric, advanced level League researcher. Specialized in undercover missions. Directly under the command of Elite 4 Drake. Cain scanned the card with his system reader, and that was the information he received. Afterward, Eric explained several details that only he and Drake could know, and finally, Cain was able to confirm that his identity was real. That the League had placed an undercover spy inside Team Magma was no surprise to Cain. What did surprise him was that this infiltrator had reached such a depth. An executive of Team Magma. That was truly astonishing. Could it be that within Team Aqua or Team Rocket there was someone in a similar situation? Cain's heart tightened a little. Masking his expression, he asked calmly, Were you looking for me for something in particular? Eric sighed, his expression full of helplessness. The appointed time to deliver the report has arrived, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get in touch with the old man. I remembered what he told me before. If I couldn't contact him, I should come look for you. If you're someone the old man trusts, there shouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, Cain understood immediately. So that's how it was. To ensure stability within the Hoenn League, the news of Drake being injured had not been made public. Watson's injury had already had a huge impact on the League. If it also became known about Drake, chaos would likely be inevitable. At the very least, the League's prestige would plummet to rock bottom. That Eric wasn't aware of this within Team Magma was only natural. In a few days you should be able to get in touch with Mr. Drake, Cain said in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Eric was stunned. Did the old man run into some problem too difficult to handle? He asked. Cain slowly shook his head. That was something he really couldn't say. In any case, in a few days you'll be able to speak with Mr. Drake. As for the information, it would be better to give it directly to him, he added. The truth was that Cain had no interest in getting himself involved in Team Magma's affairs now. If he could avoid them, all the better. Hearing that reply, Eric no longer insisted. The fact that he had sought out Cain had been a forced decision. If he could contact Drake soon, then waiting a few days wasn't a problem. Nodding, he turned around and left. The relaxed, smiling expression on his face slowly faded away. As an infiltrator, although he didn't wear a literal mask like Cain, in reality that kind of true mask was easier to maintain than a false one. Passing by Cain, just by feeling his presence, it was as if he were a completely different person. The imposing aura of a true Team Magma executive. Eric paused briefly. His voice reached Cain's ears clearly. Sometimes, after spending so long inside Team Magma, one ends up forgetting one's own identity. There I've also seen many of the mistakes the League has made. Cain, tell me, what is really happening to this world? The voice was faint, as if asking and at the same time like a murmur. The fact that it was heard so clearly was proof that Eric truly meant to say it to him. Cain froze on the spot, feeling the presence behind him disappear. However, those words left him deep in thought. So he's fighting on the border between good and evil, discovering evil within good and goodness within evil, he murmured with a complicated expression. In a sense, that young man resembled Cain. He himself was a high-ranking member within Team Rocket and, at the same time, a chief-level researcher for the Pokémon League, carrying the expectations of the new generation. But there were also differences. Cain had already lived another life and understood all too well the cruelty of this world. He had moved from evil toward good, so he wasn't too surprised to find shadows within goodness, nor was he deeply moved by the light within darkness. Eric, on the other hand, had walked the opposite path, from good toward evil. As a direct descendant of the League, since childhood, he had been molded with the ideology that the League represented good and Team Magma represented evil. But within that evil, he had found a precious goodness. That had shocked him deeply. And digging deeper, he also discovered that within the so-called good of the League there existed evil. That clash shattered the ideas he had grown up with and shook his will. Team Magma, even while being an underground force, had given opportunities to the poor who could never have hoped to become trainers, offering them the option to change their destiny. The League, proclaiming itself just, valued social hierarchies far too much and often ignored the struggles of people at the lowest levels. All this, Eric saw with his own eyes. That was why he was now confused, not knowing whether what he was doing was right or wrong, nor even what path he should follow. Cain had suffered the harshness and corruption at the bottom of the Pokémon world, and because of that, upon approaching the League, he could understand the errors hidden behind the facade of justice. Eric, however, had lived in an idealized utopia. Upon coming into contact with the darkness of real society, he was struck and left disoriented. A man worthy of pity, Cain sighed silently. Surely, right now Eric was experiencing a deep inner conflict. Should I tell Mr. Drake about this? He thought, as a spark of doubt flickered in his eyes. There was room for maneuver. He pulled out his communicator and sent a brief message to Drake, informing him that Eric had come looking for him. As for the young man's emotional state, he hesitated for a moment, but ended up deleting what he had written. He put the communicator away again. Only those who go through these experiences can come to understand things that others will never notice. Cain murmured. After that, he left the hall in order and walked toward the backyard. It had been a false alarm, though the truth was that Eric's strength was not to be underestimated. Cain could feel from him an intense threat. Be easy. Just as he finished with that matter, another of his communicators vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and checked it. Well, one after another, he said with a hint of helplessness in his voice, though more than anything it sounded like pleasant surprise. The message came from the Kalos region. More precisely, from Lysandra of Team Flare. Before leaving for Ho-Oh's space, Cain had asked him to send people to search for a place forgotten by humans, Nebel Plateau. And after a month and a half, Team Flare had truly found that place. He put the communicator away. The Nebel Plateau, if I recall correctly, in these times a certain legendary Pokémon should be living there. Cain thought. That place wasn't marked on Kalos maps. It was a territory forgotten by humanity, where many Pokémon lived cut off from all human contact. And among them, there resided a legendary Pokémon, Volcanion. However, what most piqued Cain's interest was not Volcanion, but the kingdom that had taken science to the extreme, the Azoth Kingdom. And, in particular, the greatest achievement of that arcane science, that power which had almost led the entire kingdom to ruin. Originally, I was planning to take a short break. Now it seems time is truly pressing, Cain murmured to himself. He had planned to stay a while in Leafy Town, organize the information he had obtained both from Team Rocket and the League, and then design the most suitable training plan possible for his Pokémon. Now there was no time for that. He headed to the backyard, to the Carbink Cave, and gathered all at once the diamonds they had produced during that period. Of course, that wouldn't be enough to feed Tyranitar and Agron, but if rationed carefully, it should last them for a while. He had the feeling that Carbink was about to complete its mutation. If that happened, perhaps soon they would have a steady flow of diamonds to consume. Luckily, the private jet hadn't departed yet. Under the puzzled gaze of the pilot, he demanded to be taken directly to the Kalos region. The pilot didn't dare ask anything more, limiting himself to carrying out his duty. It was then that Cain realized how useful power and money were. The damned social hierarchy. Though, he admitted, it had its pleasant side. The Kalos region was quite far from Hoenn. Even with the high speed of the private jet, It wasn't possible to arrive in a single day. So Cain made use of the time in the air to review the information stored in his system, searching for anything that might give him new inspiration. Kalos region. In Lumio City, Cain asked the plane to drop him off there and then dismissed it. After strolling a bit through the city, he headed toward Team Flare's base. Making sure no one noticed his presence, he ordered Slowking to transport him to the outskirts of the base. His attire had already been completely replaced. His face was also covered with a psychic veil. That level of control showed that Cain was already an advanced-level psychic, except for someone like Sabrina. No one could see through that membrane of mental energy to discern his true appearance. At the base entrance, he had given prior notice and someone was already waiting at the door. A chubby man, with a small tuft of red hair on his forehead, smiled at him with squinting eyes. "Welcome back, Mr. Kalis." "Mr. Zerozic," Cain replied with a slight nod. His voice, somewhat hoarse, made it impossible to guess his true age. Zerozic's face showed respect, though who knew how much of it was genuine. His loyalty had always been to Lysandra. What he didn't understand was why Lysandra showed so much deference to Cain. "Mr. Lysandra has been waiting for you for quite some time," Zerozic said with a smile. Cain nodded, indicating for him to lead the way. He knew very well what that man really thought, but as long as Lysandra was there, Zerozic wouldn't be able to do much. And as for the other members of Team Flare, Cain also had ways of controlling them. Guided by Zerozic, he arrived at Lysandra's office. "Mr. Kalis," Lysandra greeted him as soon as he saw him, approaching with a smile and open arms. But Cain raised a hand to stop him. It was better to avoid physical contact. Lysandra wasn't offended. He simply invited him to sit down. "Mr. Kalis, may I know why you want to search for the Nebel Plateau?" In Kalos history, it's called the Forgotten Land, a place where many Pokémon abandoned by human trainers dwell, Lysandra asked curiously. "Did you forget what I showed you last time?" Cain replied with another question. At those words, Lysandra slightly frowned, as if recalling something unpleasant. He nodded gravely. "I see." Cain continued, "From what I know, not far from the Nebel Plateau there once existed a kingdom called Azoth. Just like Nebel Plateau, it remained apart from modern civilization. Its development took a completely different direction. They specialized in mechanics and arcane science. For us, that represents enormous value and could be of great use for future plans." He paused briefly before adding, "First we must locate that kingdom. Send people to infiltrate it. I am particularly interested in one person, and I want them to search for him once inside." "Does such a place really exist?" Lysandra couldn't hide his surprise. He had never imagined that in Kalos there could be a place where arcane science was cultivated. As for how Cain knew all this, Lysandra had already come up with his own explanation. Surely it comes from above. And in that he firmly believed. Cain, who already had a prepared explanation, saved himself the effort upon seeing that Lysandra didn't ask. If he knew what Lysandra was thinking, surely he would laugh at how convenient it was to pose as an enlightened one. Throughout the meeting, Zerozic remained silent behind Lysandra. He listened to what they said, without interrupting, though deep inside he wasn't very interested in that so-called arcane science. No matter how mysterious it is, how could it compare to modern technology, he thought. "Give me the exact location of the Nebel Plateau. I want to see it for myself," Cain requested. Lysandra nodded and pulled out from a drawer a small device with a screen showing the map of Kalos. There, a red dot marked the location of the Nebel Plateau. Cain didn't linger any longer. He stood up and decided to leave. Team Flare was still only in its initial phase. There were too many things to prepare, but Cain had no intention of involving his Pokémon in those trivialities. Lysandra didn't try to stop him, and only saw him off with his gaze. Once Cain disappeared from the office, Zerozic dared to speak. "Mr. Lysandra, why do you show so much deference to this Mr. Kalis?" It was a doubt he had kept for a long time, and the occasion lent itself to expressing it. Lysandra thought for a moment before replying, "For the future." "The future?" Zerozic repeated, confused. Meanwhile, Cain was already flying away on his Flygon, disappearing among the mountains and forests. The meeting with Lysandra had surprised him a little. He hadn't expected that seed planted in the past to bear such remarkable fruit. It seems I really must value more the power of dreams, he reflected. It was a useful method, though with too many prerequisites. The essential thing was to know the other's weaknesses well, to understand what kind of person they were and what they desired. Only by showing them what they wanted to see, and then guiding them little by little through subtle suggestion, could one achieve an effect like with Lysandra. At the core, what was happening was that Lysandra's obsession was too strong, and Cain had known how to take advantage of it, merely diverting that obsession a little. A change so fine that no device, ability, or power could detect it. One day later, at the borders of the Kalos region, the Nebel Plateau, also called the Forgotten Land. Not many people knew of the existence of the Nebel Plateau. Even those who did preferred not to talk too much about it, because many considered it a shameful place, a site where disgrace gathered. Cain, mounted on Flygon, had flown day and night until he could barely make out the silhouette of the Nebel Plateau. If it weren't for the coordinates provided by Team Flare, it would have been nearly impossible to confirm that this place was the legendary Nebel Plateau. Sitting on Flygon's back, he gazed into the distance. The scenery was truly beautiful. The morning sun was slowly rising on the other side of the Nebel Plateau. The mist of the forests seemed to intertwine with the clouds in the sky, and with the first rays of the sun it dyed everything in a golden glow. It really is a beautiful place. How could it have become a forgotten land? Cain thought with some melancholy. He regretted that such a beautiful landscape was forgotten, but even more so for the Pokémon that lived there. Any Pokémon, if abandoned by its trainer, suffered a devastating blow. Pokémon had very simple thoughts. If a human became their trainer, they would be loyal with all their heart. Only absolute pain could break that bond. That under such circumstances a trainer would abandon their Pokémon was equivalent to a parent leaving behind their child. By living together here, perhaps they no longer feel alone, perhaps they stop thinking they are isolated cases. Cain patted Flygon's back and slowly descended to the ground. The rest of the way he would have to go on foot. He threw 2 Pokeballs and released Honchkrow and Weevil. In this place, hostility toward humans could be very strong, so it was best to proceed cautiously. Honchkrow and Weevil, due to Cain's circumstances, rarely came out to battle. In Ho-Oh's space he mostly trained Tyranitar and the others, so summoning them now was useful. Both were agile, small in size, and could move without making much noise. He advanced on foot toward the Nebel Plateau. In his hand appeared a string of beads. They had been reinforced with dark energy by Honchkrow, so they were especially effective at blocking psychic power. Cain had already acquired the habit of training his psychic power at all times and places. His goal was to perfect the control of his psychic powers as soon as possible and reach the ability to teleport. Perhaps due to the remoteness of this territory, even on the outskirts of the Nebel Plateau the wild Pokémon had a high level. In other areas, many peaceful species required no caution, but here it was different. In this place, it was possible to run into Pokémon deeply hostile toward humans, who would attack Cain the moment they saw him. Thus, on his way toward the center of the Nebel Plateau, he encountered numerous Pokémon that attacked regardless of Honchkrow or Weevil's strength. Fortunately, though the level of these Pokémon was higher than that of wild ones in other areas, before Honchkrow and Weevil they still were no match. Cain pitied their fate and did not order them finished off. It was enough to leave them unconscious and continue. However, the closer he got to the center, the more Pokémon appeared, and the stronger they were. The commotion grew and grew, until advancing silently became impossible. Cain reflected for a moment and then released Tyranitar and Blaziken. There was no other option left. He would have to force his way through fighting. One way or another, that day he would reach the heart of the Nebel Plateau, no matter the cost. With Tyranitar and Blaziken at the front, the pace of advance increased again. The Nebel Plateau was quite vast. Not so much vertically, but very long horizontally. Cain advanced in a straight line toward the interior, so he wouldn't have to cover an endless distance. Even so, the resistance of the Pokémon grew more and more intense. Until Karun, Faku. With those 2 roars, the Pokémon that were about to surround Cain's group stopped, furious, but without attacking. Dozens of eyes filled with hatred fixed on him. Cain remained calm, serene, and unmoving. If not for the beads spinning between his fingers, he might have looked like a statue. At first, he had felt compassion for these Pokémon. But little by little he discovered their minds had become extreme. They saw any human as if they were that trainer who had abandoned them. The ferocity with which they fought to the end left Cain with a bitter taste. Then two Pokémon appeared, one green and one red. For the first time, Cain's face showed a slight variation. Chestnut and Delphox, two of Kaloz's starters. The third starter, Greninja, Cain had already encountered in Hoa's space. Here stood the final form of the grass type, Chestnut, and the fire type, Delphox. By the way their arrival stopped all the others, their prestige in the Nebel Plateau must have been considerable. Without a doubt, these were the leaders. Cain thought silently. Karun, Faku. Both advanced through the group of Pokémon and stood in front of Cain, looking at his four companions and then at him, unshaken in the center. They growled twice. The fact that they didn't attack immediately was striking. Delphox, with its psychic type, transmitted a telepathic message. Human, what have you come here for? You are not welcome. Leave at once. Chestnut beside it nodded firmly. Cain activated the system. Pokémon, Chestnut, Blue. Gender, male. Level, 63. Types, grass plus fighting. Ability, overgrow. Held item, none. Egg moves, synthesis, quick guard, spikes, power-up punch. Basic moves, spiky shield, needle arm, hammer arm, feint, belly drum, tackle, growl, vine whip, rollout, bite, leech seed, pin missile, takedown, seed bomb, mud shot, bulk up, body slam, pain split. Learned moves, frenzy plant, snore, iron defense, stomping tantrum, endeavor, Iron Tail, Superpower, Thunder Punch, Helping Hand, Giga Drain, Focus Punch. TM moves, Protect, Earthquake. Seeing the data of that Chestnut, a gleam flashed in Cain's eyes. Such an outstanding grass-type starter, and yet someone had abandoned it? With blue-grade quality and a level that already reached elite level even in the wild, its potential was impressive. If Cain had been able to start with such a Pokémon as his starter, he would have woken up laughing in his dreams. In the end, he thought, there were truly people who didn't know how to value what they had. The fact that it knew TM moves in its repertoire confirmed without a doubt that it was an abandoned Pokémon. Then, Cain turned his gaze toward Delphox. The system also scanned her data. Pokémon, Delphox, Blue. Gender, female. Level, 62. Types, fire plus psychic. Ability, blaze. Held item, none. Egg moves, wish, hypnosis, heat wave, magic coat. Basic moves, mystical fire, future sight, role play, switcheroo, shadow ball, scratch, tail whip, ember, howl, flame charge, psybeam, fire spin, lucky chant, psyshock, flamethrower, will-o-wisp, psychic, sunny day. Learned moves, blast burn, iron tail, laser focus, telekinesis, snore, snatch, ally switch, thunder punch, foul play, fire punch. TM moves, light screen, calm mind. Delphox's data was very similar to Chestnut's. Both Pokémon were elite level, and both had been abandoned by human trainers. Those two were, so far, the most powerful Pokémon Cain had encountered in the Nebel Plateau. Hearing Chestnut's words, Cain slowly shook his head. Sorry, I need to keep moving forward toward the interior. His voice appeared directly in Chestnut and Delphox's minds. Upon hearing him, their expressions changed, gradually turning fierce. Cain sighed silently. It seemed he would have to face them no matter what. However, to his surprise, the fierceness in their eyes slowly softened. They looked at the Pokémon accompanying Cain and also at the ones around them, but did not unleash their fury. With those actions, Cain understood their concern. They feared that he would attack the other Pokémon in the area. They were only two, while Cain had at least 4 Pokémon at his side. If two faced them, the other 2 would be enough to defeat the rest. And besides, would a trainer only have 4 Pokémon? Chestnut and Delphox's logic was very clear. In the interior there are beings you must not mess with. If you enter, you may never come back out, human. I tell you this for your own good, said Chestnut again. A being he must not mess with? Volcanian, perhaps? Cain shook his head firmly again. Sorry, but I need to reach the bottom. Chestnut's eyes changed once more. He felt Cain knew something more. Because inside the Nebel Plateau, it wasn't just that being. At that moment, Delphox spoke. Human, don't you humans like battles? Do you dare to fight us? If you manage to defeat the two of us, we will let you pass. But if you lose, you'll have to leave. As a human trainer, I suppose you won't refuse, right? Cain looked at Delphox, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Using a method of provocation? But that was just what suited him best. Fine. And how do you want to fight? One-on-one or both together, he asked. Chestnut and Delphox looked at each other and answered in unison, together. Then I won't underestimate you. I have 4 Pokémon here, you pick the 2 you want to face, said Cain with absolute confidence. If he couldn't even defeat 2 Pokémon abandoned long ago by their trainers, then he might as well go back home to making Pokeblocks. Chestnut and Delphox looked at each other again, arguing silently. Cain's Pokémon, on the other hand, were eager to get into action. No matter who was chosen, they all had full confidence in themselves. In the end, Chestnut and Delphox chose Tyranitar and Blaziken. There was no other choice. Both Honchkrow and Weevil emanated a terrifying pressure, an aura of menace that made them feel their brute power was even greater. Tyranitar and Blaziken were also dangerous, but not at the same level as Honchkrow and Weevil. Furthermore, due to typing, Honchkrow, Flying/Dark, and Weevil, Ice/Dark, were much more dangerous against them. Delphox, being Fire/Psychic, was very vulnerable to Dark type. Chestnut, Grass/Fighting, suffered a quadruple weakness to Honchkrow's Flying type, and also a double weakness to Weevil's Ice type. Seen this way, choosing Tyranitar and Blaziken was without a doubt a smart decision. Honchkrow and Weevil showed no reaction to not being chosen, but Tyranitar and Blaziken were quite pleased. Tyran. Blask. Tyranitar and Blaziken bumped fists, showing the great synchronization that existed between them. A large fist against a smaller fist. The battle of the 4 Pokémon began immediately. Cain instantly activated telepathic communication to command the strategy. The first to attack were Chestnut and Delphox. Both were fighting for their home, and didn't hesitate to unleash all their power. The spikes on Chestnut's back glowed with light, shooting out like projectiles. Pin Missile. Meanwhile, Delphox gently waved what looked like a burning branch or wand, imbuing the spikes with her psychic power. What was once a luck-dependent move became an attack with precise direction. From that very first exchange, their excellent coordination was evident. The target of the pin missile was Tyranitar. Tyranitar paid no attention to the attack, striding toward them in big steps. He trusted that his partner would appear at just the right moment. And so it was. Blaziken shot out from his back, propelling itself with Tyranitar's body, soaring into the air with a fist wrapped in flames that smashed into the spikes. Boom! 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 With the reinforcement of psychic power, the spikes were much stronger. But even so, they were destroyed by Blaziken's blows. Tyranitar kept running, his large body advancing at great speed. Chestnut and Delphox noticed his actions, and their expressions changed. If a Pokémon with such enormous physical strength as Tyranitar got too close, neither of them could withstand him. Especially Delphox, who suffered the type disadvantage against him. But in their focus on Tyranitar, they didn't notice Blaziken. After smashing the spikes, he remained right behind Tyranitar, hidden by his broad body. Blaziken's speed was much greater than Tyranitar's, but he didn't overtake him. Following Cain's orders, Blaziken began to execute a special stepping pattern while running, his body emanating a unique energy. It was the technique he had perfected in Hoa's space, executing the move Swords Dance while in motion. That reduced his running speed a little, but avoided becoming an easy target by stopping to use Swords Dance. A smile appeared on Tyranitar's face as rocks rose up around him, each one sharp-edged and ready to be launched. The target of Tyranidar's Stone Edge move was directly locked onto Delphox. Each rock was like a missile. Although they were launched in different directions, under Tyranidar's control, they all seemed to have eyes and headed toward Delphox. Delphox remained in place, her face slightly serious, and gently waved the burning staff she held in her hand. Telekinesis. But she didn't use the telekinesis move on Tyranidar, but on herself, to quickly propel backward and create distance from him. Chestnut wasn't going to just stand still and watch Delphox being attacked either. Karun. With his roar, the spikes on his back emitted a glow once again. But this time it wasn't the pin missile move. What shot out were green, round objects like seeds, imbued with a faint glow. Seed bomb. Seeing the incoming bombs, under Cain's direction, Tyranidar slightly slowed his advance, opened his mouth, and released a blazing flame. The flames intercepted several of the bombs mid-flight. They all exploded in the air. The thunderous sound echoed in the sky, accompanied by the shockwave. Although the flamethrower move wasn't one of his main type moves, the power with which Tyranidar used it was nothing weak. That was due to the energy he once absorbed from the fragment of Groudon's armor. It came from the Primal Groudon, not from a later incomplete Groudon. Primal Groudon was a ground and fire-type Pokémon. That's why Tyranidar's flamethrower move was still extremely powerful. The contact between the bombs and the flames further intensified the explosions. However, some seeds, under Chestnut's control, managed to avoid the fire and continued advancing toward Tyranidar. Unfazed, Tyranidar extended his right hand and waved it in the air. As if receiving an order, the sand from the ground quickly gathered. In an instant, a sand wall rose in front of Tyranidar, against which the bombs crashed. Boom, boom, boom. They only managed to destroy the wall, without directly striking him. But since Tyranidar had used flamethrower and was also controlling the sand, his control over the rocks from Stone Edge weakened considerably, which allowed Delphox to successfully escape the siege. Along the way, she even used psychic powers to shatter several stones. Chestnut's saving the ally by attacking the enemy effect had worked very well. But it mustn't be forgotten that this was a double battle. How could it be enough to only face Tyranidar? Behind him, Blaziken had finished using Sword's Dance, and his power boost was complete. Using Tyranidar's body as if it were steps, he leapt a couple of times and reached the air. Freed from all speed restrictions, at that moment he was undoubtedly the fastest of the 4 Pokémon on the field. From above, Blaziken scanned the terrain and locked onto his target. The grass-type Pokémon, Chestnut, was his ideal target. As he continued ascending, his entire body ignited in flames. Within the crimson fire flickered golden flashes. The reason he didn't use pure golden fire was because it consumed too much energy. With this mixture, the effect was hardly weaker and much more efficient. Surrounded by flames, Blaziken looked like a small sun in the sky. Although his ascent speed wasn't that fast, his descent, under his control, immediately became much quicker. With one leg extended, all the flames on his body concentrated into it. Blaze kick. As he descended, a wave of heat flooded the field. Chestnut's face changed. He clasped his hands before his chest, hunched slightly, and exposed the hard shell of his back to the attack. A layer of light green energy covered his back. Spiky shield. Similar to the move Protect, but with an additional effect, it reflected part of the damage back at the attacker. Blaziken's attack could no longer be stopped. Boom. His leg struck directly against Chestnut's back. Due to Spiky Shield's effect, Chestnut didn't move, while Blaziken recoiled with a spin, ending up kneeling on one knee, wounded by the reflected damage. Taking advantage of Chestnut's defensive posture, Tyranidar charged at him. In his huge fist, a shard of glistening ice quickly condensed, aiming straight at Chestnut's face. But just before striking, a layer of psychic energy enveloped Tyranidar and pushed him back. Delphox had protected him. It was clear that the cooperation between Chestnut and Delphox was very good. They had probably lived together for a long time, and their synchronization was remarkable. No wonder they had agreed to battle Cain in a 2 versus 2. Cain's mistake had been letting Blaziken use Blaze Kick without anticipating that combination. If they also let Chestnut slip away, what kind of trainer would he be? That's why Cain had already anticipated that move. What was the best way to counter psychic powers? Tyranitar opened his mouth again, revealing inside a wave of black energy. Dark Pulse. Before Delphox could pull Chestnut away with telekinesis, the Dark Pulse move struck him. In an instant, the effect of the psychic-type move vanished, and Tyranitar's ice punch crashed unhindered into Chestnut's face. Boom! The roar was immense, followed by the ground sinking beneath them. Tyranitar's fist wasn't something just anyone could withstand, especially after he had learned from Vigoroth techniques to further maximize his strength. It was devastating. Meanwhile, Blaziken had already recovered and, leaving Chestnut behind, charged straight toward Delphox. His speed had reached the limit. The psychic-type moves Delphox cast were dodged with precision. Worried about Chestnut's condition, Delphox didn't move too far away, which for Blaziken was a matter of an instant. Without the slightest mercy, he appeared right in front of her. In her nervousness, Delphox waved her staff and cast Confuse Ray. The psychic type countered the fighting type, and she still maintained enough calm. But Blaziken was already prepared. Aerial Ace. Using the inertia of his spin, he quickly shifted to Delphox's back. The combo was ready. Launching himself from that position, he unleashed a punch to Delphox's back, sending her flying into the skies. Then, with his legs still bent, he suddenly stretched. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he propelled himself upward, faster than her. And to finish the combo, high jump kick. Boom. Crash. Delphox, just like Chestnut, ended up embedded in a massive crater in the ground. On the other front, Tyranitar had also resolved the battle against Chestnut. They never would have imagined being defeated by Pokémon against which they had type advantage. Cain looked at the two Pokémon fallen in the crater and immediately threw 2 Pokeballs. After all, they were starters, and already at elite level, their value was more than considerable. But upon hitting them, the Pokeballs didn't open as they should have. Instead, they bounced off. So it's just as I thought, Cain murmured. Since they had been abandoned without breaking the bond with their original Pokeballs, no other trainer could capture them. The scene stirred a faint indignation in him. Some trainers, when abandoning a Pokémon, at least went to the trouble of releasing that bond, giving them the chance to be taken in by someone else. But in this case, neither Chestnut nor Delphox had been released. That's why Cain's attempt had failed. The Pokémon surrounding the place, upon seeing their companions defeated, finally understood the difference in power with Cain's Pokémon. They no longer dared to rush into the attack. But they still bared their teeth and claws, looking fierce. Cain looked at them and slowly shook his head. All of them were unfortunate Pokémon. The anger within him gradually faded. He took out 2 healing sprays and applied them on Chestnut and Delphox. He treated their wounds in a simple manner. Very soon, both regained consciousness. Noticing the bandages on their bodies and that the pain had eased, they immediately understood it had been Cain who treated them. They looked at him with a mix of feelings, not knowing how to react. Charon. You've won, human, said Chestnut. Perhaps because Cain's final gesture didn't seem so offensive to them. Then, Chestnut called out to the surrounding Pokémon. Although many showed discontent on their faces, they ended up obeying and little by little dispersed. Delphox stood beside Chestnut. They had survived together for a long time. They were the best companions. She had always followed him as leader. And upon seeing that he had no intention of continuing the fight, she too showed no hostility. You may advance, said Chestnut. But inside here, it's not just the 2 of us. There are others with great power especially. He stopped midway through the sentence. But Cain understood what he meant. He nodded, without adding a word, and pulled 2 medicine bottles from his pocket. Take them, they'll help you heal faster. The 2 bottles, under psychic control, floated into the hands of Chestnut and Delphox. Without looking back, Cain advanced with his Pokémon toward the depths of Nebel Plateau. Chestnut and Delphox followed him with their eyes as he moved away with his companions. In their eyes appeared a glimmer of envy and sadness. Surely they shared a close relationship, full of trust. If only they had met a trainer like that. A swirl of emotions churned in their hearts. Cain continued forward with his Pokémon. The wild Pokémon around him grew fewer. However, as he ventured further in, their numbers rose again. Surely he had left behind the territory under Chestnut and Delphox's watch, and the Pokémon of this zone weren't under their control. As they gradually surrounded him, Cain sighed with a hint of annoyance. No matter how unfortunate they were, that didn't justify attacking him without cause. There was no other option. He would have to knock them all unconscious. If they took a hard blow, it wouldn't be his fault. Once more, Cain led his Pokémon into battle as they advanced. He had already covered half the way. If the commotion was big enough, it might attract the Pokémon he was searching for. That's why he slowed his pace a bit. After some time of fighting, the wild Pokémon finally halted. A figure slowly emerged from the forest. Seeing it, a spark of surprise appeared on Cain's face. A Pokémon like this could also be abandoned? What kind of madness is that? He exclaimed, unable to contain himself. The faces of Tyranitar and the others also grew serious. From the approaching Pokémon emanated a powerful threat. It was tall and sturdy, its body mostly purple, with smooth, shiny skin. A large tail stretched behind it, and green rings could be seen on its tail and neck. Its entire body was coated in mucus, especially its hands and chin. The pseudo-legendary of Kalos, the dragon-type Pokémon Goodra. Cain could hardly believe he was seeing a Goodra in this place. Could someone really abandon a pseudo-legendary? What kind of spoiled child or capricious family could have made such a decision? Goodra was a Pokémon of very docile nature. To the trainers it cherished, it often wrapped them in its mucus. It might seem unpleasant, but it was its way of showing affection. As a dragon, it possessed tremendous strength. Its body was flexible, and the power of the horns on its head when contracting and releasing was equivalent to 100 professional boxers punching at once. But this particular Goodra bore a cold expression. Nothing seemed to make it happy. Seeing this, Cain confirmed it was another Pokémon abandoned by its trainer. Perhaps not everyone could overlook its appearance, and Goodra's slippery, slimy look must have been the reason for its rejection. Pokémon, Goodra, Blue. Gender, male. Level, 65. Type, Dragon. Ability, Hydration. Held item, none. Egg moves, Acid Armor, Iron Tail, Poison Tail, Endure. Basic moves, Aqua Tail, Outrage, Faint, Tackle, Bubble, Absorb, Protect, Bide, Dragon Breath, Rain Dance, Flail, Body Slam, Muddy Water, Power Whip. Learned moves, Draco Meteor, Fire Punch, Water Pulse, Snore, Superpower, Thunder Punch, Dragon Pulse. TM moves, none. Upon reviewing its data, Cain felt genuine pity. Although its blue quality was relatively low for a pseudo-legendary, reaching level 65 and entering the elite level made it stand out. A pseudo-legendary at that level could unleash terrifying force. If it had grown under Cain's care, its limit would have been far greater. A Pokémon like this deserved investment in medicines to enhance its potential. Tyranitar and Shelgon, for example, hadn't started with high quality. Yet under Cain's guidance, they had far surpassed this Goodra. The trainer who had it before simply wasted a Pokémon of this caliber. Goodra. Goodra roared. In its eyes burned a hatred toward humans even stronger than Chestnut's and Delphox's. Goodra, as a pseudo-legendary Pokémon from the Kalos region, of course possesses exceptional qualities. What Goodra excels at the most is not offense, but defense. Especially its special defense. As a pseudo-legendary, its total base stats are 600 points, of which 150 belong solely to special defense. If a Pokémon specialized in special attacks faces Goodra, the battle becomes extremely difficult. Moreover, being a pure Dragon-type Pokémon, its physical conditions are among the most outstanding of all Dragon types. Although at first glance it looks soft and gooey, in reality its bodily endurance far surpasses that of many other Pokémon. The appearance of Goodra made Cain's Pokémon feel the threat. And at the same time, an emotion that boiled inside them, the eagerness to fight. Especially Tyranitar and Blaziken, both were born fighters. But Cain, instead of looking at them, focused his attention on his proud Weevil. The reason he captured him in the beginning was his innate affinity with the ice type. In fact, he had originally prepared him to face Lance. Although, over time, by a twist of fate, he ended up becoming his friend. And furthermore, with his increasingly elevated position within the league, the fact that Weevil represented his identity inside Team Rocket made things somewhat delicate. That's why he couldn't always send him out to battle. But that didn't mean Cain didn't place great expectations on him. Weevil was still, in his hands, the strongest Ice-type Pokémon. Although Florges, with her Fairy type, had a more significant advantage against Dragon types, her specialty was special attacks. And against a Pokémon like Goodra, whose special defense was so overwhelming, it was more convenient to leave the battle to Weevil. Pokémon, Weevil, Dark Blue. Gender, male. Level, 66. Type, Dark plus Ice. Ability, Pressure. Held item, Regis Never Melt Ice. Egg moves, Bite, Ice Punch, Ice Shard, Icicle Crush. Basic moves, Scratch, Leer, Taunt, Quick Attack, Feint Attack, Icy Wind, Fury Swipes, Agility, Metal Claw, Hone Claws, Beat Up, Screech, Slash, Embargo, Revenge, Assurance, Nasty Plot, Fling, Night Slash, Punishment. Learned moves, Knock Off, Snatch, Low Kick, Laser Focus, Iron Tail. Combined moves, Ice Claw, Ice Punch plus Metal Claw, 449. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Flying, Low Sweep, Dark Pulse, Ice Beam, Shadow Ball, Blizzard, Hail, Brick Break, Aerial Ace. Those were Weevil's stats at that moment. In the legendary Hoa space, his level had risen to 66. Within Cain's team, his dark blue quality could be considered one of the most discreet. But for other trainers, a Pokémon like that would be a true trump card. And Cain had never stopped training him. Weevil's mastery over the ice type had never disappointed him. Facing a level 65 Goodra was not beyond his reach. The key point was that he had the type advantage. Noticing Cain's fixed gaze on him, Weevil didn't change his expression. He simply made an elegant gesture with his claws, and out of nowhere a small snow crystal appeared. It floated over his palm, as realistic as if it were a natural snowflake. Calmly, he stepped forward until he stood at the front. Seeing Weevil take the lead against Goodra, both Tyranitar and Blaziken gradually let go of their desire to fight. Cain had already decided Goodra's opponent, so they had no choice but to wait. And as for whether Weevil would lose, in his eyes that was impossible. Never had a Pokémon chosen by Cain been defeated. Weevil let out a low cry, and his gaze turned sharp as a blade, fixed on Goodra. From the moment he appeared until he stood in front of him, only a few seconds had passed. Goodra understood immediately that Pokémon was his rival, and if he wanted to advance, he would have to defeat each one of them. Goodra. The fighting intent in Goodra intensified even more. Weevil, use Hone Claws, Cain ordered calmly. At his words, Weevil's white claws rubbed against each other, producing a faint metallic sound. Goodra, for his part, showed no intention of holding back. He murmured softly toward the sky, and soon black clouds began to gather. The dense clouds piled up like a dark mantle. And right after, a drizzle poured down from above. Goodra's ability was hydration, which under rainy weather was extremely advantageous. With the hydration ability, any status condition in his body would dissipate under the rain. But the weather isn't decided by you. Weevil, hail. Cain said. He had taught him that move in Team Rocket, just before traveling to the archipelago of the legendary bird trio. And after so much training, he had mastered it perfectly. Weevil raised his ice-type energy to the maximum. The rain falling from the sky began to crystallize, slowly turning into shards of ice. After all, Weevil was an ice-type Pokémon, while Goodra was not water-type. In this weather dispute, Weevil ended up imposing himself. The rain finally transformed into hail. Goodra couldn't believe it. His own rain had been turned into the rival's tool. And on top of that, hail was the weather he endured the least. But he couldn't do anything. The weather was already set, and, under Weevil's control, not even using Rain Dance again would reverse it. Weevil, Icy Wind, ordered Cain. Weevil brought his palms together in front of him, and from his mouth came a frosty breath adorned with shards of frost. The temperature had already dropped due to hail's effect, and the effectiveness of icy wind increased. Gudra shivered involuntarily, and small ice plates began to cover his body. His movement speed decreased. Meanwhile, Weevil ran nimbly through the hail, taking advantage of his swiftness. Gudra stared at him intently. Now he knew his rival mastered precisely the type he hated most, ice. The battle would be tough. Blizzard. Cain ordered again. Although Weevil wasn't a specialist in special attacks, it didn't matter. The main point was to hinder the opponent's mobility, and that was more than enough. Following Cain's strategy, Weevil kept his distance, without getting too close. Annoyed, Gudra gathered energy in his mouth and launched a violet orb, Dragon Pulse. But Weevil dodged it with agility. His speed and the pressure of the weather were starting to take effect. Gudra was moving worse and worse. That's enough. Weevil, icicle crash. Cain sentenced. With Gudra increasingly slower, it was the moment for the decisive attack. 5 ice stakes formed above his head. Between the blizzard and the hail, the air was saturated with frozen energy. The stakes quickly materialized, sharp as blades, and descended directly against Gudra. The dragon's eyes shone with fury. That fighting style, harassing from a distance, was irritating him deeply. He clenched his fists, which ignited in flames. Fire punch! Boom! Boom! 2 of the stakes shattered under his blows. But the other 3 descended close to his body, embedding themselves into the ground. Boom! 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 The 3 ice stakes formed something like a prison, completely restricting Gudra's movements. Weevil ran swiftly toward Gudra. As he advanced, 2 sharp ice shards appeared in his hands. Running, he hurled them at Gudra. Gudra! Gudra knew he had fallen into a trap, but for a moment it was difficult for him to muster strength. Just as he tried to break free with all his power, Weevil's ice shards struck his body, dispersing the energy he had barely managed to gather. The move Icicle Crash combined with Fling, 2 moves joined together, proved quite powerful. Most importantly, the ice shards could be created quickly by Weevil, whenever he desired, generating an almost uninterrupted attack. By hurling them continuously, Weevil managed to successfully close the distance in front of Gudra. In an instant, his white claws emitted a metallic glow, afterward covered by a layer of frost. Metal Claw plus Ice Punch. Boom! Boom! Both claws struck Gudra's body with force. Gudra! Gudra let out a cry of pain. The surrounding ice pillars shattered. But he was not entirely unprepared. Taking advantage of the impact from Weevil's combined move Ice Claw, Ice Punch plus Metal Claw, his body spun 180 degrees in the air. His tail emitted a metallic shine. Iron Tail. Boom! Weevil failed to dodge and was swept away by Gudra's tail, sent flying. He rolled several times across the snow before finally managing to stop with difficulty. Gudra, in turn, was also flung by the impact of Weevil's combined move Ice Claw. And since he had also furiously attacked with Iron Tail, he hadn't managed to brace for his landing, sliding a long distance across the ground. A Steel-type move like Iron Tail was extremely damaging against an Ice-type Pokémon like Weevil. And considering Gudra's great strength, even more so when he attacked enraged. A single move had caused enormous damage to Weevil. Will. The Pokémon braced himself, enduring the pain, closing one eye as he slowly stood up. A pseudo-legendary Pokémon, truly terrifying. If he took another hit like that, he probably wouldn't be able to stand again. That was what Weevil silently thought. But Gudra wasn't doing well either. The continuous damage from the move Hail, the slowing effect of Icy Wind, the impact of Blizzard, plus Icicle Crash and Ice Punch, all those accumulated Ice-type moves had put him in a complicated state. A Dragon-type Pokémon facing an Ice-type one, the discomfort was indescribable. Once Cain confirmed that Weevil could still continue, he ordered him to keep fighting. It was impossible for him to come out unscathed. After all, his opponent was a Dragon-type pseudo-legendary. What Cain could do was ensure Weevil took as little damage as possible and, depending on the course of the battle, adjust the moves to help him win. This victory was crucial for Weevil. At the very least, it would prove he was not inferior to a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. At that moment, the entire forest and meadow were completely covered in snow and ice. Under Weevil's control, the hail kept falling, though the blizzard was already dissipating. Weevil dashed again across the snow, launching ice shards toward Goodra. When strength wasn't enough, it had to be compensated with technique. The greatest benefit of having captured Vigoroth in Ho-Oh's space was not only that Cain could rely in the future on a Pokémon capable of unleashing tremendous power instantly, but that all his Pokémon had greatly improved in their combat skills. The one who had improved the most was not Blaziken, but Weevil. Because of his build and characteristics, he resembled Vigoroth the most. Blaziken had imitated Vigoroth's moves and strength techniques, gradually adapting them to his own style. But Weevil, due to his physical similarity, could apply them directly to his body. The ice shards flew faster and faster, and Weevil's running speed in the snow also increased. Goodra had barely gotten back up when he once again faced Weevil's attacks. The fury inside him had nowhere to be released. Good draw. In his mouth, an orange energy sphere formed at once, which he launched straight into the sky. It burrowed into the black clouds. Seeing this, Cain's face changed. Draco Meteor. Indeed, in the next second, enormous fireballs began falling from above, indiscriminately bombarding the area. Even Weevil's hail weather abruptly ended as the snow clouds were scattered. Weevil sensed the great threat from above. But his expression did not change. He fixed his eyes on Goodra, abandoning the use of Icicle Crush. He brought his claws together and fired a bluish-white beam like lightning toward Goodra. Ice Beam. Goodra failed to dodge, getting struck in one leg. Immediately, one of his limbs froze solid. Weevil didn't evade. Instead, he ran straight toward Goodra. Under the bombardment of Draco Meteor, the only safe place was where Goodra was. Thus, he was forced back into close combat. Goodra understood Weevil's intent, but he didn't flinch. He had been waiting a long time for this close-quarters fight. He unleashed Dragon Pulse from his mouth, but it was blocked by an ice shield that Weevil formed instantly in front of him. Goodra hadn't expected Weevil to stop it, and quickly his fists were covered in flames. Close combat. As Weevil was about to reach him, he created 2 ice shards and hurled them toward Goodra, while propelling himself with his legs to leap overhead. Goodra ignored the incoming shards, focusing his eyes on Weevil. Jumping in the air, Weevil would have no foothold. His 2 fists, with Fire Punch, blocked any path of escape. Goodra rejoiced inwardly. If he managed to hit him, he was sure he could send him crashing into Draco Meteor's impact zone. With that small body of Weevil, he would instantly lose the ability to fight. Both fists lunged forward. But Weevil's movements were unexpected. The corner of Cain's lips lifted. That skill he had learned well from Vigoroth. If Vigoroth could move nimbly between Tyranidar's Stone Edge attacks, how could Weevil not do the same? He gently placed a foot on one of the ice shards he had thrown. Those shards had not been created to attack. With a foothold, his body spun, dodging the Fire Punch. At the same time, his claws had already gathered the move Ice Punch. He stepped on another shard to stabilize himself. That was the strongest skill he had learned from Vigoroth, Flexible Suspension. The Ice Punch pierced through Goodra's arms and struck his face with force. Boom! Goodra took Weevil's punch directly to the face. But since its entire right leg was still frozen to the ground, even though the pain shook it, it didn't fall down. Crack, crack. Cracks began to open in the ice around its leg. Good draw. Goodra, now reacting, realized it had been tricked. With one leg immobile, it spun its body forcefully. Its tail lashed once more in Weevil's direction. As a dragon, the strongest part of its body was still the tail. But Weevil, who had suffered from it once already, would not fall into the same trap again. It immediately ducked low. Goodra's tail only brushed past the red fur on Weevil's head without causing any damage. At that moment, however, a sensation emanated from Weevil that was reminiscent of Blaziken. Aerial Ace. It spun around and instantly appeared behind Goodra. That style had been learned directly from Vigoroth. Not even Blaziken had managed to copy it so well. If he could use it, then so could Weevil. Though the sequence of moves that followed was different, to the eye they looked similar. While spinning, Weevil gathered a large amount of ice crystals in its claws, striking Gudra's back and sending it upward. Crack, crack. The impact was so strong that even the leg trapped in ice was freed as the frozen blocks shattered. Gudra was launched into the air. A move very similar to Blaziken's Sky Uppercut. But Weevil did not leap after it. Instead, it raised its arms, and at once, 5 enormous icicles appeared above Gudra. In the air, without support, Gudra couldn't stop them. Icicle crash. Weevil opened its hands and pulled forcefully downward. In an instant, the 5 icicles plunged straight down, dragging Gudra with them. Boom! The crash shook the snow as they smashed into the ground. The icicles shattered, but Gudra failed to rise from the crater. Gudra had lost the ability to fight. Weevil was somewhat stunned, stood up, and looked at its own claws. Without realizing it, it had already reached that level of power. Cain floated with the aid of his psychic powers to Weevil's side, looked at Gudra in the nearby crater, and smiled. He stroked Weevil's head and said, "Well done. From now on, always keep confidence in your own strength." "We'll," replied the Pokémon, nodding firmly. Cain took an empty Pokeball from his pocket and threw it toward Gudra. Although there was a strong chance it was still bound to its former trainer's Pokeball, he wanted to try. After all, there was nothing to lose. What if he actually succeeded in capturing it? A pseudo-legendary Dragon-type Pokémon at elite level was priceless. Many would be willing to pay fortunes for it. The Pokeball struck Gudra's body. Paf, crack. It opened, releasing a red beam that absorbed the Pokémon. "Can I really capture it?" murmured Cain in surprise, watching the Pokeball now lying in the crater. It was clear that, when it had been abandoned, its former trainer had had the decency to break the link with the original Pokeball. Even so, being a Pokémon that hated humans so much, Cain knew it would be impossible for him to use it himself. Its greatest value would be in trading it for resources. As for that hatred of humans, it would be the buyer's problem to deal with. The Pokeball shook a few times and then went still. With his psychic powers, Cain pulled it into his hand. With Gudra under his control, the trip was already worth it. The Pokémon that had been watching around, seeing Cain take Gudra, could do nothing. Sadness was reflected in their eyes. That was their fate. Humans captured them when they wanted, abandoned them when they felt like it. The worst part was that there were still Pokémon who chose to trust humans, to fight for them, to give up everything for them. They themselves, in the past, had been like that too, until they were betrayed. Then they had understood the true face of humans. Cain put the Pokeball with Gudra into his pocket and took out several spray potions to treat Weevil's wounds. Although it had won and taken only one direct hit, that single blow had caused severe damage. Weevil let itself be treated, with a look of relief on its face. The Pokémon around stared in bewilderment. This wasn't how they had imagined it. Didn't all humans treat Pokémon as mere tools? Why did this human show such a close bond with his Pokémon, carefully healing its wounds? Just as Cain finished applying the treatment, a rumble shook the sky. Tyranitar and the others immediately rushed to his side. That sound, like that of a steam locomotive, grew louder. Cain showed no surprise at all. After all, the battle with Gudra had been far too noisy. Attracting attention was inevitable. High above appeared a Pokémon with a completely red body. On its back were 2 large pipes that expelled steam downward, allowing it to remain aloft. Cain narrowed his eyes, murmuring as he saw it, "So it's you. Volcanion." Probably only Cain recognized this Pokémon. His memory of it came from a movie he had seen in his previous life on Earth. He had never actually seen it in person. A legendary Pokémon, Volcanion. Volcanion was considered a legendary Pokémon, though Cain did not know exactly what its role was among the legendaries, nor even if this one before him was truly the real one with divinity. He only knew there was a Volcanion here. Its strength didn't seem as overwhelming as other legendaries. Not that it lacked potential or power, but in Cain's impression, this Volcanion of the Nebel Plateau was not one that could crush everything in its path. Perhaps it was simply another of its kind, like the multiple Molters, Zapdos, or Articuno. Of course, there was also the possibility that this very one was destined for divinity, simply not yet developed. Everything would depend on what Cain discovered as he approached. In fact, even knowing about the Nebel Plateau, Cain would not necessarily have come here. But now he held an extremely powerful card in his hand. Boom! Volcanion descended abruptly, slamming into the ground and opening a massive crater. The pipes that had been spewing steam downward folded back onto its back. It began to advance with firm steps toward Cain. "Human," it roared. "You are not welcome here. Release Gudra at once and leave the Nebel Plateau with your Pokémon, or I will not be kind to you." No one knew why, but Volcanion could speak in the common language of humans. Cain narrowed his eyes as he looked at Volcanion. Pokémon, Volcanion, light black. Gender, genderless. Level, 74. Types, fire plus water. Ability, water absorb. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, steam eruption, flare blitz, takedown, mist, haze, flame charge, water pulse, stomp, scald, weather ball, body slam, hydro pump, flare blitz, overheat. Learned moves, superpower, stomping tantrum, heat wave, liquidation, snore, earth power, water pulse, defog. TM moves, none. Seeing the data that the system had scanned on Volcanion, Cain calmly analyzed it. Level 74. Although it seemed high, for a legendary Pokémon it was still low. Now Cain confirmed it. This Pokémon was a legendary, yes, but not a true Pokémon god. How to explain it? It was like the difference between Lugia and a small Lugia. If the small Lugia grew up, perhaps it would become a being like this Volcanion. It possessed the status of a legendary, but not the divinity of one. Although Cain didn't understand how this Volcanion had appeared, at least he felt a little more at ease. This way, fulfilling his goal became less complicated. In fact, from the beginning Cain had suspected the strength of this Volcanion. According to the information he remembered from his past life, although it was powerful, it had never shown absolute supremacy over other Pokémon. That's why he guessed it wasn't a true legendary. A real legendary, like Lugia, could with a simple flap of its wings cause torrential storms lasting 40 days across an entire region. Ho-Oh, with its sacred fire, had the ability to resurrect Pokémon and even grant them divinity. Groudon, the god of the earth enraged, could evaporate the world's oceans. Kyogre, on the other hand, could submerge the entire planet in endless seas. The mythical Pokémon also displayed unique powers. Celebi could travel through time, Manaphy control the seas, and Dialga and Palkia manipulate time and space. And this Volcanion? The most notable feat in its record was having destroyed a mountain. A feat that didn't even seem impossible for Pokémon like Cain's Tyranitar. However, its build, its potential, and its aura were closer to a legendary than to an ordinary Pokémon. That's why Cain classified it as a divine pseudo-legendary, similar to a small Lugia that had not yet reached true divinity. With the data confirmed, this assumption was practically proven. Volcanion, the guardian of the Nebel Plateau? Cain asked as he put away the Pokeball he held in his hand. It seemed he didn't need to resort to Kommo. Volcanion was strong in bursts of power, but not so much in endurance. As a steam Pokémon, it required a constant water supply during battle. Once depleted, many of its moves became unusable. It was a dangerous dependency, one of its weaknesses. The red ring on its back, with 6 blue spheres embedded, served as an indicator of its water reserve. When the water was consumed, those blue spheres turned red. "Human, you know my name?" asked Volcanion in surprise. It had lived in this place for countless years, and never had any human or Pokémon called it by name. After living with so many Pokémon abandoned by humans, it had developed a strong prejudice against them. To it, all humans were unworthy of trust. "Of course I do, Volcanion," Cain replied with a smile. "The Pokémon capable of shattering a mountain. Of course I know your name." Cain's words left Volcanion even more astonished. Did he know about that mountain it had destroyed? That was a story it had shared with only a single Pokémon. For an instant, the image of that Pokémon crossed its mind, but it quickly shook its head. Impossible. She had never left this place, much less contacted humans. Volcanion, may I ask you to allow me to see Magyarna? Cain suddenly said. That sentence was like striking the Pokémon's most sensitive point. Clang! The ring on its back split into two enormous tubes, aiming like cannons at Cain. White smoke gushed from within. Volcanion was already building up energy. Tyranitar stepped forward, standing firm between Cain and Volcanion, its gaze locked on the legendary Pokémon. If it dared to attack, it would counter immediately. How do you know about Magyarna? Roared Volcanion in fury. The Nebel Plateau, Gudra, humans, none of that mattered anymore. For it, Magyarna was its only true friend. Magyarna had never left the plateau, so how could this human know of her existence? Magyarna. That was Cain's true purpose. Magyarna was a Pokémon, one not inferior at all to Volcanion. An artificial Pokémon. Before Team Rocket created Mutwo, someone had already been able to make a Pokémon with the power of the legendaries. That Pokémon was Magyarna. Created by the wisest man of the Azoth Kingdom, Nicola, who dedicated his entire life to shaping it. Nicola conceived it as the guardian of the kingdom. At first, Magyarna was welcomed with joy by the whole nation. It even lived in harmony with the heirs of the royal family. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. But when Magyarna's true power was revealed, ambition began to corrupt the Azothians. The struggle to possess it broke out, and soon that struggle consumed the entire kingdom. Instead of saving Azoth, Magyarna became the spark that ignited its destruction. In despair, Nicola had no choice but to send it away, to this forgotten place of the Nebel Plateau. Here, Magyarna met Volcanion, who had just arrived a little earlier. Since then, the two chose to stay. Volcanion became the guardian of the plateau, or more precisely, the guardian of Magyarna. The simple act of hearing her name ignited Volcanion's fury. Anything but her. No one could touch Magyarna. Volcanion had always been irascible. Only at her side did it find calm. Only Magyarna could soothe its spirit. And now it faced Cain full of rage. The two enormous tubes flared, releasing steam that grew denser and denser. It was Volcanion's signature move, one not easy to stop. Steam eruption. The legendary Pokémon Volcanion is also known as the Steam Pokémon. That was its signature move. By absorbing water into its body, it instantly converted it into steam using high temperatures, then compressed it and expelled it through the tubes on its back. It retained the effect of the water type, but at an extremely high temperature. It was similar to the move Liquidation but overheated, an enhanced version of the move Scald. The Pokémon in front of Cain wore extremely serious expressions as they observed that steam that seemed like cannon projectiles. Tyranitar pressed both hands against the ground, controlling ground-type energy with all its strength. Immediately, a gigantic wall of sand emerged, blocking the steam. But in less than a second, the wall looked as if it would be pierced through. Weevil dashed forward quickly, launching the move Ice Beam against the sand wall, which was instantly frozen. Crack, crack, crack. Even so, it didn't resist for even a full second before the ice wall began to crack. Weevil cried firmly, and 5 ice lances instantly appeared, positioned behind the frozen wall. The 5 lances formed another barrier. Right after, the sand wall broke apart completely, and large fragments of ice began melting. Bang! Tyranitar roared loudly, and the sand once again burst frantically from the ground, fitting in with Weevil's ice columns. Once more, a wall composed of sand and ice was formed. The scorching temperature of the steam immediately melted the blocks of ice, which then evaporated again, merging with the original steam. However, the effect of the ice was evident. At least the overall temperature of the steam eruption move had been reduced a little. Honchkrow flew high above, behind Tyranitar and Weevil, flapping its wings frenziedly, trying to push the steam back. Blaziken stood very close to Cain, watching the defense of Tyranitar and the others. He was the last wall of protection. If Tyranitar and Weevil's defense broke, then he would have to act to protect his trainer. Cain remained still in his place. He wanted to see how far Tyranitar and the others could go against Volcanion's attack. Volcanion's level was far above theirs, but it was still within the elite level, exactly at Elite 4 level. Although there was a gap, it was not an insurmountable difference on paper. The energies still belonged to the same plane. If they couldn't hold on, Cain already had his last resort prepared. There was no need to worry about his safety. Even so, he couldn't deny it. Volcanion was truly strong. No wonder it could destroy a mountain. That steam burst, without the cooling of Weevil's ice-type moves, Tyranitar would never have been able to stop it alone. Crack, crack, crack. The ice columns began to slowly fracture, melting bit by bit. Tyranitar, Weevil, use Protect. Cain ordered in time. At this rate they wouldn't last. The only resource was to resort to the move Protect. Boom. With Cain's command, both the ice columns and the sand wall exploded into pieces. A pair of green energy barriers appeared around Tyranitar and Weevil. In an instant, the steam eruption move struck them. After all that struggle, finally the attack ended. A single offensive from Volcanion had forced Tyranitar and Weevil to use all their defensive resources. Of course, it also had to do with the fact that their levels were far too low in comparison. But even so, the difference between them and Volcanion was clear. After its attack ended, Volcanion didn't charge again immediately. Instead, it fixed its gaze on Cain, and in its eyes it was impossible to hide the hostility. Its offensive had pushed the Pokémon to their limits, yet that human remained so calm. Could it be that he still had a trump card? Cain called Tyranitar and Weevil back to his side. You did well, he praised them. And it was true, they had really done well. One mustn't forget that this was Volcanion. Even if it did not possess a divine title, it was still a legendary Pokémon. And on top of that, its level was so much higher than theirs. The fact they had managed to stop it already exceeded Cain's expectations. Tyranitar wore an expression of euphoria. Too excited to be able to battle against such a powerful opponent. Cain smiled and tossed 3 Pokeballs into the air. Slowking, Florges, and Aggron appeared. Gengar emerged from Cain's shadow. With that, he practically had his entire team assembled. Seeing Cain's Pokémon appear one after another, and feeling the pressure they exuded, Volcanion's expression grew more and more serious. 1 or 2 Pokémon were no problem for him, but seeing so many gathered, even he had to consider it cautiously. Volcanion, I have no intention of becoming your enemy. I only want to see Magyarna, Cain said loudly. Although his words said one thing, all the Pokémon around him were already ready to fight. Cain knew that, in order to see Magyarna, he would have to get past Volcanion no matter what. Fortunately, this version of Volcanion had not yet reached the fullness of its power. Cain still wasn't completely sure if this Volcanion was a true legendary Pokémon with divine rank. Perhaps it was still in the process of growth. When it reached full maturity, then the world would grant it the rank of deity. That was Cain's supposition. After all, even legendary Pokémon were not born all-powerful. They too had to grow little by little until reaching a certain point, at which they received the divine title. Cain didn't know if another Volcanion existed in this world. The only thing he could confirm was that the one before him had not yet reached that level. Human, you have crossed my limit again and again. Do you truly think you have the strength to face me? Roared Volcanion. It seems that, no matter how we look at it, we can only resolve this through battle, Cain replied with a smile. Then, through telepathy, he spoke directly to Honchkrow. Honchkrow, fly to the plateau and look for a field of flowers. See if among them you can find this Pokémon. With those words, he projected the image of Magyarna into his companion's mind. In its current state, Magyarna had almost no combat ability. If Honchkrow found it, he could easily bring it. Understanding Cain's plan, Honchkrow nodded and flapped its wings, rising into the sky. As if it had understood the bird's intentions, Volcanion roared furiously, aiming its 2 cannons at it as energy gathered violently. Slowking, restrain it, ordered Cain, placing his hand on Slowking's back. The 2 psychic waves completely fused. Slowking's psychic power burst forth, immediately increasing by 30%. Now that Cain's psychic power had reached the advanced level, he could finally combine his strength with that of his psychic-type Pokémon to unleash an even greater power.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account.
If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.